Let's do this thing. Welcome to ATP Insights. We are broadcasting live from Money 2020 Asia at Queen Circuit National Convention Center in the heart of Bangkok, Thailand. We are going to introduce you to over 40 of the most consequential players in the fintech ecosystem in Asia and discuss everything from cross-border payments and digital identity to SME finance and the realities of AI and agentic AI in finance. But first, let's hear from our partner. Twilio is the secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer global head of FI and transaction banking at Standard Chartered. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well.
Welcome to the show. It's my complete pleasure. Okay, let's jump right into this. Where is AI creating the biggest unlock in cross-border payments?
So let's look back. What are we trying to solve for? We all talk about AI as a buzzword, right?
Yep.
If you see cross-border payments, fact is it's far more efficient than what it was in the past, but it's still very linear. So the way money moves on the fiat system is still very, very linear. There are multiple touch points. And although the money moves really fast, but it still has elements of friction. I see AI adoption by all the participants in the ecosystem, reducing this friction as much as possible. When you move money cross-border, different markets, we are regulated banks,
Yep.
Different regulators have expectations from us when we are moving this money. And AI is going to make that very simple. When it is simpler to make cross-border payments, volumes will increase and the value will increase. And that is where, as banks adopting a lot more AI, will help us hold our cost structures.
Before we get to the agentic part of this, can we dig a little bit deeper into how AI itself is actually making this more frictionless?
So,
like, where does it take the friction away?
Well, it's basic human or manual processing. When systems do not exist, there is an element of human there, right?
Yeah.
And if you're growing your business in volumes, the only option is to add more humans. Now, if you could use AI, which is not just machine learning, but AI, which has the ability to think, it has the opportunity to grow your business, your volumes, more complex volumes in difficult markets, and still not add more bodies.
Got it. So one of the things that I hear from senior executives and people in the C-suite is that they feel pressure to implement AI. And a lot of them, and it doesn't sound like you're doing this, but a lot of them feel like we just need to get something AI out there as opposed to solving a problem.
Yeah,
what is your view on that?
Like I said, it's a buzzword.
Yeah.
It's a tool. It's reality. And it is an option which is available where there are tech companies investing in it. And it's about you adopting that tool to redraw your processes. Banks are tech companies with licenses from banks to hold, from central banks to hold money.
There's licenses with a lot of money in them. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So ultimately, it's about how do you use these tools to stay ahead of the pack. If you are very serious about this business, and it is a complicated business because you're in different regulated markets and regulations are not getting easy.
Right.
You need to bring in tools that will make it easier for you to not only serve your clients, but also keep your regulators happy.
Do you feel like in a region like Southeast Asia, where you talk about regulated environments and different regulatory environments as well, like Indonesia is not Vietnam, Vietnam is not the Philippines, none of them are Singapore. How does the coordination take place there so that the same types of AI integration you do in Singapore, which is, look, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, very progressive, forward-looking regulator, that you can then do all of that in the rest of the region as well?
I think it's regulators talk to each other, which is a good part. They do talk to each other very actively. Some of the markets like Hong Kong and Singapore are very progressive, and they're open to the idea of listening from regulated financial institutions on how AI can help.
Yep.
They're also very clear about how AI cannot bring in loopholes, which can result in things that they don't want.
Right.
And then, because there is a lot of interaction between the regulators, they do adopt best practices.
So what are they worried about when you say bring in loopholes? Like, what are they really worried about?
Look, if you just move away from humans and move to, pieces of code which can be manipulated, you could have a lot more fraud.
Yeah, for sure.
You could have
at scale.
Yeah. So right now you want AI to, as banks, we want to use AI to do fraud protection. You want to use AI from a reg standpoint to prevent transactions that our regulators don't want us to process.
Right.
Because currently, what do we have? We have a 4I principle with humans.
Go ahead.
But you want to use AI to automate it so that your precision is much better than, depending on human intervention.
Got it.
But at the same time, if that AI is not fit for purpose or flawed, you can end up with massive loopholes in the way because money is moving at the speed of light. Information is moving at the speed of light. Everybody wants 24/7. That means either you have humans 24/7 or you just depend on efficient AI.
So do people really want 24/7? And I'll give you an example. I have money in 3 different countries. Not a lot. I'm not bragging. It's not a brag. It's not a humble brag. But I have money in Japan, I have money in the United States, and I have a little bit of money I keep in Thailand. But if I transfer money from the United States, it generally takes like a day or 2 to get here. Does it need to take a day or 2? Or should it be faster? And is part of the reason why is because it's going through certain checks for fraud and a bunch of other things on its way here?
Look, it shouldn't take a day. Okay, there are time zone differences, so it probably the best case scenario is a few hours, even if you're in time zone differences.
Right.
Because there are elements, as I said, money movement even today is very linear. It's not on blockchain, Web3.
Right.
So it goes through multiple hoops and chains, right? And everybody has a say in terms of whether the money should move or not. So it should be more faster. But there is a large segment of customers, which is individuals as well as corporates, that would prefer it to move on weekends also.
Yes, same.
Because our underlying ecosystems on trade are also becoming 24/7. If you see,
you know about trade finance,
exactly, e-commerce company, everything is moving 24/7, and that is why they want the fiat systems or the money movement also to be efficient and 24/7.
Right. So this is the thing. I agree with you. I think people are actually working. Like, I don't even know what a weekend is anymore. And you said to me before we started recording, you travel a lot.
Yes.
And some of that travel is happening on the weekends, and you may need access to cash on a Saturday, whereas before you might not have needed it. Right. So it would benefit you as well if you could wake up on, like, if Friday night you're like, oh shucks, I'm going to be in London.
Yes.
And I forgot about this thing, that thing, and the other thing. But if I arrive in London and I have cash, I'm okay. But now you're going to have to wait until Monday.
Well, typically, a lot of these have been sorted by cards, but cards are expensive.
Understand that.
Cards are expensive. So you need rails where, if I'm living in Hong Kong and I need to pay when I land in London, in GBP, I need more efficient rails that are more cheaper than the card settlement rails.
Exactly. Yeah. Because sometimes you do want, like, I don't carry a lot of cash, but sometimes I do want to pay cash, or I just want to QR code cash to somebody.
Yes.
Like, I don't have a credit card, which I know will surprise you.
Yeah. Look, honestly, just digressing a bit, but we talk about a lot of movement to digital ecosystems and QR code payments.
Go ahead.
The reality is, across markets, there is more physical cash now versus what it was 5 years back.
Is that really true?
That is true. So there is still a lot of cash which is being used.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it's I don't know. It's just acceptable. It's just about the comfort of people or humans for years, where they feel.
I have cash in my pocket right now, actually.
Even I do.
I brought it with me when I walked out of my.
I don't use it, but I still do.
Same here. Okay, let's move on. How is agentic AI? Because we kind of hinted at this, reshaping the FI and correspondent banking model.
Okay.
And I'm sure there's going to be follow up to this. Go ahead.
So agentic AI is, again, the other new buzzword, right? And it has value. It definitely has a lot of value. So AI adoption, given we have to do AI adoption in our work processes, and we are also doing that on our daily lives. Agentic AI will take it to the next level. And I joke about it as to, why do you think agentic AI is important? Because humans don't want to work 24/7. And money is moving 24/7.
It is. It should be.
So you need to think through a solution which is adapting to this reality of money and FX moving 24/7. And you need agentic AI, like we are a large global cross-border bank, and we have presence in 53 countries, and there's so much money moving between our system, and it's moving 24/7. Imagine the amount of work that goes to manage funding in these locations. And if you had a very efficient 2 or 3 years down the line and very efficient agentic AI, we would be much better in managing our own cash as a bank.
Go ahead.
And we can pass on the benefit of that to our clients from a cost standpoint.
So this is what I was going to ask you. I think when most people think about using agentic AI, it's so that a bank like Standard Chartered then can help serve their customers better.
Yeah.
But I think it goes both ways. There must be internal mechanisms that you want to adapt and change to be able to use agentic AI as well. And I'm curious because you mentioned workflows. I'm curious if you see a workflow and think we should use agentic AI here, because then on Saturdays and Sundays, or whenever it is at 3 o'clock in the morning, we can do X, Y, and Z. But do you sometimes have to rethink what the workflow itself is so that it can be properly adapted for the agentic AI?
So as I said, AI and agentic AI are new tools available, which need to obviously they need finesse. They need to learn, because agentic AI all depends on how it learns from the amount of data that you feed into it, right?
Right.
I think it's a journey. and it'll get better and better as we go along. But there is definitely a lot of scope at the bank's end, because and I'll tell you, a lot of it is being driven by our clients. If you see our clients, if you look at large corporate clients, and they run huge treasuries,
Right.
and they have a very limited number of people, and their businesses are becoming 24/7 because of e-commerce platforms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They want us to again map to those corporate treasuries
Go ahead.
24/7.
Yeah.
They're not happy with a 16/5 or a 22/5.
No, they want you. They want you to be working at the same times that they're working.
It's true.
Right.
And as a holder of their funds,
Right.
if they want the money to move, if I cannot move it 24/7 in the future ecosystem, then they will have to look for another bank.
Let's not have that happen. But do you think that they're doing funding optimization using artificial intelligence as well? And if they are,
Yeah.
then because of the way markets move and because of the way the markets have just become so sophisticated technologically, that once they decide how they want to optimize their funding, and just funding is just one aspect of this, that they can then through an API connect and take care of that funding, even if like their sales coverage isn't there.
Yeah, I think about it as funding is one aspect.
Yep.
Then if you're multinational, then FX is another aspect.
Same.
The third aspect, which is very important, is risk management.
Yeah, exactly.
We live in times
Risky
where
times.
there is a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of uncertainty happens on weekends.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, by the time
Sometimes on purpose, but yeah, fair enough.
by the time you go out on Friday and you come back on Monday, things could have changed drastically because of what happened in the external environment. Do you have tools to risk manage over the weekend? And that leads to wanting to be nimble and 24/7. And that leads to having agentic AI solutions, which can maneuver this for you even when you're sleeping, for
So
example.
this is off topic. I'm just curious what you think. And if you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
Yeah.
But like when I first moved to Japan in 1990, the Japanese stock market was open for half a day on Saturday.
Yep.
They stopped doing that for some reason, maybe because people just got tired of working on Saturday morning. But if money is going to be moving 24/7, do you think at some level stocks will be trade? And you can say like, I don't know and I don't care, but do you think that stocks are going to start trading 24/7 as well? If they haven't already done it?
A lot of markets definitely have the intent for moving away from what used to be T+2 to T+1, and probably maybe in the future
Same day settlement.
on same day settlement.
Yeah.
Because what do you compete against as an asset class? You look at digital assets and cryptocurrencies,
Right.
24/7.
Yeah.
You could be trading them on Sunday, 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yep.
And if you're competing in that space, maybe yes, you never know. In the future, yes.
I think it's going to happen because I don't think you need people stationed at the stock exchange to make it happen, which today you probably do
I
regulatorily.
Yeah, I think what you need is platform. And second, most important, who's going to pay for that platform? If something has to be, is there value for?
And also, is the volume going to be high enough to justify the market still being open? Okay, one more quick thing before I let you go. What is transaction banking going to look like? It's so hard to say, right? Because stuff is moving so fast. In the old days, I would have asked you in like 5 to 7 years. But now I feel like asking you, what's it going to look like in 2 to 4 minutes, really? But you know what I mean? Like 18 months out. How do you think all this is going to change? Because my contention is that even the agentic AI stuff that you're doing today is early innings, yeah?
Yeah. So, three things that come to my mind. Number one, there's going to be a lot of convergence between the fiat ecosystem that we have and the digital ecosystem, which is TradFi and DeFi. That I don't think any of us has a choice because there is a lot more happening in that space, and there's definitely going to be convergence.
Yep.
Number two, with use of AI and reducing friction, definitely volumes and values will go up, but there'll be less funding or friction in the ecosystem, which is transaction banks or banks like us will have to definitely think about revenue streams from FX and fees. It's going to be.
Why are we so convinced that volume is going to get higher?
Well, I think, see, when you make things more efficient, that means you reduce friction. There will be more efficient use of balances. There's a lot of money. If you see transaction banking business, a very large, obviously, source of income is the balances that we hold on behalf of clients.
Right.
If the friction comes down and there is an attrition on balances, we have to be paid by fees and FX. Those are the only three options, right?
Got it.
So
go ahead.
So the quantum will go up, the volumes will go up, and then we will have to, because there are more small value payments, we will have to think about a very different ecosystem in terms of fees and how do we charge FX on these payments. And the third piece is, yes, a lot of regulatory activity that you do, or which is there, will have to be automated.
Can I ask you one more thing? How do you think about guardrails for agentic AI? And the reason why I ask is because, like I said, we're still in the early innings of this, but sometimes they can go out and do things and they just keep acting.
Yes.
So how do you think about the guardrails? And I'll let you go.
Well, the future will be, you need to have a definite check in terms of a 4I principle, which is human.
Yep.
So you will build out agentic AI. They will start working, but there has, just like you have in traditional days, maker checker, you will periodically have a maker checker to make sure that what you built it for and what it is doing fits within what your risk framework is.
Fair enough. Okay. Dhiraj,
I
thank you.
hope this was useful.
Very useful for me. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, it's my
Thank you,
complete
Michael.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Go for it. Thank you.
Yeah. It was good.
It was awesome.
You just took some questions which were.
Is that okay though? So I told you there are two kinds of guests that I like to have on the show. Well, there are two kinds of guests that come on the show. The ones like you where I have 100% confidence that if I ask them a question, they know the answer. So I feel like I can ask you anything. And the second kind of guest is, oh no, they're not the domain expert that they say they are. But I know you know this stuff inside and out. I know. So that's why I love having guests like you do.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you so much. No, I really appreciate it.
If there is a link, I'll send it to my team.
There'll definitely be a link at the end of the day, for sure.
Send it to my team. They were, because all of them are in meetings. They're like,
Yeah.
I'll send you the link.
No worries. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will keep going. Okay, I wanted to discuss a few things that a few of the main themes from Money 2020 in Asia today. And one of the biggest shifts is not just technical, it's actually philosophical. For years, fintech events were dominated by the language of disruption. This group is going to disrupt that group is going to disrupt this group. You know, faster rails, better APIs, more data, more automation, more products, more code. But this year, the framing of Money 2020 in Asia, in Bangkok, is different. It feels different to me. We were here last year. And frankly, we were here the year before as well. The question is no longer what can technology do? The question is, what does it actually do for real people, for real businesses and real markets? And I think that matters because Asia does not suffer from a lack of innovation. Look, I've lived in Asia for 35 years. I first landed in Tokyo, you won't believe this, in February of 1990. So really like almost 36 years ago now. And from an innovation standpoint, Asia does not suffer. But it does suffer from fragmentation. And if you listen to the conversation I was just having with Dhiraj Bajaj, you heard me say this. Indonesia is not Vietnam. Vietnam is not the Philippines. The Philippines is not Singapore. The Singapore is not Japan. And all these countries are different, which means that this fragmentation means that there are different regulatory systems, different payment habits. This is really important, actually. Different levels of digital maturity, different trust models. In some countries, like in Indonesia, the way you trust is different than the way it is in Vietnam. And it's really important to understand what that is. And also different distribution channels. Which platform are you using to handle your distribution? Are you working with a fintech? Are you working with an insurtech? Are you working with an e-commerce company? All of these things matter. So I think the real test of innovation in this region is not whether somebody's demo looks really cool, because it's pretty easy actually to make a cool demo. It's whether a system crosses borders. And again, Dhiraj and I were just talking about this. How do you make sure that the thing that you want to implement in the entire region is actually implementable in every country, not just regulatorily, but from a trust perspective as well? You want to make sure that you roll out a product that people want, but that also people trust. You really want to make sure that whatever you're rolling out crosses borders, that it survives compliance, as we talked about, reaches underserved customers. If you think about a country like Indonesia, has 18,000 islands. How do you reach people in the farthest regions of the country so they get the same type of service and the same type of product implementation that actually people in Jakarta get, or in Yogyakarta get, or in some of the biggest cities? And that it still makes economic sense for serving them. And you would be surprised actually at the level of penetration for digital, for mobile phones and also for smartphones in this region. You have some countries in the region where people are carrying two phones, one for business, one for private. And the penetration for mobile phones in this region is way higher than you think it is. And that's where this phrase, and one of the things that's being focused on at this event, is infrastructure to impact. Because you want to make sure if you're building out infrastructure that it's actually impacting the people that you want it to impact, and not just like being built for being built's sake. Infrastructure in this region is still the story. And I will tell you this, I get I wouldn't say made fun of, but I get the fun poked at me all the time for people that don't understand how great the digital infrastructure is in Thailand. So I have a 5G phone, and everywhere that I go in Thailand, I have access to 5G, and all of the phone systems that are here, all of the mobile phone systems, whether it's True or AIS, do have access to 5G everywhere. I can get internet service off my phone, but even when I'm just sitting in a public cafe, I can probably get 100 megabits up and down by just connecting to all of the mobile Wi-Fi connection points. So That's really important. And I think this is one of the things that most people don't know. But on top of that, identity, payment rails, compliance systems, credit models, APIs, custody, settlement, and mobile access, as I just talked about, still matter a lot, a real lot. But how are you? But infrastructure is becoming judged by a harder metric now. Did it reduce friction? You're not in the way. You're not in the way at all. This is live TV. Did it reduce friction? Does the infrastructure reduce friction? Did it lower costs? Is it really being helpful? Did it widen access? Right? This is inclusion. Did it help an SME get paid faster? You want to make sure that SMEs have access to the same tools and technology and access that big incumbent companies do, because otherwise they have an advantage. She wants to sit down and talk? Give me just 1 second. And more importantly, did it help a consumer trust the system more? And did it create outcomes and not just features? Have a seat. So we have a seat. We're going to welcome a new guest. You want to just put your Martin, you want to take her bag so she doesn't have to hold it? How are you today? Can I see?
I'm very well.
Can I see your badge?
Yes, sure.
Money via Vietnam. Awesome. And you're the co-founder. Aliona.
Yes, my name is Aliona.
It's very nice to meet you. So why don't you tell me a little bit about
Money
Money via Vietnam? Make sure your mouth is close to here. Yeah, like that's better. Like just like that.
Money is one of the big. Shall I look on you?
Look at me. Look at me, but talk into the microphone. See where my mic is? Yeah, like that. Yep.
Okay. So basically, we are number one in Ukraine, non-banking financial company for online lending.
Got it.
In 2020, we started our business in Vietnam.
2020. That's a long time ago now.
Yes. Actually, COVID, all that stuff.
I remember it well.
War in Ukraine. So we closed our business. So
sorry about that.
For 3 years.
Oh, okay.
And for 3 years, we
closed the business in Ukraine.
Yes, fully.
I understand. Okay.
And for 3 years, we increased from 10 million to $50 million turnover. So it's quite well.
Good for you. So why did you decide when you closed the business in Ukraine? Yeah. Why did you decide to go to Vietnam? Like, what did you know?
Close in Ukraine and in Vietnam, everywhere.
Close everywhere.
Everything restart again.
Go ahead. Okay. But why Vietnam?
Why Vietnam? Because it's very good infrastructure for this business.
Tell people who don't know. Tell people who don't know about the infrastructure in Vietnam.
100 million people.
It is.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite well infrastructure for banking services and similar banking services.
Got it.
Yeah, and young generation.
Very young generation. Very technologically oriented.
Technologically.
How about mobile phone penetration?
Absolutely, it's like 80%.
90% is very high.
But yeah, in big cities it's 100%. But
for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
in big cities it may be 110%. People may have more than one phone, right? Yeah.
It's quite well, and you know that according to Financial Times, Vietnam number one for increasing of GDP in Southeast Asia.
Oh, for growth, you mean?
Yeah. Developing is very, very high.
And you feel when you're in Vietnam, when you're working there, when you're building in Vietnam, what is the feeling? What is the vibe like when you're there? Can you feel that energy? Yeah. Oh my God, the GDP is really growing.
From Ukraine, and then I used to live in Valencia. Then I come to Vietnam. Just oh my God, I want to live here.
Did you really? So where do you live? Do you live in Ho Chi Minh or do you live in Hanoi?
Do something always.
So this is the feeling that I get, and that's why I asked you this. I feel like, and I was in Vietnam 2 years ago, I think.
Okay.
And I was right in District 1 in Ho Chi Minh.
Okay.
And I felt this energy.
Yeah.
That was so high. But the other thing that you notice when you're there is the youth. It feels like a really young country.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I don't know, I mean, you must know this, but it's also a massive technological hub in the sense that every Japanese guy and every European guy that I know, Singaporean, they're all starting businesses. Yeah.
They Hong Kong, they actually open hubs.
Yeah.
For technology companies.
For development.
Yes, absolutely.
So do you do your own development internally, or do you use some of these for third-party development? You have your own team?
Yeah.
So how big is your team?
Oh, right now in Ukraine it was more than 700, but right now in Vietnam it's 120 or 30 people.
Oh my God.
Yes. And we have development team, mainly Ukrainians guy. They're very smart.
Very smart. Yeah. Ukrainians.
Yes.
I don't think that's a surprise to anybody that Ukrainians are very smart. Historically, part of my family is from the Ukraine. From Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah. Eastern European. So there. Anyway, that's a diversion. So when do you think you expand maybe to the rest of the region? Do you look at other countries?
Yeah.
Because you're in Vietnam.
here to Bangkok to look, maybe we can have some partnership. But unfortunately, from our industry, I didn't find anyone yet.
Not yet.
See,
It's 3 days though, right? You have 3 days to find
Yes.
people here.
chance.
Have you been to Money 2020 before?
Yeah, last year.
Here.
Yeah, in Bangkok.
Okay.
Here, so I'm just quite easy to come.
Oh, you live in Bangkok.
Yes.
So do we. So what else do we need to know about Money VO?
Money
What kind of services does it provide to the companies that are in Vietnam?
It's very technological, great team, and we really help people to get a loan in any single moment when they need even small money. So
Right.
it's
So where does AI, agentic AI, and all this stuff fit into your business?
a lot of in our business.
Where does it fit in? How does it fit in?
So for our scoring,
For your scoring, for credit scoring.
of course.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And basically, we started this machine learning experience since 2014.
2014.
14 in Ukraine, yes.
Wait, so when did Money VO start in Ukraine? But when?
2013.
Oh my God, it's a long time ago.
Yes. More
Wait a second. So you started in 2013. You expanded or built in Vietnam as well. You had a team of 700 people, and then COVID came, and you were just like gone.
Yeah, and then again refresh.
And then just like refreshed again.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
From
You're
the scratch.
very resilient. Did you bring in a lot of the same old people?
Of course, we lost part of our team, like a lot of,
Right.
and also because of war, like COVID and war.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But yeah, that's why it's a bit.
Can we talk a little bit more about agentic AI? It's something that's because the AI stuff that you've been doing since 2013, and whether it was generative AI or predictive AI, particularly on the underwriting side, right? Or we want to analyze like cash flows and stuff. But agentic AI has really only been around for popular use for like 6 months.
Well, about AI, it's a lot of rumors about AI, of course.
For sure, a lot of hype, right?
Yes, but at the same time, when a really professional can implement into our system, like in our case,
Right.
it really works very well.
Okay.
And software developers,
Right.
they use it on daily basis, and also our business analysts, they use AI technology.
Okay, and how do you think about guardrails?
Which program?
Guardrails. In other words, once you unleash an agent,
Okay.
how do you understand, or how do you think about what to give it access to, what not to give it access to, what it can see, what it can't see?
Because we are a finance company and we need to.
I know regular job, but how do you think about it? I'm not asking for specifics, but like, how do you think about like, do we need to have internal governance to make sure that it does what we want it to do and doesn't freelance and do things that we don't want it to do?
We think those companies who somehow try to find a balance between security and given and not given,
Yeah,
they will be ahead.
for sure. For
If
sure.
Just keep it.
Yeah.
They will be somewhere behind.
They're going to be way far behind though, right? So at some level, you have to take a little bit of risk,
Yes.
but smart risk, yeah?
Smart risk, of course.
Yeah, and I feel like I know it's personal data and it cannot be disclosed, but I also feel like somebody from Ukraine is used to taking risk.
Well, of course, because anyway, we are working in finance segment.
Right.
We need to think about our customers' personal data,
Right.
financial data, like a lot of, because it's a regulated market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for sitting down. I really appreciate it. And thanks for just like jumping in and doing this like ad hoc. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
He told you how to use the microphone, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I've probably been using it a bit longer than he's been alive.
You just stole one of my phrases. I love saying that.
Yeah.
I really do. I love doing that to people. I've been here longer than you've been alive. They're like, I'm 32. I'm like, yep, I still win.
That's it. A guy said to me 2 weeks ago, hey, do you know how to use this trailer, how to drive a trailer? I went, I'm pretty sure I was driving one before you were born.
When you were born, yeah, backwards. I'm driving it backwards. Rob Neely, the founder and director of Securely Group. Thanks for sitting down with us.
Thank you.
Let's just jump right into this. How do you see fraud prevention and identity verification changing as AI agents begin initiating and authorizing transactions autonomously? Give me that, and then I want to talk about autonomy in a second, if you don't mind.
Look, it's a great question. And, 2026 is the year. We're going to look back at 2026 and go, this was the turning point.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the AI agents and the way things are running now with SIM farms and so forth.
Yep.
you know, there were last week alone, the Europol came out and said they arrested 7 people in a SIM farm, right? 7 people.
Yeah.
They
Go
had
ahead.
1,400 SIMs and they had 49 million fake social media profile accounts running from 7 people.
Yeah. I mean, this brings up so many things. So sorry. Go ahead. Right.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy. So it all comes back to, everything comes back to identity.
yeah.
Now we cannot keep going on having, you know, KYC, really strict KYC in a banking perspective.
Right.
And then on this other side, we have this whole shadow identity in social media.
Yeah. So what is your view on this? Here's my view, and tell me what you think. I've said forever, and when I mean forever, I mean even at like the dawn of Facebook, my feeling was like, I can't drive a car without a driver's license. I can't get married without a license. I can't get on a plane without a passport. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thailand has national digital ID. India has national digital ID. And yet online, I can be 1,000 different people.
You can be anyone.
It doesn't make any sense
Yeah.
to me. But I guess the question is, like, that toothpaste is already out of the tube. What has to change? Because something has to change.
Yeah. Well,
Because right now, think about it. If I come to, because you're talking about fraud, right?
Yeah.
And identity verification. If I come to rob your house, right? And you are like, the doors are locked and it's really hard, or I see you in the living room, I'm like,
yeah.
he's a
you
little
won't do
too
it.
tall for me. I'm not going to do it. But if I see your neighbor's lights are all off, I can tell they're on vacation. They haven't shoveled the snow on their driveway, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I better be more likely to go in there. But they have cameras.
Yeah.
They're going to know it's me.
Mm.
And I'm going to be easily identifiable. But if like 7 million people try to break into their house and some of them are avatars and we have no idea who's who and what's what,
Correct.
that can't be the right way to run this.
No, it's got to stop, and it is
Go ahead.
stopping. So everyone will have seen that in the last 6 or 8 months, led by the Australian government, that under 16s have been asked that they don't want under 16s on social media anymore.
Yeah.
That's number one. Now, how are they going to stop that? They need identity to stop that.
Right. Is there national digital ID in Australia?
Yes, there is, but it's hardly used.
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
But I'll flip the context of it with the EUDI,
Go ahead.
which is rolling out this year
Yep.
in I think it's the 27 countries of the EU. They've just adopted the under 16 approach as well, which means people are understanding you cannot have adults, and we don't know who they are, they can be anyone, mixing with your children. So that's step number one. Step two, and in answer to your question, is what we saw recently in Vietnam, of all places.
Go ahead.
Right. And I've just come back from Vietnam as of Monday this week. The Vietnamese government has taken the revolutionary step and said, we are going to, by the end of this year, we want to attach every single personal social media identity to the VNEID.
Has to be.
Yeah.
For me, it has to be. I don't even find this controversial. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. And look, congratulations to them. I mean, that is so.
You're only 15 years too late or 20 years late, but go ahead.
Yeah, but at least they're doing something about it, and they're leading, and they're showing other governments, the same as the under 16 thing. A couple of governments moved, and then all of a sudden the whole of the EU's gone, yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Realistically, as we move forward through 2026 into 2027, the governments around the world will have to understand and accept that we cannot have the shadow social media identity over here, right? So that's number one with
Go ahead.
fraud. Because if that's removed, you take a huge element of the fraud vector out altogether, and that's what will help the vector going out. If you look at the US, for example, when they brought in FedNow a couple of years ago, right, which is the fast settlement service or instant payments, and the adoption rate's been reasonably slow in the first few years. But what we have seen in the US, which is an indicator of what's going to occur, we've seen their scams go from 9 billion a year in 1 year to 90 billion last year.
10 times.
Yeah.
But why?
Because the fast settlement services are there, and that allows the fraudsters.
It just moves so much faster.
Exactly.
Just moves so much faster. And
gone.
fewer checks probably in between as well. But it's like, I want to get back to this AI agent thing, right? Because I've had multiple conversations about NHI, so non-human individuals.
Yeah.
Right. So we don't want to have fake humans on social media platforms, but it feels like we're getting comfortable with this idea that you, right, at Securely, you're going to manage 15 agents working for you, but they're not human either.
Yeah, correct.
So how does that, my big question now is like, how does onboarding take place?
Yeah.
How do we keep track of them? What happens if you are a lower level employment, but you as the leader of the company give responsibility to Bob or whoever it is?
Yep.
So you're going to manage these 10 agents, but then Bob leaves. Do the agents stay? Like, how do you deal with all these things? And then where does that come in for fraud prevention?
Excellent question. So we're going to end up with EQAA, right?
Go ahead.
Electronic Know Your Agent.
Yep.
It's simple as
But
that.
I want someone to say this out loud.
Yeah. So we're going to have tokenization of the agents, right?
But what does tokenization of the agent mean?
We'll need to be able to track the agents. So it'll be like a digital ID for agents.
But are they onboarded in the human resources system? Or have we thought that?
At the moment, they're right across all the systems. So, but there's no regulation really attached to it.
Nothing at all.
Right?
Yeah.
But further down the road, you're going to have to say this agent is safe. We know it's with X bank,
Right.
or Y bank,
Whatever.
okay, so we can trust it. We're sort of doing it at the moment already. When you go and have a discussion with most banks around the world online in a chat, you are dealing with an AI agent in respect of a bot is talking to you.
You are, but that chatbot that we've been dealing with up until now is, what's the right word? It's very deterministic, and it also has like a script that it reads off of for the most part.
Once you go outside the script,
once you go outside the script, it doesn't know what to do, and it may direct you to a human. But what I'm talking about is like agentic AI that learns.
They'll think for themselves.
That goes out and does things, but that has, in the same way, and I always like to make the association or analogize this to like an intern, or even just like a first-year graduate from the best universities in the world. When they come into the company, don't give them like full free range to just, as a trader, to just like trade as big as you want, do whatever you want, come back to me with the P&L.
Yeah.
We don't do this. We build guardrails around it.
Yeah.
But this is digital.
Yeah.
And someone can actually watch me trading, and there aren't 1,000 of me. There may be 5 of me in any one particular area. So how do we, again, go here, maintain an understanding who's the identity that's responsible for this, who the agents are that we have working for us, and do all that stuff so we can minimize fraud so it doesn't go from 9 billion to 90 billion in a year or whatever it is.
Yeah. And the biggest issue to solving that question you're asking is governments need to get involved, and they are already 5 to 7 years behind.
Go ahead.
Right at the moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you see, and I refer back to the Vietnamese government, that's a great starting point.
Right.
Okay. The rest of the governments around the world. So first of all, we need to fix the identity issue with humans, right? Because if you just need one telephone number to set up a social media profile,
right?
Okay.
I mean, I can get a burner phone tomorrow.
Anyone. And again, 1,600 Sims, 49 million profiles.
Right.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That will happen with agents. Now, I will give you some information. We have a partner in the US. They're a very, very large financial firm in the trillions of dollars, right? I was in a meeting with them.
Trillions of dollars.
Yes. And
I'm sure I can guess. I'm sure I can guess. I'm sure I can guess what it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Too many of them. But they said to me before I left a meeting earlier this year in New York, they said, "Hey, Rob, we just want to let you know that we've intercepted some intelligence through one of the government agencies. We now know that the South American drug cartels are now setting up agentic AI scam farms."
So not for selling drugs or for buying drugs, or for distributing drugs.
Enough money from what they do that they've got to set up an AI scam fund. But of course,
they must see it as a massive opportunity.
Absolutely.
Right. So it's expensive though, right? Because there's a lot of tokenization use, a lot of token usage. Right. It's not free, even though they don't have a lot of people doing it.
But you've got an upfront cost. You don't have all the humans in them.
Well, no one gets killed.
That's right. And up until now, the scam farms around the world, I won't mention the countries, but, they have had 10-story buildings with a couple of thousand people in them.
Yeah.
Well, forget it.
Not that far from here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're right. We are in ASEAN, and
I didn't say the countries, but they're not that far.
No, and we shouldn't. But, that's the concern. That's where it's going to now. So when you see them industrializing scams, and that's what they're doing.
No, they are.
Right?
Yeah.
Then we should really, really worry. So we need to work together as an industry with the government, right, and guide the government. Otherwise, it'll be all over.
Do you feel like it's actually like a 2-part question? But do you feel like there's a generational gap here? In other words, I don't think my daughter gives a hoot about whether like she has a digital ID or not.
Yeah.
I don't think she's like radically concerned about privacy. I don't think
all us oldies.
Yeah, but again, you say that, right? But I don't care either.
I don't.
And part of the reason why is because I'm not planning on committing crimes.
Correct.
And I've never planned on committing crimes. And to be fair, if that's going to stop you, because I actually was doing some banking with somebody today that I don't know that well. And they asked me to send them my QR code. And I felt a little bit uneasy.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what they're going to do with it. And I literally was checking my bank on multiple times to see if my balance went up or went down. It's not a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I don't know what they know about the banking system that I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So look, I think that there's, you called us oldies, and that's fair. No, but I'm not. Yeah, I can see myself in the mirror. Yeah, but does that change the way the government looks at implementing digital ID? And do you think we'll get to a point where, because again, in Thailand, if you're born, you get a digital ID, and in India, even if you were born 70 years ago,
Yeah.
you got a digital
Absolutely.
ID. And I don't remember seeing any protests in India.
Yeah.
Right. So do you think that even in countries like the United States or in France or wherever, that as people just start getting born, that they're not going to care about this? And as the leadership, like, how old is your prime minister?
He's probably a little bit younger than me, so he's probably in his 50s.
In his 50s, right?
Yeah.
But the next prime minister, when he gets to be 50,
10 years younger than him,
when he
again.
gets to be 50,
Yeah.
it's 10 years from now
Yeah.
or 20 years from now.
Yeah.
And he's not going to care.
So the big problem is, and I talk about this all the time, our kids and our grandchildren, in our case, or my case in particular, they will think in 10 years' time, they won't think they're banking with a bank. They will think they're banking with Apple or GPay. They will think they're banking online. So that's number one.
Yeah.
Right? The banks will still be there, but they'll be underpinned by the PSP above it.
Go ahead.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. So that's number one. As to the resistance for people having national IDs, yes, it's there and it's well and truly established. Even in India, it's established.
Yeah, very well.
They know they've all got a national. I was talking in Berlin a couple of weeks ago, and an Indian chap in the audience said, "I don't want to give my social media information to the government." And I said,
"They already know everything about you, dude."
And he said, I said, I've just come from India, and you've got the Aadhaar over there, right? You've got UPI.
You got UPI.
And I said, as politely as I could, I said, if you think for 1 second the government is not already scraping everything off your
like what kind of
course
shoes you wear.
So you're better off. And the problem is and I tried to explain it in this manner, the issue of cloning digital identities is a problem for as you were talking about before, when you don't know you've been cloned, and then you're leaving your country, and then the police come up and say, "Hang on, we got a warrant for you."
Yeah. And you're like, "I didn't do that."
A crime,
right? You're like, "I didn't do that."
Taken your identity.
Exactly. And I've seen this happen on Facebook. Sorry to interrupt you, but I've actually seen this happen on Facebook. This was a good 15 or 20 years ago. But there was someone that had a beef with one of my friends, and they easily downloaded his picture off of his existing Facebook profile. Could see who all his friends were because he didn't lock his account, reconnected with all those friends and said, "Somebody hacked my account and I'm just trying to reconnect with all my friends," and then started posting some compromising photos of that guy to all of his friends.
Yeah.
So what's that?
No, I know. So this is why we need, when we come back, the original question was, how do we fix it?
Right.
The very first thing we've got to do is fix the identity problem.
Agreed.
Okay? And that I know that's going to be difficult when you look across nations, even if you look at the interoperability of payment systems in ASEAN alone.
Go ahead.
Not every country agrees with the other country with prompt pay, for example.
Go ahead.
So, we need a global consensus on this, and it must be, okay, we must be able to identify who they are. And then the next step is, obviously, as you brought up before, we must be able to identify the AI agents or the agentic AI that is going to be operating out of some of these companies.
Yeah. So let's just say, just to make it simple, there's one agent at Securely, and that it's communicating with a bunch of other companies.
Yeah.
But it must have some NHI ID. Like, in my feeling is that if you spin one up,
absolutely,
I need to know who it is.
Yeah.
Did you see what happened to Vercel in the last couple of days? Maybe you've missed it because you've been traveling. But Vercel had a supply chain breach in their company. So they went through a third party. Yeah, I know. I love the shoulder shrug. Did everybody just see that? You saw his shoulders just shrug down like, "Oh, you must be kidding me." So they did a supply chain breach. They went into like a trusted partner and then broke into somebody's Google Workspace. And then they became that person. And then they stole all the data internally because that person had wide authority to have the access to that data.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to sell that data on the dark web.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it wasn't necessarily an agent doing that, but AI gives you the ability to do this at scale. And if the person who did that needed, you knew what their identity was.
Yeah.
Right. Then the world, I think, would be a better place.
And that sort of comes back full circle back to where we started. Data sovereignty is the next issue that we
on a country by country basis for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on a country by country basis for sure. But it's hard these days to have data sovereignty.
Not really. There are people working at it. Our firm is working in it. We're actually developed. If you think of one of the technologies that we have under patent, and it's been granted in the US and several other countries only last year, is a thing called PVDN, Personal Virtual Data Network.
What does that mean?
And what that is, and it's a great contemplation. We bought part of this patent from the inventor, but it actually works like a crypto wallet.
Go ahead.
Where you have one key.
Yep.
But it's yours. You spin up the cylinder for the canister. You spin that up for yourself, and you control all the data. So you put all of your data in there, including all of the stuff that's important, like wills.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Right.
You know, so it all goes in, and it's your container.
And then I can share with people the way I want it. Yeah.
So it still goes out. If you want it to go to Apple and Amazon and everyone else at the bottom, you unlock it and let them have access. But you can lock it at a nighttime. And where this will come into play will be for small and medium enterprise businesses, as just like the one you talked about. So if they had one of these canisters spun up for themselves, they could have locked that.
Yeah.
Right. And said, no, it has to be, and the only people who can get in there are the people that have access to it.
Right.
There's no back end. Right. Even though some people are saying these days that crypto wallets actually have a back end, and
you don't
there's a conspiracy theory going on.
Quantum computing yet, so we don't know if they actually don't. Right. And again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
But what does this term secure by design mean to you? Because you're talking about these design functionality, design features, right? What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, look, at the end of the day, from my perspective, it's about looking into the future. You just mentioned quantum computing.
Yeah.
Right. Now that is the future, but you've got to start planning for what you can do with what we think we will be able to do with it.
Right.
So from our perspective, what we're doing is quantum computing digital signatures. Okay. So it can only be your signature.
Right. So this is weird. Can we talk about digital signatures for a second? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a digital signature on my laptop.
Yeah, but that's is that a token?
No, it's literally like a digital signature.
Yeah.
It feels really unsecure to me.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and
I literally cut it and paste it into something. And if somebody else has it, that means they can sign for me.
Yeah.
This feels bad.
So safety in the future, safety by design, we've got to start thinking about what is coming at us.
Yeah.
Okay? We've already been caught with what we just talked about with our pants down with Agentic AI.
I just loved your reaction when I told you about this.
My God.
It's like, oh, come on.
But I was really lucky. About a year ago, I was invited by AWS along with a few other, about 30 other C-suite, C-level guys down to their offices in Sydney. And they said, right, we're going to give you groups of 10. We're going to give you 10 agents each, right? And you've got 30 minutes.
To do what? To break into something?
Yeah, no, to build an Agentic AI stack. And they gave us some ideas of what we had to do. But when you actually see it in real life,
right,
what you can do with 10 agents.
Can you tell me more about it?
Well, the last one, so in other words, it's as again, the word industrialized comes to mind again. Yeah. You are doing things at the speed and the rate that's never been seen before. So the first agent can send out all of the prompts, the questions, and all the no's go that way. But then the next agent handles those, and then you get to the end, and that is a voice agent, right? And they ring up and speak like a human.
Do they really?
Oh, and it was I walked out of there, as did the rest of the C-level guys, just shaking our heads going, we weren't ready for this.
So what do you think about, so what weren't they ready for? Just the speed with which the agents can actually interact?
Weren't ready for it. And I'll give you a great example. I was doing a talk 3 weeks ago, and I said, okay, well, we're going to talk about data sovereignty in the room. And there were about 100 businesses in the room. Yep. And I said, but before we start, I just want to poll the audience. I want to know how many of you are using AI in your businesses, right? And to my utter amazement, about 25% of the hands went up out of all these businesses.
So did that surprise you? That was high or was low?
Low.
It was low.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're not using AI now, they are so far behind.
What kind of AI? Because the woman who was sitting in the
number one, generative AI
should be using. Yeah, there's not a lot of risk in generative AI.
No, there's
no risk in predictive AI either.
If they don't understand the simple functionality of it at that level,
fair enough.
What hope
do they have for Agentic AI? Zero. Zero.
Yeah. So that was quite amazing. And I think businesses around the world need to, if they haven't done an AI course, let me put it to you this way. I spoke to another bank the other day. I won't name what bank or what country.
Can I guess? No, I'm kidding.
No, you can't.
No, I'm kidding.
But I spoke to another bank, and I was a mid-level person. And I said, so, what has the bank done? What AI training have they put you through? And they went, nothing.
Right. So this is the other thing I want to ask you. What do you feel like the Agentic AI fluency is like out there, based on the fact that it's only really been available for 6 months?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like if some language were just invented yesterday, you shouldn't laugh at the idea that they're not fluent in it because it's only been out there. but I guess it's more like the interest in becoming fluent, right? So like I remember when I was still working at Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs, a whole bunch of new technologies rolled out, and I'm like, oh, I don't know how to use this, but if it does that, then I can do more of this, kind of thing. And then maybe I wasn't trained so much, but I could figure out how to do it because I was just thinking about like, how do I use Microsoft Excel if I get real-time data into it, and then all the new functions that they have inside of it. Are you seeing that type of interest, at least when you go to these customers? Or people are afraid?
No, I think you've got, depending on how the CEO is involved in the whole integration. That's number one. If you've got banks and the CEO and the board don't know anything about agentic AI,
right?
You've got a board running a bank, and if they don't know about agentic AI, right, what hope have you got? That's number one. Because if it's not coming down from the top as a mandate, that we must understand what's going so that we can prepare, then they're going to be, and there are tons of banks out there. Out of the 44,000 banks around the world, I would say there's probably 40,000 of them that are already well behind the 8 ball right now for agentic AI.
What do you think the impact of being well behind the 8 ball is for them if they're not using agentic AI today? Like,
they will expose their customers. It's as simple as that. And this is
really
a great question, really. And I want to touch on that if I can. Insofar as most banks don't have to repay what their customers lose in scams. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they have insurance.
Sure. Yeah. But they're not paying it back to the customer because the insurance is not called on them because the bank doesn't lose any money.
No, the bank loses nothing. They don't, in a way, they don't care.
Yeah. So,
but they should care if it happens 1,000 times.
My point, I was about to say, there's a duty of care.
Yeah, they should care.
If you're at Morgan Stanley, there's a whole lot of bankers in this room here today.
Yeah.
Right. At the end of the day, you're looking after other people's money. Now, if you can't look after it to the point to stop them being scammed, having money taken from them, you're not actually
no. You're not doing your job. Because I had a guy from Standard Chartered, and it's on tape, so we can say this. Look, the biggest benefit, value that the bank provides is the trust that they'll safeguard your money.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't care if it's insured. I don't care who's insuring it. If I just find out that someone keeps stealing money from my bank, it's not my bank anymore.
Yeah. And the vector is, and the problem is these are the numbers, and I'll revert this to India. I was in India 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Right. So the numbers around the world at the moment are consistently around 80% of the scam and fraud losses are coming from meta platforms.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you said meta platform.
Meta platforms. So we're talking.
I had David Agronovich on the show. Right. He's their global head of threat.
Okay.
Disruption.
Right. Yeah.
It was really interesting, the kind of stuff that he was saying. But anyway,
next time you speak to him, ask him. But whether it's Barclays Bank or banks in Australia, they will tell you above 80% of the scams and frauds. Now, what's that cost? It's no cost to the bank apart from having a monstrous scam and fraud department.
Right.
Okay. And one of the banks in Australia is spending almost $1 billion on scams and fraud alone, and they're not losing any money.
No, they're not.
But at the end of the day, it comes back to they have to look after their customers' money. And if they're not making sure that they're not being scammed, then they're not actually fulfilling that obligation.
So I'll leave you with this and I'll let you go. My grandfather told me when I was really little, right? It takes a lifetime to build a reputation and a moment to lose it. Yeah. And I think the moment a big institutional bank loses their reputation,
correct,
all their balance sheets going to be gone.
Yeah. And that could happen very shortly.
Yeah. Because it's easy to take the money out. Yeah. Okay, Rob. Thank you so much for doing this. I hope that was good for you.
Yeah, it was great.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was super duper.
Cheers. Bye.
You want to take off your lanyard?
Yeah, sure.
Just so it's cool. Okay, we're going to be joined by Sid Gautam, the Chief Revenue Officer at Payfuture. Sid, have a seat. People talk about mobile phone penetration. Here's the guy carrying 2 phones. He's at 200% penetration.
No, absolutely not. One is the UAE number, one is the UK number. I recently shifted from
So he's
London
100%.
to UAE.
He's 100%.
It's not mine.
Not right now. Okay, let's do this. Thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. What makes local payment infrastructure in markets like India and South Africa fundamentally different from what most global merchants expect or think they should be?
Yeah, means good question. So in most of these emerging markets, primarily India and South Africa, these two markets, cards is not the default payment method.
Cards, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they,
they're not.
they are not.
Yep.
So people think that cards are the global default. They are not.
Right.
In India, for example, around 70%, more than 70% are real-time A2A UPI payments.
Go ahead. I want to talk about UPI in a second, but keep going.
Yeah, yeah. And same is the case in South Africa.
Really?
Yeah.
Does South Africa have a system implemented that looks like UPI?
Not exactly. So they have got different providers wherein they can pull the money from the card. But again, make no mistake, in South Africa, cards means debit cards. It's a very different market.
Yeah, it's not a credit card.
It's not credit card.
There's no interest rate. So you either have the cash or you don't have the cash. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. And same, like, if you see other emerging market like Egypt, cash is the king. So people
Still, right?
you want to buy your $100 Nike shoes,
Yep.
you go and pay the Favre cash, which have got around 50% market share in that
We
market.
had a guy sitting in this chair earlier, our first guest today, Dhiraj Bajaj, who runs the FI and banking business at Standard Chartered, and he said there's actually more cash being used today than ever before.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely. So yeah, so like each of the emerging market is different. And that's where is the challenge for the global merchants, right? Because like one side doesn't fit all. India is different from South Africa, is different from Egypt, is different from Dubai, and so on and so forth. So that's where, like, organizations like platforms like us or a fintech like Payfuture comes into being, wherein single API, everything converge on a single API, and tuck, there you go.
Do you think the market was surprised by what's the right word? By the penetration of UPI in India, unified payment interface? Yeah.
Oh. So being an Indian, born and brought up in India, and left India around 20 years back.
Okay.
So now, yeah, UPI is almost everywhere. So
it's just transformational to me, and I don't even think people talk about it, at least outside of India, enough.
Last 10 years, it has gone humongous, and leave, like, apart from the UPI, even they have their own scheme.
What do you mean?
Which is known as RuPay, rather than Visa and MasterCard or Amex or
Got it. Not surprising.
Yeah. So
not
like
surprising.
A2A, it is instant, and it makes perfect sense for the merchant. Why? Because there is no MDR. You spend $100 equivalent. As a merchant, you got $100 equivalent.
Yeah, there's no fee associated with it.
There is no fees. It's real time, and it is convenience. You don't have to carry POS. You don't have to worry about the internet connections and everything. It is just mobile to mobile. You scan the QR code and tuck, you go.
And again, I didn't expect to talk about this, but you brought it up. You mentioned UPI, and I'm fascinated with this as a thing, right? Because this is government developed, yeah? What do you think the impact on the economy as a whole is? You said in the last 10 years, it's been big, but what do you think about the next 5 to 7 years?
Oh, so see, there are a lot of tangible benefits also for the government.
Earlier, for the government, you mean?
For the government also.
Go ahead.
Like, earlier, if you're doing it in cash, it is unaccounted flow.
Yeah, you don't know.
Now when everything is getting documented, right? It is account to account. So everything is under, like, in a emerging market like India, or most of the emerging market, where the tax incidents people try to avoid. It's a great tool. A, it is a digital innovation. B, it makes sense for merchant because of no cost. It makes sense for customers because it is real time. You can scan, and it makes a lot of sense for the government. So everybody wins in the ecosystem.
Exactly.
With the UPI. That's what has happened in India.
Pay in Thailand, where I live, changed my life. I used to get to the BTS and I'm like, oh, shucks, I don't have any cash. But I didn't realize you could pay by QR code.
Same. Like, I just came from Philippines, where
I didn't realize that
too. So like in Philippines, PayMaya, Gcash, same.
Gcash, yeah.
What started in China as Alipay and WeChat. India as UPI. In Thailand, you have got Gcash.
Yeah.
In Philippines, you have got PayMaya. In Africa, you go to Kenya, 80% of them are mobile wallets. And that's what Payfuture, like, single API, converge everything for a global merchant, localization, cross-border, local APMs, everything in a single API.
I want to get to a point where I can use my prompt pay bank in Singapore and anywhere else I go. Because I don't have a credit card. I don't carry a credit card. I don't like credit.
Yeah, same. So like, I'm traveling over the last 4 weeks. I traveled 6 different countries.
Right. Don't you want to be able to scan stuff and just like have it get converted?
So that's what I'm saying. So like, I never have to withdraw the cash or anything. Like, everything is seamless. You just top up your wallet from any of your multi-currency card and tuck, you go. You can scan the QR code and you can live seamlessly without worrying about paying in the local currencies.
Talk to me about the role of payment aggregators, as emerging markets like India, UPI leapfrogs traditional banking rails. because that's what UPI did. I think that's what PromptPay did as well. I think, what is it in Singapore? Pay Now in Singapore.
Absolutely.
What is the role of payment aggregators? People that sit above that and just say, we'll give you access to all of them. What does that look like to you?
Yeah. So then the way, like, see, payment aggregator, what started as a gateway has moved beyond as an infrastructure layer now. It is a strategic infrastructure layer for global merchants or for enterprise merchant globally,
Go ahead.
wherein, like, you don't have to worry about the local integrations or the local APMs in different emerging market. Because if, let's say, if you're as an example, if you're a Microsoft, India is different from Pakistan, is different from Bangladesh, is different from Nepal.
Yep.
Now, how many integrations you do, how many partners you'll work with, how
Right.
many API documentation you'll upgrade.
It's
It's
and for every new payment provider that
Yeah.
comes out, you have to do that one as well because you don't know who's going to want to use it, right?
Absolutely. So
Right.
that's where
The aggregators.
aggregators comes into picture. So
Right.
essentially, and then the challenge of improvement in the, like, the recon, the auth rate, the approval rates, and all those things. So now aggregators are essentially a one-stop solution wherein a single API and then your APMs is sorted for the region.
What do you think the impact is on, because you said cross-border, right? What do you think the impact for the aggregators is on SMEs that heretofore could not actually do business like between Vietnam and, let's say, India, but now payment is so much easier? How does
Absolutely.
it change the way they do business? And does it, in a way, even the playing field for them against some of their bigger competitors?
Yeah. So, like, see, the regulation is also evolving.
Tell me.
So, like, in an example, you said Vietnam or Thailand to India, for
Yep.
that matter.
Yep.
So India, the regulation is evolving, like 1.5 billion people, right? The most populous country in the world.
Yeah.
They have recently started a PACB, payment aggregation and cross-border license. Now, Payfuture, we are very lucky to have that license. The point I'm making here is now you can process as a Vietnamese merchant, or for that matter, a global merchant, you can process in India legally, and then using the license, leveraging the license of Payfuture, PACB license, you can take the money out. So you don't have to queue up for the tier 1 banks. You don't have to scrape for the liquidity. Everything can happen on a real time and T+1 settlement.
But India has tight currency controls, right? Exporting capital controls. What is the impact on the aggregator in that respect?
So that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
so India came up with a new regulation, like they were
So
ahead
it's
of the
specifically
curve.
to deal with this
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Okay.
So the CB stands for cross border.
Yep.
So along with
Tell me
payment
again the
aggregation,
license name.
it's PACB.
PACB.
So payment aggregation and cross border.
Got it. Okay.
Cross-border
I want to make sure I understand it properly. Yep.
which allows the payment aggregator not only to collect in the local currency, but do the cross border also.
Got it.
So that's where, like, it's all on it's all regulatory. I call it embedded compliance.
Embedded
So,
compliance.
yeah,
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
everything is on a single API.
Yeah.
You can process all the local APMs. You can, like, you can do the cross border, and you can do the fiat settlement anywhere in the world.
Where does the next wave of cross-border innovation come from if it's not in Southeast Asia or in Africa?
Oh, LATAM is taking,
So what
like,
does Latam look like to you?
yeah. So like Brazil, PIX.
Yeah,
So-
Pix as well. Yeah.
So again, like, make no mistake, what UPI to India is PIX to Brazil.
Right. And that the uptake of Pix has actually been super
Humongous.
fast as well. Humongous is a good
Humongous.
word.
Yeah,
It's a really good word.
it's humongous.
Yeah.
So same, like, if you see the same thing which is happening in Middle East, like Dubai is the new London, and Saudi is competing with the Dubai, Bahrain is competing with Saudi.
Yeah.
So everybody in GCC is competing with each other
But
for
does-
their share
does
of
the-
pie.
Has the GCC built something like Pix or like UPI yet? And are they planning to build it? Do you know? Because you live in Dubai. You're back in Dubai?
Yeah. So
Because
Payfuture, we are
'Cause the
headquartered.
GFC has actually been pretty progressive as well about, I wouldn't say future proofing, but thinking about what the future of payments is going to look like.
Yeah.
The future of finance is going to look like.
Yeah. So Central Bank of UAE is a pioneer in that space within the GCC.
Got it.
Overall realm of the GCC.
Got it.
So very, like, they have just started the P2P real-time payments, which
Okay.
is the UPI equivalent of India, account to account transfer. Now extending it to B2B is something which is happening. It's a work in progress,
Okay.
but essentially that's where
But that's
UAE is going.
that's not hard to do though, is it? To extend it to B2B?
Yeah, it's not. But then again, you have to start somewhere. So they
Yeah,
started
fair
with P2P payments, and then they will be moving to B2B and beyond. And then every other GCC country will follow the suite.
How dynamic do you think the GCC is? How long have you been going back and forth between Dubai?
Means over the last 5 years,
Yeah.
Dubai was my second home apart from London.
Okay.
And yeah, means, like, as an example, in the midst of a war and everything, the so-called war, we shifted from we shifted lock, stock, and barrel from London to Dubai earlier in April.
Did
with
you really?
family. Yeah. So, like,
Do you feel safe?
It's completely and totally safe. Don't go by the news.
I have no
They are,
idea.
they are in a business of selling news 24 into
Well, they're in
7.
the business-
They have to sell
Let's
something.
just say this. They're in the business of selling fear. I say this all the time. They're not in the business of selling news
Actually,
at all. Because if they were in the business of selling news, I wouldn't have to ask you questions.
actually. So
Anyway,
yeah,
I don't want to go down there.
we are back to like, office working 5 days a week. We are all working together, huddling together,
Good.
holding hands together for building the future of the payments.
Got it. So what is the biggest misconception global businesses still have when they enter emerging payment markets?
This is an absolutely bonker of a question, and I completely like it. See, the biggest challenge which I see is
Yeah.
in emerging market, most of the global merchants still see payments as a cost function.
Yeah, go ahead.
should-
This is really interesting to me.
They shouldn't see it as a cost function. Essentially, it's
Go
a
ahead.
revenue function. It's a strategic pillar on which they are building the next, it's the next China, is the next India, those emerging markets.
So how do you convince them that it's a strategic thing and not that it's a strategic revenue growth thing and not a cost? Because they look at it and think, now I have to pay for something else, and I don't want to pay for that. And I've been doing business up until now for 2 generations. Why do I need to do this new thing? How do you convince them that that's not the way they should think about it, but they should think of it as like a growth engine for them?
Yeah, so that's where the aggregator or a PSP like us comes into picture.
Go ahead.
Essentially, single API, all the APMs in the emerging market, one relationship, one pre-funding, one recon, everything on a single API.
Right.
And that's what the sea change is. One of the reason in emerging market for these, merchant to see it as a cost center is they have to invest so heavily.
They do
in
at the beginning. At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, at the beginning, in localization, in integration, in those partnerships. Now, with organizations like us, Payfuture coming into being, they no longer have to.
Right. Because you've already taken care of all
We
that
take
for
care
them.
of the localization,
Yeah.
the payment part of it, the cross border, the settlement. What they need to do is just their user experience, the UI UX, rest everything is taken care of by the PSPs like us.
So where does AI come into play for the
Oh.
way the aggregators are making decisions around where payments should get sent, right? Or where the decision should get made about where the best place is to send a payment.
So
You know what I mean? Because you may have two, because if you're aggregating, you could literally have 100 payment systems underneath your aggregation layer. And there, some of them could be similar. So and it's hard to decide which is which, right? Or which is better. Where does artificial intelligence come in or AI come in and says, based on all the information that I have, based on the lack of rejection for this payment getting made because of fraud and all this other stuff,
absolutely.
that this is the best place to put it. Are you building that stuff in as well?
Yeah, you answered your own question in a sense. So
Did I no, or
I call it a smart routing.
go ahead.
So that's where the AI comes into picture. So in Payfuture, that's how we are using it. So I have got different APMs, let's say, again, India as a UPI. So if one channel goes down or if something goes wrong with one particular MID
Yep.
or one channel, seamlessly, the merchant traffic shift to another MID where the transaction goes through.
Yeah.
There is no manual switching.
There shouldn't be any manual switching at all,
Yeah.
right?
So that's where, so AI knows which MIDs, what is my approval rates, where is the pricing,
Yep.
and then it automatically, the LLM, calculates and automatically shift the traffic from MID 1 to MID 2 so that the seamless passage of the traffic happens.
So there must be API access to Payfuture. For sure, right? I mean, that's a
Yes.
silly question. But if there is, then that means that agentic AI can then, like I can have agentic shopping taking place, and then I can have that agent that's doing my shopping for me contact my payment agent and then connect to your API to make payments.
Absolutely. Means for us, it's even before that.
Go ahead.
If I have to onboard a merchant, for example, a global merchant, the
Yeah.
way we are using AI in our onboarding stuff is, if you are a global merchant, you have to give me 10 documents. The AI tool which we are using, it tells, oh, I have got 8 out of 10. No agent is required, no manual intervention. The system figure it out. Oh, 10 docs required, 8 is given, these 2 are pending. They push an automated email all through the same platform
To
to the merchant.
the merchant
Yeah.
so that they can get on board and
Yeah,
say, you haven't sent
yeah,
us these
yeah,
two
yeah.
documents.
So like, AI has been embedded into a platform at a very beginning,
Right.
from the merchant onboarding itself. Then the risk scoring is happening. All the fraud rules is happening basis the agentic AI.
Do you think agentic AI is going to cause more fraud to occur or less fraud to occur?
To us, like, our fraud percentages are down.
Are down.
And AI to us is helping a lot in terms of streamlining the flow for us and for our merchants as well.
Got it. Okay, so what does the future look like for you? And then I'll let you go.
Oh, so like unlike others, we don't want it to we don't aspire to be a 200 countries PSP. We really want to do Southeast Asia.
Just really well.
Yeah, Southeast Asia and North Africa, MENA region.
Got
So
it.
that's our fiefdom. So around those 15, 20 countries, no point in doing jack of all. For us, it's about those
I like
5,
it.
6
Focus,
countries. Yeah,
focus, focus.
enough. Like, see, around 3.5 billion people.
Yeah, I don't need to be sold on this.
Yeah.
I live here. I've lived in Asia for 36 years, and I've lived in Southeast Asia 15. I definitely do not need to be sold on this.
Yeah.
But I want the rest of
It's more about the depth,
Yeah.
and it's more about how can you bring more and more compliant solution on the single API
Yeah.
so that your merchant A are stickable and B you can scale with them for a repeatable revenue.
Got it. Okay, Sid, thank you so much for doing this.
Pleasure.
It was
Lovely meeting
great to
you.
have you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great to meet you as well.
All the best.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
You too. Thank you.
How are you?
Good.
It's nice to see you.
Rodrigo,
Michael.
nice to meet you.
How do I properly pronounce your last name?
Coelho.
Coelho. See, I'm glad I asked.
Yes.
I'm glad I asked. It's not hard to say, but where are you based?
I'm in San Francisco.
Okay, super cool. Are you from San Francisco originally?
No, Brazil.
Okay,
Yeah,
makes sense.
Brazilian, and then moved there. Grew up in the United States, and then moved to San Francisco 10 years ago.
Awesome. Okay, Rodrigo Coelho, CEO, Edge and Node. It's great to have you on the show. Let's get right to it. Is that okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
How should enterprises think about blockchain data lineage and audit readiness? Oh, this is going to be awesome as stablecoins go mainstream.
Yeah.
Maybe you can talk first about why stablecoins are going mainstream for people that still don't understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I love the name of the company, by the way. Edge
oh,
and Node.
Edge and Node, yeah.
Nice.
Deal. It comes.
We'll talk about why enterprises need to think about that.
Sure. Yeah. So, really what's happening is traditional finance is coming around to the idea that blockchain rails
Mhm.
are the better technology for transacting and how they've been transacting over the last decade.
What?
Better than the current system. So
Like
for
Swift.
example, like Swift. So
Go ahead.
for example, in the US, you send an ACH
Yep.
and it takes 3 days to settle, right?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
I already have a headache
Right.
thinking about it.
And then a wire transfer costs $25.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah, many banks charge $25 to send a wire transfer. So then,
Still?
and then, for example, the DTCC,
Yep.
they're the clearinghouse for the entire stock and bond market.
Yep.
You make a stock trade, it doesn't settle for a day or two.
Was it T+1, T+2 now?
T+1, T+2.
Go ahead.
The bond market, I think, is T+2. I think
Stock market
stock's
T+1 now.
T+1.
I think they moved
So
to T+1.
DTCC is trying to get to T+5 minutes, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should just be like
It should just be
once the trade is confirmed,
right.
it should
And
settle.
so at first, I think traditional finance, they move slow. They saw Bitcoin, they saw Ethereum. This is an experiment, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But now the tide has turned to the realization that, okay, this is actually better in many ways because it's low cost, it's transparent, auditable.
Is it fast enough now?
It's
Have
fast.
the networks become fast enough now?
Yes, they've got scaling solutions with layer 2s. Ethereum has a roadmap that's going to bring it to that transaction. We haven't had the utilization there yet.
So the
but
volume's
it's
not there
gonna
yet
have
to-
time. Yeah.
to
So,
throw, right?
yeah. So I think what's happened is, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan, at first he was like, Bitcoin's a scam,
Right,
blah,
right.
blah, blah, and now he's like, okay, blockchain's the
So
future, right?
can I just jump in for a
Yeah.
second? When Jamie Dimon said Bitcoin's a scam, we'll never be involved in it, it reminded me of when Steve Jobs said no one's going to watch video on an iPod.
Right.
You knew it was coming.
It's coming.
And you knew he was going to do it,
Right.
but he was just like, look over there.
Yes.
Oh, we're building over here.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So to the audience and those listening is that it's come now,
Yeah.
and stable coins are basically a digital form of money that runs on blockchain rails.
Right.
And so what's happened is now banks are the ones that can issue their own
Stablecoin.
currencies, right?
Yeah.
It's not a central bank digital currency. It's actually banks that have the right and ability to offer them. So now every bank is rushing to do that.
To have their own stablecoin. Are they leveraging because there has to be a one-to-one relationship between one stablecoin and $1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously you can break it into little pieces, but there's got to be a penny for every penny over
Yeah.
here. Just
Yeah,
for lack of
so-
a better term. Sorry, go
So
ahead.
that's part of what was important with like the Clarity Act and Genius Act,
Go ahead.
because that sets out the rules for how they need to back one-to-one the dollar, meaning
Right.
they need to have auditable reserves.
Go ahead.
There's all these rules and regulations as to like,
But talk about this if you don't mind a little
Yeah,
bit for
so-
people that don't understand how it works.
yeah. So basically, Tether is a stable coin.
Yep.
And they're offshore. They're not based in the US, and they were under different jurisdiction and regulations. And everyone questioned, does Tether really have all the backing for all the dollars that they're putting out? And
Yeah.
so they're always like, oh, their audits are fake. You can't trust them. But it turns out they actually did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
According to them, but there wasn't like a central auditor in the United States to validate that.
Got it.
It was kind of like, trust me, bro. Like, right? That's how it operated. So everyone was like,
Kinda
okay,
like-
Tesla,
kinda like
Tether's
trust me,
going to
bro.
collapse because, basically how it works is like as they get more demand, they have to issue more Tether, but then they have to buy U.S.
So
Treasuries.
what are they
and-
using to buy the treasuries?
so they make money. They make a lot of money off of interest. And
Got it.
because think about it, they're holding like billions of dollars, and they're just for nothing making 5% interest on all these treasury bonds they make.
Yeah, because they're holding them, right?
They're holding them.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of capital
So every time
to the
somebody wants them to issue more stable coins, they've got to take some of that
and buy
and buy some
and buy
something
and
to
then
back it
issue
up
more.
and then issue more
But
coins.
then they also make fees as well on the transaction fees and
Right.
stuff.
Okay. So let's get back to the main question.
The main question.
How should the enterprises think about this data lineage thing and audit readiness? Because you're right. Like they could say they have enough to back it,
Yeah, trust
but
me, bro, it doesn't work.
it doesn't work for me
Doesn't
at
work.
all in
Exactly.
anything.
Yeah. So
Checks in the mail is still not working for me.
yeah. So that's where we come in because my company has developed technology to read data off of blockchains.
Tell me.
We built the Graph protocol, and more recently we've developed a product called AMP, which is essentially like a blockchain native database that enterprises can use to run internally and bring in data off of any chain with cryptographic proof that it matches 100% what's on chain.
Got it.
And then they can produce accurate compliance reports directly out of the system. So that way it's no longer trust me, bro. It's okay. I've got the data I'm looking at. And let me just back up really quick for
Please.
those that don't understand. Every time we're utilizing blockchain systems and we're looking at data UIs on the web, or this data is typically run in a database server in the cloud somewhere. It's a copy of the blockchain data.
Yep.
And so when you're,
Really?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're using a trading platform, Uniswap or any report, blockchain data is not stored in like a column and table format like spreadsheets. It's stored in kind of files that are transacted over time.
They're like an array in a way, aren't they?
Yeah. And so if you want to pull up data to show online, storing it in a blockchain format doesn't really work. So typically what happens is you have a copy of it stored actually in a database.
This is
And
hilarious.
that's what you view online.
Got it.
And that's kind of what we started in 2018. We realized this is a problem. And so this data then is a copy, but you've lost the trust assumptions that you have with the
Yeah, because
blockchain.
that database can be a change.
Someone could have gone in and changed it.
Change it because and you can't check it. The
You can't
whole
check
the whole big benefit about the blockchain was it's supposed to be immutable and unchangeable.
Immutable, yeah.
And also
And
the I'm losing my terminology because I haven't spoken about this in a while, but also this ability to like the entire mechanism has to be approved.
Yeah, consensus.
Consensus, right? So
Right.
nobody has to give me consensus on a database.
So imagine you make a copy of it and now all that's gone
do
because
whatever I want.
you're in a database and somebody could hack
Right,
in
then
and change.
what's the point? Yeah.
So where we come in is we have the software that financial institutions can read the data on chain, but have cryptographic proof for every
That
record.
this is the same as
that
this.
matches. So an auditor can go in and say, where'd you get that data? Oh, it's actually cryptographically bound to the blockchain.
And how often do you do that? In other
Um,
words, is that process running just constantly? You know what I
well,
mean?
the data comes in with the audit. So whenever an auditor comes in and looks at their compliance report and
Yep.
say, how can you prove that this is accurate?
Yep.
They can say, yeah, absolutely, because we have matching. And no one
Cryptographic
else
matching.
offers that. So that's kind of like our main thing and why it's important, because compliance is a major issue for large banks. And in fact,
So I used to work at Morgan Stanley and Goldman
Yes.
Sachs.
so as you know,
We had a compliance team that worked directly with our trading desk. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, banks, for example, I was just meeting with a bank here. They have to produce like 60 or 70 daily reports
I know, believe
in
me.
the traditional finance world. This is
Yeah.
even blockchain. This is just to their audit to their
Yep.
regulators. And so,
And every day by a certain time.
right. And
It's not
so,
just a maybe.
so what's happening is you have these financial institutions that are operating in the traditional finance world that have to operate in a certain way. And now they're bringing in on-chain and stablecoin stuff, and they're having to like kludge together, like, how do we submit to our auditors the same kind of reporting that we have in the traditional finance world? So that's where we come in too, is we bring that on-chain data in,
Right.
and then we can produce everything they need to be able to operate.
It seems like there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Shenaniganery going on just to make it so that the stuff that's happening on the blockchain is actually useful for people that aren't on the blockchain. Right? This idea of copying that database here,
Yeah.
and then having somebody step in the middle and go, no, we can guarantee that this is the same thing, and producing a report that says it's okay. Like, what's the big benefit then? I think for people to understand like why the blockchain itself is so important for this and why stablecoins end up being so important. Like, what does a stablecoin give somebody that just transferring dollars? Is it just the
Yeah, it allows you to essentially transfer cross-border for very low cost in
does all this other stuff that goes on make it as expensive or more expensive to do that?
well, because you have a lot of middlemen.
That's what I mean.
in the
though.
traditional.
Yeah, no, I
finance
get it. I
world,
get it. I
and
get
it's
it.
taking a cut.
Yeah.
So then it gets expensive, and people realize like Visa's like, okay, I'm going to make 25 cents and then 3%, and you have like
know.
merchant fees and all.
I don't have a credit card, just so you know.
Yeah, so you have
'Cause it
these
makes me
middlemen
insane.
all in the way that are taking a cut. Whereas with the blockchain, I can send money to South Africa over the chain, and it'll cost 1,000th of a cent on certain chains.
Really?
Oh yeah, like on Solana or on, I could send it to you, and then you have it immediately within seconds.
Then what do I do? Then I have to take it and turn it into fiat currency somewhere.
Right. So that's the future we're going towards, is that stable coins then will be fungible. And
So I can use a stablecoin the same way I'd use
yeah,
fiat.
so you might have, well, you don't have a credit
I
card,
don't have a credit card,
but
but
if you have Apple Pay and you have a Visa card,
Yep.
that could actually be backed by stable coins, and you go and pay, and the merchant doesn't even know that you paid with stable coins. You
They don't
just use a
care.
Visa card. Yeah.
I don't care.
At the end of the day, so all this, so to the end user, is the crypto is going to be abstracted away, and you're going to pay like not knowing whether it's a digital dollar or a US dollar or fiat in a bank account
Yeah.
or in a Circle USDC, or, and then this is globally, because you're going to have JPY stable coins and Singaporean, and then you'll be able to transact kind of seamlessly and without needing to deal with like FX exchange rates and all that stuff. That
I kind of wish FX didn't exist, but I know why it has to.
yeah,
You want to talk about the X402 protocol
yeah,
and what it means for agentic AI and how these agents will transact on the open web?
yeah.
Educate me.
Yeah. Have you been following it at all?
No, I have not.
Okay. This is big. You really
Okay.
should get into this, because
Is this something you've developed?
we didn't develop X402, but we contributed to the X402 spec, and we're very early.
That's super interesting.
Yeah, because a team at Coinbase developed this as an open standard. So X402 is just internet native payments over the HTTP spec. So
Got
you
it.
don't go to like a website and there's a 404 error and
Yep.
it says web not found,
Yep.
or 500 server error.
Yep.
402 was actually an HTTP code that's been there for decades that no one ever used.
So it was used for nothing.
It was used for nothing. It was always put in the spec as 402 payment required.
Oh, really?
And no one ever used it.
I never used it.
But it was always envisioned as these people, the forefathers of the internet, that were thinking this is going to work. They thought, okay, we'll have a payment system over the internet, but no one figured it out or how to make it work. It wasn't.
Interesting.
People tried. So actually, Brian, this is an interesting anecdote, but Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase,
Yep.
his first startup was attempting to use a
To use this
spec.
So he's already had this in the back of his
Yeah,
head
in
forever.
2011 or 2012.
Interesting.
Really. And then Balaji, who ended up becoming like chief product officer later, his startup was also trying to do that. Coinbase acquired that company and brought it in. So anyway, it was a team at Coinbase that finally developed this open spec, and it finally hit because agents needed a way to pay for things, and they weren't going to use Visa credit cards. They were going to use stable coins. And this is why everything exploded now.
Sorry, so how does the stablecoin get embedded into the 402 protocol? Like, what's the relationship
Yeah, so
there?
402 are payments that use stable coins and blockchain rails.
They basically co-opted this empty space.
Yeah, they basically utilize this spec. It's an open spec.
Yeah, it's an
It's
open
not-
spec, right?
Anybody could have built their. Anybody still.
But it's like
could
no one's using it.
Yeah.
So could I use
let-
it for something else now, or
Yeah, I mean, it's an
Okay.
open standard. So
Got it.
basically what they've now given it to the Linux Foundation to oversee and
I
steward.
understand. Yep.
Anybody can contribute it. So we contributed. It's a open GitHub repo.
Got it.
And then it kind of is a community that votes on what to include. So we added this like deferred payment scheme that allows you to batch payments to it.
Long game for credit card companies.
So they're actually getting really deeply involved right now. So Visa,
They're launching their own stable
Because
coins
it-
and stuff.
well, their own payment systems that utilize X402 or utilize, like Amex just launched something last week.
But what does it mean for their margins?
Yeah. So that's
The way they make money.
right. So they make money obviously on like these fees and et cetera.
They
So
want you to use a credit card and they want you not to have enough money for
Right.
it. Am I wrong?
What
Or
they bring to the table though is like chargeback guarantees, like merchant guarantees, right? That
I get it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. There's some security there.
protection.
Yep.
But in an agentic world, that may not be necessary because you're dealing in micropayments. So where
Yeah.
so what X402 brings is a world sub 30 cents for transactions that don't make sense to be paid for via
It
credit
makes
card.
0 sense to do it on a credit card. Yeah.
So here's a real case. So say you have an agent.
Yep.
Like you're on the phone and say, "Hey agent, I want to book a trip to Thailand."
Yep.
And the agent runs and then it needs to call other agents to get information to complete its task of booking you a trip.
Yep.
This other agent that's going to give it some piece of information might charge 1/10 of a cent.
Got it.
For
Okay.
that
That's what I want to understand. Like,
information.
why is it?
So agents are going to pay each other for all kind. It's no longer going to be free. They're going to have marketplaces of data and information that they
In a way, it can't be free, right? Because those agents are actually using
cost
tokens.
money. Yeah, it can't be free.
Right.
We've been subsidizing this so far.
We meaning,
Humans like
yeah.
Claude and
Yeah,
hundreds
same.
of dollars a month.
OpenAI, yeah.
But agent builders that build these information systems are going to want to monetize them. They're not going to offer them for free. It's costing them money. So they're going to charge micro amounts
right.
to this
every
ocean of billions
every
of
task that
agents
they-
for tasks.
So do you think then that the bit flips on this, the model flips for companies like Anthropic and for companies like OpenAI, where they don't charge like a monthly subscription, but they just charge by task?
That's actually happening.
It is, right?
Yeah. So there's like there's routers that will route you to the most appropriate model because people are using like Opus 4.7 to do like minor tasks. So yeah, it's now going down to task level where you're paying for things at the cheapest amount possible because the costs, like people are just spending insane amounts of money and it's great for them because their revenue is skyrocketing. But obviously as the market grows, you're going to look for optimizations and costs are going to shrink.
Yeah.
Right.
We've actually
You
built
wanna
some of our own stuff that says, try to optimize our token usage.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you one of the things that we found when we were using OpenClaw, I
Yeah.
know this is way off topic, but one of the things we found when we were using OpenClaw was that it was optimizing for token maxing in a way. I don't know if that's the right term, but
Yeah.
like to use more tokens.
That's right.
Right? Because it
Yeah.
was in their best interest to do that because that then made them their partners
Yep.
at OpenAI and at Claude happier.
Well, this leads into the product we developed called Ampersand, which puts guardrails around.
Go ahead. This is
Yeah.
really interesting to me.
Yeah. So
So I'm going to ask you about
yeah,
that.
we have built a product that allows humans to be in the loop, and you put policies and guardrails around what they can spend. So
Yeah.
essentially, they would not be able to spend that much.
Anybody do this yet? Like it makes
I
no
know.
sense. And I say this on every episode where we talk about this. Like if you had a 12-year-old son, I'm not saying you do, but if you did have a 12-year-old son, you wouldn't just go like, yeah, take
That
the
is
car.
so funny you say that because I literally put out an op-ed today that said agents are like teenagers with credit cards.
Yeah.
I literally yes.
I love
Read
it.
my mind. We're
I love it. I love
yeah.
it. But that's what it's like,
It
right?
is.
It
Yeah,
thinks
you're- yeah, here, go.
all right, yeah,
Yeah.
free. It's on you. It's on me.
And that's happened in real life. And so we've put in the guardrails to prevent that.
How do you prevent, and again, it's just, I'm thinking a little bit out of the box here, but we see our own agents just creating activity
Mhm.
as opposed to solving a problem.
Hmm.
And if they, again, if your 12-year-old son or your teenage son,
Yeah.
like keeps banging the car into the wall, at some point, you're just going to take the keys away.
Yeah.
But the agents will just keep going.
Yeah.
How do you build rails around that so that doesn't happen? And then
Yeah.
it looks like I have to let you go.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's
Well, I don't
really,
know that
that's
actually.
really why, you need these harnesses and products like Ampersand and Iron Claw.
Does Ampersand just work in a financial app?
Financial aspect.
Got it.
Yeah, we don't deal with the non-financial, but there are tools coming out every day.
There
Literally,
have to be, though.
they have to be.
There have to
Because
be.
they hallucinate, they'll go off rails. So
Actually, I have one more thing.
Yeah.
Where do you see the intersection of decentralized infrastructure
Yeah.
and agentic AI heading in the next like couple of years?
Yeah. So I think what's interesting about X402 is it's really the intersection of crypto and AI,
Yeah.
right? Because agents, to me, and this has been said by many other people, is that it seems like blockchains were really developed as the perfect thing for agents to flourish. Because
It's funny. It's funny the way that works, right? Since they were there way before the agents
Right.
were there. Go ahead.
yeah, blockchains evolved, but then agents came and it was like, oh, wow, blockchains and stablecoins are actually the perfect thing for agents because what do blockchains give you? Transparency and observability. So if this agent is going out and doing things,
You can know what it
you
is.
want to have audit trails, observability,
Yeah.
and everything out in the open. Because if it went to a black box, that would not work, right? And
No, no.
so what I foresee happening, and many people are saying this, is that agents are going to be the largest consumers more than humans over commerce and consumption. This is still early days and it might be hard to visualize this happening, but it's going to go exponential where the number.
I did an episode with somebody who told me that in certain companies that are not even just experimenting, but implementing agentic AI at scale,
Oh.
somehow like 140 agents to one person.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
said that's just going to increase exponentially as
Yeah.
well.
I was skiing with a fellow in Davos who's the head of one of the largest consulting firms in the world. He says he has a dashboard that he can monitor any given time 300,000 agents working at many different companies that they've implemented.
That they've implemented, yeah.
That are working 24/7, that he can see everything that they're doing at any time.
View on NHI. Sorry, I know it may seem
NHI?
so non-human individuals. These are agents, right?
Yeah.
And you implement them in a company, but let's say the person that is monitored, let's say you spin up some agents at your company. I mean, you're the CEO, so
Yeah.
like you're not leaving,
Right.
but you may hire some staff.
Yeah.
And that staff spins up some agents. They get approval from the CEO or they get approval from whatever their group head is.
Yeah.
But then that gal leaves,
Yeah.
but the agent is still there.
Well, this leads to an interesting topic that's being discussed a lot is who is responsible at the end of the day?
That's what I want to know.
Like,
and
is
I'll
it
give you an example. Go
employee
ahead.
that did it, or is it me as a CEO?
Yeah.
Or is it like the chief legal officer? Is it entity? Right?
So here's the
Because-
reason, here's the reason why I'm asking.
Yeah.
When I was sitting on a sales trading desk at Goldman Sachs, we ran an algorithmic trading business.
Okay.
Okay, so it's
yeah.
not exactly
But it's
agentic
similar. You
AI,
have this algorithm
but it was running, doing, and trading stuff.
without
At the end of the
human-
day,
Yeah. So
I could interact with it. I could stop it. I could start it. I could maybe take some stock away from it and
Yeah.
do some manual trading on my own.
so what? Yeah. What if that?
But what if it did crazy stuff?
Yeah. What if it lost 150 million in a day?
Yeah.
It would be.
I would be.
You would be
I would
as the guy that
I
wrote
would
it, or the guy that implemented
No,
it.
the guy that was using it.
You
The guy that wrote it would probably get in trouble.
okay?
But I was the guy that was running that algo. Why wasn't I paying closer attention? It never happened to me. But like,
Okay.
why wasn't I paying closer attention?
Uh,
Didn't you see what the market was doing? Toyota moved 15%. Why didn't you stop
Okay.
it? Kind of
So
thing.
this is where those like automated guardrails come in. Like
Yeah.
if you lose more than X in like a minute, then
Right.
shut down.
And
You know what I mean?
Change the algos over time to say like,
Yeah.
if a stock goes up more than 5%,
Yeah.
stop trading it.
Yeah.
Right. So we
Yeah.
put those parameters in, but they weren't always there.
But this is coming up a lot because who is responsible, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
is you have this agent, somebody leaves, the agent's operating
Yeah,
independently.
so you may not even know. This is why I asked about NHI, right? Because
Yeah.
if it's easy to spin up an agent inside your company or inside any company, if you hired somebody,
Yeah.
they have to go through an entire onboarding process in human resources.
Yep.
But if then that gal just goes, I need a couple more agents to help me do my job, who approves it?
Right.
Right? Because you need to get approved, even as the CEO, you can't
Yeah.
just like randomly wave people in.
Yeah.
So how does it work on the agentic side where like you want to bring in more agents, but who's controlling that?
Yeah.
Like, do you think about this inside your own company?
Yeah. I mean, it isn't a topic, and yeah, it deals down to legalities and who's going to be responsible.
Okay.
And then the other kind of where it dovetails into is like when you have this NHI,
Non-human individual
non-human
agent. Yeah.
individual,
Yep.
but it's interacting with other non-human
That's the
individuals.
other thing too. So,
Then there's this whole proof of human and proof of identity and proof, like, you know
Yeah.
how you have like a server credential when you hit an HTTPS site,
Yep.
there's a server
Yep.
certificate
yep.
that this validates that's
Yep.
who it came from. That's emerging now in Agentic. Like if this agent, it has permission to interact with only people that have this credential or identity behind who developed it.
Exactly.
So that's another
I feel like
element.
it's going to get really complicated, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, when I was Michael Waits at Goldman Sachs, I could call somebody and say, this is Michael at Goldman
Right.
Sachs. I need to talk to Bob at BGI.
That's right.
Because we have a trade going on.
Yeah.
But if I like vaporize the next day
Yeah.
and someone just called Bob at BGI, like, who are you?
Yeah.
But if it's now agent to agent, there's no answer. Like, I don't
I
want
know it's going to get
it's just
very,
confusing,
very-
right?
and these agents are going to spawn into the billions of them. There'll be thousands.
There'll be more agents working than
Right.
humans, almost by definition.
And so I use the analogy of like with ampersand is like you got to think it's like a flock of sheep that you have to like collar
Or cats, herding cats. in a
herding
way.
cats.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have all these hundreds, thousands of agents, and you need to monitor and control what each of them are doing independent as
Yeah.
like kind of independent actors that can go off and do it. So
Yeah.
you really need to be able to put guardrails around
Okay.
it.
I'll let you go. I feel like I could keep you forever.
Yeah, we could.
I really
yeah,
appreciate it, Rodrigo.
Yeah, this
It was really nice to meet
yeah,
you.
so good to meet you too.
Keep in touch.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Really, I really like this. I hope it was good for you.
Yeah, this was epic.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
loved it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay.
So
You just walk away. What do you want to do? What do you want to know?
the URL is are
We'll-
they
we'll
clipped or
publish
is this like one main
So
stream?
he's gonna clip them later.
Okay.
But we'll publish this all at once at the end of the day.
Oh,
It's
perfect.
live right now.
Oh, amazing. Oh, I
You're
didn't
on
know
TV
that.
now,
Oh,
right now.
okay, Cool.
Yeah, it's live to
Great.
YouTube.
Awesome.
And as soon as it gets published, like literally when we stop recording,
Okay.
YouTube does
Yeah.
its thing,
Well, I'd love to share it.
and then we'll
yeah,
let you know.
It's a great conversation.
Awesome.
Great. Nice to meet
Thanks.
you.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for being so generous with your time.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So far we've had some pretty incredible guests. I want to talk about one of the other themes actually at Money 2020 in Asia and Bangkok. How you doing? And that's cross-border payments that actually work, because this is one of the most important conversations at this event. And you saw we just had a big conversation with Payfuture, with Sid Gautam from Payfuture, about why cross-border payments are so important. And a few years ago, cross-border payments were often discussed like a pure speed problem, right? They're just not happening fast enough. Can money move faster? And we talked about this with Sid as well. Can it settle instantaneously? Is it T+1? Is it T+2? How much time is it taking? Why does it take so much time? Can the UI feel seamless? I mean, I make the argument that I think AI is going to become the new UI, but that's kind of a conversation for another day. But anybody who has spent real time in payments, or even utilizing payments, to be fair, knows that speed is only one layer of the problem. The bigger issue is orchestration. At some level, right? Compliance, FX, identity, pre-funding, local rails, regulatory differences, payout reliability, and exception handling. That is where the real complexity lives. And that is exactly why this topic matters so much in Asia. This is the most diverse payments region in the world. If you think about it, every guest that sits here and talks to me about payments or even any kind of finance in Southeast Asia in general, but I mean, Southeast Asia in particular, but Asia in general, talks about fragmentation. I'm just going to keep repeating this. Vietnam does not operate under the same regulatory system as Singapore. Singapore is not the same as Indonesia. Indonesia is not the same as Thailand. All of them are different, but they all need to interact with each other, right? It's the most diverse payment region in the world. If you think about the European Union, it's all the same. If you think about the United States, 50 states for sure, but all the payments happen in the same way in every state and across the whole country. In this region, different currencies, different limits, different regulatory frameworks, different banking infrastructure, different consumer behavior. The dream for all of us really is a seamless regional money movement layer, but the reality is a patchwork of domestic systems with uneven international connectivity. Look, I use PromptPay in Thailand to make QR payments. There's Pay Now in Singapore. There's UPI in India, and they're nominally connected. But the last time I was in Singapore, I could actually not get my PromptPay to work. How are you doing today?
Okay, very good.
Martin? Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I am doing great. It's nice to meet you. You want to put your stuff down? You can walk over there and put your stuff down over there if you feel more comfortable.
Is this video as well as?
Oh yeah, you're live right now. You're already on.
Oh, hello, everybody.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
We will get back to the topic we were covering in cross-border payments after we finish with Angus. But Angus, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
It's nice to be here. Co-founder of Netbank.
That's right.
Where are you based?
I'm based in Manila.
In Manila.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Netbank is a We're a fully regulated bank in the
Sweet,
Philippines
sweet.
doing banking as a service.
Do you know the team at Tonic?
I do. Yes, yes.
Good people. Anyway, we don't have to talk about them,
Right.
but I just know them well. Do you want to talk to me about how agentic AI? I feel like it's the elephant in the room. Let's talk about KYC, KYB, and risk in embedded banking first with agentic AI, and then let's see where it takes us. Is that okay? You want to move your mouth closer to the microphone? Yeah.
Sure.
Look where I am, and then,
Okay.
yeah, perfect.
Yeah, very
perfect. So go ahead.
So
And agentic AI is new. Like, I don't want to co-opt the conversation, but like,
Yeah.
you couldn't have been doing this 8 months ago.
no.
So go ahead.
So it kind of feels like we're at the beginning of the discovery process. I think a lot of
Even
people have,
internally, yeah,
oh, well, internally, but also just overall. I mean, I think
I agree.
what we're doing at the moment is we're taking existing processes and we're trying to work out how will AI adjust these processes. In future, I think we're going to just totally rethink the overall flow, rethink what KYC means, and find that what we're building now is maybe not that relevant.
So can I jump in for a second?
Absolutely.
So just so you have some context on me, I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs for 20-something years, most of it in Asia. So did a lot of KYC, understand like what that means and why it's so important. You couldn't onboard somebody without doing KYC. But how does the agentic AI, as you're suggesting, change the way not just the way we think about it, but the process around it as well? At least in the way you're thinking about it today.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because you're not sure, neither am I.
No, I agree. I mean, what people are doing at the moment is they're saying what we do with humans is we go through, we check documents, we look at information, we pass these documents, we store it somehow.
Yep.
And we can use a machine to do that. Cool, yes, but what we need to do in future is not take those steps, because what AI is really good at is storing and holding data for the long run. So it allows you to, if you have agentic AI working properly, you can instead just onboard somebody. That somebody can have an AI personality, which is already pre-checked, and then you use the AI in order to then validate the next time round, rather than having to, like there's an AI, like a trusted position, where you say, okay, a new way of doing third-party KYC reliance is that I trust the AI, which is a standard. And because it's done through AI, I know it's good.
So when you say the next time, you don't mean the same person. You mean the next person that I have to do KYC on.
No, I mean the next time that person is KYC somewhere else. So if Goldman Sachs onboard somebody through an AI, when I trust the AI, I just say it's good. It's been done by that AI. So
do we do that now when it's done manually or no? In other words, let's say, sorry, go ahead.
There is KYC reliance where you have to go through a lot of processes in order to trust the third party's KYC.
Yeah.
But that's their process.
Right.
And would be different with this is that it would be the AI's process. And you could say, I trust the AI more than I trust another bank's process. I don't need to audit that because I trust the AI.
So can we go back on this a little bit? I was just having a conversation with the guy who was sitting in the chair before you. Somebody has to manage that AI. It's an agent, right?
Yes.
Somebody has to manage it.
Yes.
And let's say it's not going to be you. You're the co-founder. You're going to be sitting there managing what I call NHIs, right? Non-human individuals that are running as agentic AI. And let's say it is trusted. But let's say the person who's running it, let's say somebody in human resources, or actually somebody on a trading desk, or somebody in a audit function, or whoever it is, they leave the business or they leave the company. What happens to the responsibilities of that agent, and how does it get passed on? And you may not know I don't know the answer to this, but I'm just, how do we think about this? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
or do you spin up a new agent and then that new agent has to go through authentication and verification again, and then that agent has to be trusted in the same way that if a human was doing it? Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I think that's also maybe the way that we build AIs is going to be different. I think what it will end up being is that you have like a white paper of my AI should do this, and you govern the white paper. And then there is an AI, there's a tool which takes that white paper and converts it into a tool. And you trust that process and you have control over the white paper.
Got it. So no matter who leaves or who comes, that thing still gets to run because the white paper has been approved by some internal mechanism that says, we believe this is okay and will be okay.
So the risk of staff turnover is that when you've had to spend 4 months building something and then you lose that person who spent 4 months building it, you've either got to recreate it or there's a lot of detail. Now, if that process of building is automated, you lose that risk. So in a way, I would say that by having a system of builds, which is stable, predictable, repeatable, maybe you lose some of the staff turnover risk.
And what does it look like to you today? Again, I talked about this at the beginning, but we've only been inside this for like
Yeah.
6 months.
Right.
But so if we were having a conversation about predictive AI, we could have pretty deterministic conversations about what it does, what it doesn't do. And
Yeah.
the same thing about generative AI. But this
Yeah.
agentic AI, it's kind of like maybe in a way, no? And again, I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, well, you see, how do I see it at the moment?
Yeah.
I feel it's a little bit like, it's less of discovering a technology. It's more like discovering a new colleague.
A new
colleague.
Yeah.
And so,
but no one talks about it this way. Sorry, I don't mean to be. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm saying like no one talks about it this way.
Because I'm learning what it can do. It's not learning what I can do. I tried to teach it, but then it didn't work out. But I'm slowly learning what it can do. And as a result, I'm getting both more confidence. And also, I'm switching my mentality. Me as a manager, I now have two constituents who I manage. I manage my staff and I manage my agents.
Yep.
And it's like I'm learning a new set of management skills on how do I manage my agent.
Yeah, but it is a completely new way to manage stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing for you. Where is banking as a service headed in Southeast Asia, even separately from AI, or you can include it there as well? It's
I agree.
Well, the next 2 to 3 years, like where's it going?
So we are the first.
And why is it going there? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, not at all. So we're the first people who do banking as a service off a full bank license in Southeast Asia.
Where are you licensed?
Only in the Philippines.
Only in the Philippines.
So we are a Filipino bank.
Yep.
We report to the BSP. We do everything that a bank will do.
Okay.
Other people who do banking as a service are really just layers that sit on top of a bank.
Yeah. So they just provide the software to do it. They're not a bank themselves.
Or they're an intermediary.
Yeah.
In our case, we're not an intermediary. We are the underlying bank.
Why the Philippines?
I just happen to be working in the Philippines. And the licensing is easier in the Philippines than in other markets.
That's fair. It's a big country, 100 million people.
That's right.
Fifth largest English-speaking country in the world.
We would love to take this market to this country to other markets. It works well when you compare our losses, the investment needed to set this up, compared to the banks. We don't have any. I had to get that in.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it proves the business model is working. The challenge is regulatory acceptance and the cost of getting a bank license. So I think where it's going is that the banking as a service will probably be held back somewhat by regulatory positioning on the acceptance of that.
Got it.
But ultimately, you really see it at this conference. There's a lot of innovation which can only practically be harnessed if there's a bank which is willing to work with everybody who's here.
Wait, what does that mean?
It's a cultural thing as much as anything else. I want to sit down, work out my partnership solution in a way which is non-deterministic, and I'm not in control as the bank.
Right.
I'm checking, I'm making sure we follow the rules, but I'm not telling you what to do. That's a hard mindset for a lot of bankers.
Yeah, that's a super hard mindset. Okay, one more thing. What does AI native fintech infrastructure actually look like in practice? If it's AI native.
AI native.
And then I'll let you go. Yeah.
So you can't have AI native core banking system. You can have data extracts which are AI native, but you can't have a vibe coded SQL.
No. Let's not even go there.
So what it is it's additional systems that sit on top of the core.
Okay.
And those additional systems are all around ensuring that there's enough breadth of data to be to allow meaningful extracts without being too deterministic.
Got it.
So it's a different data structure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Please come back. Hey, Martin, we should probably help Gabriel with the chair.
Great. Thank you.
How are you?
Man, you're my hero. How
What?
many hours here?
I don't know how long we've been doing this already.
Huh?
I don't have no sense of time right now. I mean, I know what time it is because I know what time you're supposed to be here, but I have no other.
How many interviews today?
I don't know, 5 or 6. But I don't mind. The conversations have actually been really good.
Hopefully, this is.
I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot, and I get a really interesting perspective on like what people are thinking about. Can we talk about agentic AI? Right? Maybe you can talk a little bit about what's getting built in insurance right now at scale, and then maybe we can dig a little bit. What's getting built right now in insurance at scale, and then maybe we can dig a little bit deeper if that's okay. And who do I have to pay off to get a T-shirt? I mean, why?
No, see, it's Judy. He wants a T-shirt.
Who do I have to pay off? I thought I knew who was in charge.
No, she's in charge.
Go ahead. So what are we building?
Yeah.
What are we building in insurance right now?
First of all, Michael, thank you for having
Gabriel
me.
Lazaro, thank you.
No, man.
I feel like you don't need an introduction.
No, that means thank you for having me here.
My complete pleasure.
No, let me say
It's nice to see you as
great
always.
to be here.
Awesome.
Thank you for the invite. I really appreciate.
It's my pleasure.
It's a busy event for you.
But we love having you on. We love talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah. Go for it. What are we building in insurance right now?
So we have been very busy, as you know. So we are, just for the people who is not aware of what we are doing.
Go ahead.
We are Chubb, one of the largest property and casualty insurance
In the world.
But that means this is a big company, and our remit is about working with digital platforms. So we are in the money 2020. So with digital banks, wallets, remittance, e-commerce, mobile companies, ride-hailing companies, etc.
Yep.
All those big platforms, at the end of the day, they have moved in the last 3 years, basically, or not even more, maybe, but it had been exponential in the last few years. Insurance has become something of nice to have to something that must have.
They must have it though, right?
That's right, Michael.
Because we've been talking about this with each other for 3 or 4 years now.
That's
And
right.
you're right. I think when we first started talking, it was just like, yeah, we can add this into our thing. And even when I would suggest it to them, they would be like, we're thinking about insurance, but we're not there yet, right? But now I feel like if I mention to someone, they're like, we're already doing it.
That's
Sorry,
right.
go
No,
ahead.
that's right. And we did a research a year ago with executives of financial services, and 80% of them, they say that you must have insurance as part of your value proposition. And why?
Yeah, tell me why.
And Michael, you have been exposed to that. Different factors. The first one is because insurance can help with the value proposition of the platform, increasing the trust of the platform. So when you're doing a payment of your bill, making sure that something goes wrong, you can keep going with the bills, or you are sending money to a loved one, making sure that if something gross happen, or purchasing something. So whatever we are doing today in a very competitive environment, that means insurance add an additional layer of trust and value to the service. That's one. Another one that we are discovering with our partners is that minimizing pain points or risk.
How does that work though?
How does that work? So if you have a ride-hailing company, and then you have the anxiety that what happened is my
ride doesn't come on time if I miss my flight or something like that.
Something like that
way.
Or a flight as well. So we can design products that doing that. And along those lines, what makes us excited is that it's not only create products that we have out of the shelf, it's just co-create products with partners.
This is the thing I was going to ask you. Like we said, 4 years ago or 5 years ago, whatever, people were thinking like we should be doing this, but we're not doing it yet. And now within the last 2 years, people are like, I can't believe we're not doing this. But now that they are doing it, now that they understand the value prop, I was going to ask you, do you find now that they're coming to you in reverse and saying, we need to have protection here?
That's right.
For this reason, that reason, and the other reason.
Right.
But we don't know how to cope. We don't know how to create that product.
Right.
We do that together. Is that happening as well?
That's exactly right, Michael. And I think our when we work with the best digital platforms in the world, and for us, it's music to our ears when one of those platforms come with a real problem.
Yeah.
So I want to fix that, or to solve one pain point that I have.
Right.
But I would like to. Can you help? How insurance can help me to improve this perspective of my business, right?
Yeah.
In the core journey that they have inside that. And when we have that, we have the underwriters, we have the experience, we have the data, we have the technology. We have,
Are they impressed by because you said the technology, but I think it's a little bit more than just having tech. There's a digital platform there that is built in a way that it can be flexible enough so that when they come and do this, because I remember when I was working at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, there were some parts of our system that we built because that's what we thought you wanted, but because it was hard-coded in a way that made it very inflexible, and to change it was really hard.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the way that you've built this in a modernized way, right, in a modular way as well, that if somebody comes in and says, I have an idea that you hadn't considered, that you can go, huh, give us a moment. And let's see how we can figure out to build that inside of this because it's flexible enough to do that. Whereas I would sit at my desk and just go, how am I going to do this thing?
Yes.
Right. What kind of clues can I build? And I don't feel like that's what you guys are doing.
Yeah, there's all the credit to the engineers and
Yeah.
and the team behind. But yeah, we have Chubb Studios on our platform, and one of the premises and principles that we have is about flexibility.
Yep. Okay.
And understanding that we are going to work with the best technology companies in the world.
Right.
I'm sure that they have evolved and disrupt many of the things. So we need to be at that level.
Do you feel like the platforms you're working with, even the biggest ones, again, because they're at the beginning, they were dipping their toes into the insurance space, but now that they've dipped in, now that they see what it can do, that their ability to come up with ideas is actually accelerating.
That's right.
Does that make sense?
That's
Are
totally
you seeing that as well?
totally sense, and that's happening globally. And that's what insurance is one of the solutions that they are adding into the mix of the value proposition.
Yeah, because I mean, you must see, like, if you look at the digital business alone, right? You must see this. You knew it was going to be big.
Yeah.
No, but you did because it didn't exist before, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you guys spun up this business, it wasn't nearly as big as it is today. But I feel like the ability for it to accelerate faster because of this co-creation aspect of it, we're like, I don't know the internals of everybody else's issues. I don't know their pain points. I can guess them. But once they're working together with you and they trust you, then they're going to be like, oh, we need to build this more, no?
You're right, Michael. And we see even more opportunity.
Yeah, that's my point.
And now if you think about the digital economy that we are living.
Yeah.
And the data that we have, the data that those platforms have, and how insurance can be something that is like the backbone of many transactions and services that are offering online. And how it's about now in the phase that is about relevance and precision at a scale.
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel like uncertainty? I feel like we live in the most uncertain world that I've ever lived in my life, and I've been around for a while. And I don't mean that in a sarcastic way, but do you feel like uncertainty actually, in a way, adds to product development for better or for worse?
So we are in the business of taking risks,
but also in providing protection.
Exactly. So and we are in the business to minimize that risk together with our partners.
Yeah.
So we help them to add additional value to what they are offering with insurance, and meaning, trying to reduce the risk that their customers are doing whatever services or.
Right. Can we talk about AI a little bit? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind? Again, if we had been speaking about this 2 years ago, we would have been talking probably about predictive AI. How can you predict things that are going to happen? How can you take the data that you have and try to understand what's going to happen in the future? And then if we were talking about a year ago, it would have been generative AI. How can you generate ideas with all the data that you have, combine that with predictive AI, and come up with new products or something like that? But now we have agentic AI. And it's not been around for that long. So if we were talking to each other literally like 7 months ago, we wouldn't have even been thinking about this. But now that it's out there, in the realm in which you're operating, you may not even have implemented this yet. It's none of my business. But how do you see that changing the way business works in like a couple of different places where even if you're just using it internally, it helps you, but then testing it so that you can then use it externally for other things that you do with customers and clients?
Yeah, so we are very excited about AI.
I can imagine you're super excited about
You're
this.
super excited about AI.
Technology first.
Exactly. Not only that, think about insurance as a sector in general, right?
Yep.
So we are in the business of data.
Yeah.
So if we were doing, like, I think a few weeks ago, there was a rocket to the moon. I think about the hard time that is that you need to shape atoms, right?
Yeah, it went all the way to the other side.
No,
what are you doing?
Is the physics.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You need to create something like with materials. You need to have, imagine, or you are creating a microphone, right? You do all the logistics. You need to have the material, shape it, ship it, move it here and there. Logistics, moving the thing. If you think about insurance, it's about actuarial, so data.
Yes.
And a contract with a service.
Right.
And then after something happens to compensate that we are in the FinTech Festival in Money 2020.
Right.
So money is even digital. So it's even. So our only limitation, Michael, are the speed of light.
Yeah, I mean, the only limitation is your ability to ideate something.
And ideate something.
That's it.
The framework of regulation. That's it.
That's
so
it.
Imagine how excited we are about it, right? And one level down. So we are applying AI, and our CEO has been very vocal about the areas that we are. But just to highlight two things along the lines that we're saying.
Yep.
and I mentioned that it's about precision and relevance at the scale.
Yep.
And there are 3 areas that we are very excited.
Tell me.
The first one is about personalization at the scale.
Yeah, because we've been talking about this for a few years now. But even in our own business, we can see where this agentic AI, where AI is coming, where it really allows you to personalize it because it knows things. You can go gather information from a bunch of different places and then analyze that information and stuff like that.
And
Yeah.
you think about insurance a few years ago was one size fits all.
It almost had to be though.
And now with our data and the data of our partners, we can really create unique experience end to end.
Yeah.
And that experience can be unique. Second, correlated to that, is about customer experience, the experience in general.
Yeah, fair enough.
Much more relevant in the moment of truth, triggered by something. We can create products end to end, meaning, we talk about parametric insurance, so even you don't need to file a claim if something goes wrong. So how can we move to, create something awesome? And the last one, I think it's about operational efficiency.
Yeah, in terms of
line.
I
know maybe it's the boring part.
We do we've been able to streamline our own efficiency internally by using artificial intelligence and even agentic AI to do stuff that I couldn't even imagine.
Exactly.
6 months ago. Sorry.
Exactly. So that's streamlining underwriting, servicing, claims. So there's a whole world that we are working through. So those are the 3 big areas that we see opportunity and.
Awesome.
On AI.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to let you go. That was incredible. I love spending 10 minutes talking to you, 10, 15 minutes talking to you.
Thank you.
You're one of our best guests. Thank you very much. Judy's laughing at me. She's always laughing at me for something. I don't know what it is.
No, I
doesn't think I'm paying any attention.
I want to be like you, man. I want to be like
no, you don't. Nobody wants to be like this. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. How are you? Sergei.
Yes.
Careful. Sergei Lishchenko.
Yeah, wow, you got it right.
It's not that hard.
It's
just syllable.
Yes. It's just the SHCH that gets people screwed up.
Dude, I've been living out of the United States for 36 years. If I can't pronounce I would say non-standard names, everybody I deal with has a name that has a challenge in it.
Yeah.
So I'm super used to it. Let's do that for you.
Yep.
And then
maybe can I raise this thing?
Do you want to stand?
I can stand.
Why don't we both stand? It'll be better. I need to stand up anyway.
Yeah, all day.
Sitting for 3 hours. Let's just move the chair back. Okay, Sergei Lishchenko.
How's the sound?
We can raise this up for you.
Okay.
Is that better? Okay, Sergei Lishchenko, Chief Client Solutions Officer at ViewTrade. Maybe just give me a bit on what ViewTrade is for people that may not be familiar with it, and then we'll jump into some of the questions, if that's okay.
To be sure, think of it as a hybrid company.
As a hybrid company?
Well, hybrid, why hybrid? Because you're part brokerage, part fintech.
Okay.
So fintech that goes fast, innovates, etc., and brokerage,
which is highly regulated,
regulated, etc.
Got it.
Recently, we've grown quite a lot.
Okay.
We have also presence in India and Australia.
Oh, nice.
And doing business around the world. Really.
Okay. What has spurred the growth recently?
What has spurred the growth?
Yeah.
Just a lot of interest from clients, and we see opportunities abroad. We have been servicing non-US companies really from the very beginning.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about this. How is ViewTrade helping financial institutions adapt their infrastructure as AI reshapes wealth management?
I see. So,
and actually, let me give you a little bit of my background if you're not familiar.
Sure.
Just so you can understand how you can and cannot answer. I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs.
Okay.
Yeah, from 1987 until 2011.
Oh.
Most of that was in Tokyo, helping them build businesses literally across Asia. So if you want to talk about wealth management, you can understand, you don't have to dumb it down for me.
I see.
Go ahead.
So not necessarily wealth management. We do wealth management as well.
I know, but I'm just saying, how do institutions FIs have to adapt their infrastructure as AI reshapes their business?
I see. So they really need to get away from batch processing.
Go ahead.
The information needs to be readily available for AI to get answers.
Yep.
The data needs to be highly accessible,
right?
Clean.
And clean though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's garbage in, garbage out.
Garbage
Right?
out, right? And garbage in, garbage out really fast,
Yes.
like really quickly, which is bad.
Exactly. Especially with financial companies.
For sure, because you can't look. I sat on trading desks for years. If I had bad data, what was I doing?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Also API first approach.
Go ahead.
Same thing. AI is using APIs to do all the functions, right? There is not a human being clicking buttons. So it has to be AI first. And in my opinion, the system has to be modular, or like we use microservice architecture.
You do use some microservices, yeah.
So it needs to be built from many different pieces, each doing its own job.
Yep.
And when you deploy the system, when you need to change something to adapt to new AI, new technology, whatever it is, you don't deploy the whole monolith with high risks.
No, you never do
it
that.
piece by piece.
Piece by piece, right?
Use different programming languages for different microservices, etc. Whatever is best.
Yep. What kind of risks, even when you're doing microservices, right? And when you're rolling stuff out bit by bit, what kind of risks does AI engender? Meaning, does it introduce that might not have been there, particularly agentic AI, before this was available?
Well, especially in regulated world.
Say again?
Especially in regulated,
for sure.
Concerned. Well, okay, let's start with hallucination, right? It
Yeah.
come up with
LLMs, right?
Yeah.
So can I just say this to people that are listening? Let's be very clear that LLMs are not deterministic. They don't have the final answer. They're probabilistic, which means they're doing mathematics around trying to understand what the most probable outcome is. That's where the hallucinations come from at some level, right?
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And another thing is governance of how AI actually could be used and could not be used.
Yep.
Like in our company, maybe because we are hybrid, because we have this regulation at heart. Even though we are technology.
This side of the business is always worried about something, right?
We are very careful in how we are using AI.
Yeah, fair enough.
When it deals with client data, we are extremely careful.
It's so cool to hear people say this, because everybody that runs in a regulated business, the first thing they say is, when it comes to client data, we're very careful.
Absolutely.
Which is good to hear.
Yes.
Frankly,
like
as a potential client.
Yes.
Go
maybe
ahead.
if it was just a tech-only company, we wouldn't be as worried.
Sure.
But it's we are very cognizant about how data is used.
Yeah.
We'll see it if it's shared with AI, so we don't share it.
Right.
But again, like that's very important of how it could be shared with AI to produce anything, right?
Right.
What kind of AI actually we get is the enterprise solution, which is everything goes in-house, doesn't share from outside.
Right.
So things like that.
How do you build agentic AI guardrails so that the agent itself can only see the stuff that you want to give it access to, and it doesn't have the ability to kind of branch out and go and ask other people, because it can ask questions, right? And get enough information to then figure out how to get to data that it shouldn't get to?
That's a very good question. So it all comes from how you build the system and how you put guardrails on your data access or APIs. AI is just the current trend and current new technology, which is amazing. Tomorrow it could be something else.
Yeah, for sure.
Your underlying system allows you to access what you're not supposed to access.
Right.
If you don't have proper granular permissions you would give to your agent, you will run into problem. Is it AI or is it whatever it is in 10 years? If it's not built right, if you don't have the right foundation with right levels of access permissioning, you will run into problem. Just recently, an agent was able to get into somebody's system, and now there is a ransom.
You're talking about Vercel.
Yeah, like I just
Vercel is an AI. Vercel's an AI cloud company.
Yes.
We did a whole segment on this last night, actually. Yeah, so this was a supply chain attack, and what they did was they went into somebody else's system. That system was trusted. It had OAuth context. It went into their OAuth. It took over their Google Workspace. And then because it took over their Google Workspace, it looked like it was that guy.
Exactly.
And then it had all these permissions that it shouldn't necessarily have. And then it stole all the customer data. And you're right. Now there's a $3 million ransom.
It's all about foundation, really.
Yeah.
AI, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. In other words, if you hired an intern and gave them information like this,
exactly,
it would be the same thing. It's just that AI can do it faster in its scale. So it's a little bit more dangerous. Sorry.
It's foundational, and it's really, you can go back 50 years in how when people were programming systems.
Sure.
If it's done right, if it's built on the right foundation, you will not have issues like this.
Do you feel like, and again, just to get back to this hybrid stature, right? Do you feel like ViewTrade has an edge because of this hybrid nature of the company? Remember, in the sense that you said this side of the company is like not scared, but you know what I mean? It's like very focused on like not doing the wrong thing, very regulatory focused and stuff. And this company is a tech company at some level, but because it's influenced by this, that this company then has an edge over other companies that are just tech companies.
They absolutely have an edge, or you can say multiple edges.
Tell me.
Well, one is experience.
Yeah. So how long has ViewTrade been around?
For 26 years.
How long?
26.
Okay.
So we went through a number of crises, starting with .com.
I was there. I was there. Go ahead.
World Trade Center. We were based in World Trade Center Tower 1.
Oh no!
Our data center was partially in the building.
Oh, I just got to chill.
Yeah,
I had I had friends in the building.
Yeah,
they worked at Cantor Fitzgerald.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I know some Cantor guys. Yeah,
our building.
I know.
We were on 46th floor.
I'm sorry.
So then 2008, etc. And we went through the crises. I don't know how to say it, successfully. We
survived. You survived. Yeah, and you came much stronger.
Came much stronger.
Much stronger. Yeah, because you learned.
So that's one thing. For 26 years, there have been so many, right?
Wow. Yeah.
Then
were you there then?
Yeah, I'm there since the beginning.
You don't look that old, but anyway.
Thank you.
Did you start when you were 4? Like I don't understand. Five. Okay, go ahead.
So another thing is we have been working from the very, very beginning with overseas companies. On the B2B2C model. We do have a lot of domestic clients, but we do have
domestic meaning where?
US.
In the United States.
Yes. And
sorry, I've been living in Asia so long. When I think I've been living in Thailand for so long, and I lived in Japan before that. So when you say domestic, I'm like, does he mean China? Like I don't know. Yeah. Sorry.
So a lot of international companies.
Yep.
And with a lot of very, very different requirements.
For sure.
Each market has its own data residency requirements.
Yeah.
Cultural approaches to how data is presented.
Go ahead.
How interfaces are built. And we've done so many integrations, so many build outs on technology side and on brokerage side.
For sure. Yeah.
So we've seen everything. Now when new client joins and tells us, we have this weird requirement. I don't think you could do this. And they tell us, oh, we already did this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So that's our big edge. Experience. It's all experience, right?
Can we talk about data? Can we talk about data sovereignty a little bit, if you don't mind? And data sovereignty, like where the data lives? Because I want to tell you a story. When I was at Goldman Sachs in Tokyo, they sent me to Hong Kong to kind of rebuild the Asia ex-Japan portfolio trading business. And one of the things that Goldman did to be more efficient was they had all of the data servers for the countries outside of Japan in Hong Kong. Because the person that built that business didn't know that the Korean stock market required that all of that data live in Korea. So literally in the first week that I was there, I called my boss and I said, Gene, we got to get servers in Korea because we're violating the law every single time we trade a stock. So I just understand this idea of like where the data is living and why it's so important for that data to be in the right place. It's just really important. And you're right. That's just based on experience.
Yes.
Which is the point you were trying to make.
Two levels of reasoning. One is regulations.
Yeah.
Regulators require data in some countries.
Yep.
Data residency to be in their country.
Yep.
Either everything or only PII data.
Right.
And if it's anonymized, it's okay to be out. It depends.
It depends, right?
Second is the company itself. If it's a large bank or institution, they have their own requirements.
Yeah, for sure.
The country might actually not care, but the bank cares.
Right, the bank cares.
So, and you have to adhere to those regulations. And what it means the technology needs to be so adaptive and flexible.
Yeah.
That no problem. We'll host your PII in your country, in your cloud, which is not the cloud we are using.
Right.
And the rest will be deployed somewhere else.
Right.
So if you are ready for that, if your system is built not for this, but it's built to be flexible.
Yep.
And adaptive, then you can adapt really to anything.
This is one of the reasons why 26 years of experience matters, right?
Yes,
you're right though, because you get these kind of calluses.
Yes.
And they make you stronger.
Exactly.
My hands are killing me. But what are some of the biggest challenges that firms face when expanding cross-border brokerage, particularly in markets like the GCC or in Southeast Asia?
Well, that's so different, but really,
I know they're both very different, but they're just examples of where like cross-border.
We touched on it, right? It's regulations. It's regulations is where the custody is done, where the data is stored.
Right.
And even like it's not really, it's partially a challenge. I guess it's cultural. When if a client is building, if they're getting A to Z solution from us, meaning all the back end and all the front end.
Yep.
The front ends in Korea or Thailand would look nothing like front ends in GCC.
Yeah. So do
If
you,
you want the clients to love it.
so, right. So do you believe that most people think that localization means like just changing the language and everything's
No.
fine? But that's what people think. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's not localization at any level because the culture comes into play and then the systems do have to be built almost, the back end can be similar in a way.
Yes.
And I'll give you an example in a second, but the front end could have to be completely different.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you handle that?
Well, we decouple front end from back end.
Go ahead.
Backend has its own life.
Yep.
Very amazing APIs with security and proper permissions.
Yep.
The front end is ours, or clients build their own. It's up to them. Sometimes they license ours to go to market fast.
Yep.
And then they, while they're on the market with our products, they build their own. It really depends. But you need to be. So when we build products these days, front end products, they are mobile first.
Mobile first.
Mobile first meaning it has to be at the very least, if it's web-based, it has to be responsive.
Yep.
Work well on the phone.
Sure.
And it's internationalized first.
Okay.
It needs to be translatable, including right to left languages.
Yep.
Right to left, it has its own animal, especially in the apps.
Yeah.
Hebrew, Arabic.
I got it.
And if you have those hooks, then if the client is asking for a different theme.
I'm just thinking about like taking a system and having it in Chinese, which is double bit characters, and goes maybe this way if you're writing it, or maybe this way if you're writing it, and then into Hebrew, which is going this way.
Yes.
It's a nightmare.
It's not just the character.
I know.
Interface.
I know.
You flip the whole thing.
Yep, I got it.
And in some markets, green means bad, red means good.
Good, yeah, I know. Green means going down and red means going up.
When we like build a front end, we don't have, if price is negative, display it in red.
Right.
Say if price is negative, display it in negative color.
Right.
The negative color is defined by the client.
I love this.
So you need to understand that all of this will come in.
Yep.
And make sure your systems are adaptive to what the client is asking for. And at the very end, then on the next level, make sure that everything that the client sees on your product is available via API, and they can build their own solutions.
They can build their own solutions to it, right?
Yes.
Can I ask this? Because even on the back end side, look, I think I already said this, but I existed on a portfolio trading business. So traded stocks in multiple countries. One time did like a $12 billion transition trade in 57 different countries, 57 different markets.
Oh.
All the backends were different. So even the backend calculations, again, I'll share a story with you. In Japan, if you're off settlement by 1 yen, trades won't settle.
Yeah, we
But
had that experience.
but there are some cases where like the system itself can't take a yen. And we literally had an operations guy go from our office, this is when I was at Morgan Stanley, with a yen in his hand. I'm not kidding. Why would I make this up, right? To give it to like one of our clients, and then the trade could settle.
Yeah.
And without that, but again, this is what you mean from a cultural perspective. So it also means that at that level of detail, you're right. The decoupling of the front end and back end is actually really important because the market microstructures are so different that they have to be specific.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Where does agentic AI or AI fit into all this stuff that you're doing, if anywhere?
Well, agentic AI would. It's amazing, right?
Talk to me.
Becomes an employee of your company. It can become an employee.
I mean, if you're from an internal perspective, tell me how. So using Claude Code or something like that. I'm not.
Well, Claude Code can help developers to.
Right. But how about internally? How is it becoming an employee?
Well, not necessarily in our case, but in general, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
A helper to your compliance officer, for example.
Oh, fair enough, right?
Right. Another set of eyes to look at agreements, for example.
So do you work with customers that use your products, front end, back end, either way, but then they're attaching agentic AI to it, and then that helps you figure out how that product should get developed going forward because of the way the AI is interacting with it? Does that make sense?
Yes. I think at this point, AI is on experimental stage. It's
still
in the world of finance.
Yeah.
Well,
no, you're right.
For some companies, I think for all companies, because I think they're still in experimenting.
Go ahead.
Big guys, they're still learning.
Yep.
In the next 2-3 years, I think it will become standard. And that's when things will really settle in. At this point, to be honest, like sometimes we don't know what the clients, like if they have the APIs, right?
Yeah.
You might not know that there is AI interacting with them or a human being.
But do you think you should know?
Should you know?
We can go down a rabbit hole. Like
question.
We can have a rabbit hole of NHI, right? Non-human individuals,
yes.
Right? Because an agentic AI at some point is almost like you said, like an employee. I don't want to go down this hole with you, but like, how do you regulate it internally? How do you manage it internally? Who's responsible for it? Do they have an employee ID number? All these little things, right, matter. But I think you should know
Yes.
who you're interacting with.
Yes, we are like, I think we are at an inflection point when there are talks about it, right?
Yeah.
Just Microsoft recently said license software for agents, right?
Yeah.
I think
they did say it. If your agent's going to be using this software, you have to pay for it.
Exactly. We are like,
I remember reading that.
We are going over.
Just about there. Yeah.
I think we're not there yet, but we are literally observing this, and it will happen very, very soon. If you ask in my opinion, it's really, I think it really depends. It depends on what agent is doing.
Sure.
But it could be, it could be treated like a user, and you do need to know, is it a human being interacting,
right,
or an agent?
Yeah.
But then again, it depends on what exactly they're doing.
Right. I think if they're doing simplistic things, right, literally just like going out, fetching data, giving it back to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't really care.
If they trade.
But if they're trading, if they're making decisions, because again, I come out of an algorithmic trading business. I was still monitoring it, but I can imagine what's happened in the 15 years since I was there. The algos must be way more sophisticated than they were 15 years ago. And they're probably making trading decisions based on other data coming in.
Who's responsible for it?
And who's responsible? Well, I was always responsible for it back then. But back then, the algo wasn't getting FX information. It wasn't getting news pumped into it. It wasn't getting anything. It wasn't even getting what the bond market was doing. It was just like, here's the historical data for the stock. Here's what it's doing today. Here's what we expect VWAP to, whatever it was. And here's how we're going to trade. But I imagine that that's very different now. Okay. Sergei, this was great.
Sure.
I hope you appreciate it as much as I did. Was this good for you?
Yes, it was great talking to you.
Thank you so much for your time. Really, it was great to meet you.
Great meeting you.
Thanks. That was great. I can't believe you're in the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Wow, God. That's insane.
Everyone survived in our floor.
I'm glad. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Let me help you here. How are you?
Very well, very well.
Good
What a
to,
fantastic conference.
good to see you again.
Likewise.
Yeah, it feels more energetic to me this year than it did last year.
Yeah.
We were here last year as well. It feels like it's higher energy.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us welcome John Spence, Strategic Advisor, Insurance at Asian Capital Advisors. Do I have that right?
Very nice to be here. Thank you.
John, it's great to have you. Okay. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Asian Capital Advisors first, and then we'll dig into like what you're doing with AI and insurance.
Well, it's really
a lot of time talking about that.
Advisory role around, typically around insurance related, either transactions like M&A or partnerships, or helping insurtechs, raise money and shape their pitch in a way that may attract investor interest or distribution of their product.
Got it. And where are you based?
I'm based in beautiful Hong Kong.
You are. And for how long have you been there?
Only 26 years.
26.
Looking forward to the next 26.
The next 26. You and I are close. Close. Very close. So talk to me about, and do this in stages if you don't mind. I think if we were having this conversation a few years ago and we talked about AI's impact on insurance, we would have been talking about predictive AI. And then maybe if we were talking about it 2 years ago, we would be talking about generative AI. And if we talk about it today, we have to talk about agentic AI.
Yes.
So maybe you can just run through, if you don't mind, those different stages and how they are actually different, and then kind of get into the agentic AI part of it, where you sort of see that going, and where you see the insurtechs that you're working with, the insurance companies, how they're thinking about it.
Yes.
Because I can ask them, but sometimes they're afraid to talk about it.
Yes, I understand. Look, I think one of the differences is we're moving now from a focus about speed, about efficiency, and moving to creating compounding intelligence capital. Understanding the reasoning behind why decisions like underwriting decisions, claims decisions, understanding the reasoning. What is the input that the experts, the underwriters, the claim managers are putting into that process, capturing that reasoning, and then compounding that over time based on the experience that the AI has in processing claims and underwriting processes.
Yeah.
So I think we're seeing a fundamental shift from we're just going to look at this sort of business case or use case, we'll experiment, to actually rolling out with scale and speed. I think that's what we're seeing in the industry.
And can they roll out with efficiency and speed agentic AI yet? Are they there yet where they're willing to actually roll that stuff out? Or is it more on the predictive and the generative side? Because that's been around for a longer period of time.
I think we're seeing at the bleeding edge, we are seeing agentic AI coming into play. We're seeing the combination of taking not only the historic frameworks, but how do we then deploy that in a more predictive, preventing and predictive way as well?
And are we finding that, like, where is it being applied internally? Like, what's the impact on underwriting as you see it? Or what's the impact on distribution? Because I think those two things are going to be completely different, particularly when it comes to agentic.
Well, let's go through it. So, you know, the underwriting is we now have examples of players like HDFC Life in India only a couple of weeks ago. Talked about the way that they can now underwrite within less than 2 minutes by using AI, by using a platform that's deploying AI.
Really?
So, you know,
what kind of products?
For life insurance, and for health insurance.
Should be really straightforward. No?
Well, should be, but you've still got to get data. You need to collect. You've still got to collect on, say health in particular. You've got to collect the application. You've got to digest the application. You've got to take the medical report. You might be wanting to take your wearable data into account as well.
I would love to give somebody my wearable data.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, I'd love to.
And then put that into your product offering.
Ultra.
Yes. No, that's
no,
anyway.
Ultra.
But I haven't.
Your watch.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So you're gathering a lot of data.
Yes, there's a lot of data here.
Go ahead.
So that can be implemented. So that can be hyper personalized to you. That's where AI is coming into play. That we can make a particular offer that's directed to you based on your profile and your profile alone. I can do it when you're in your car with your telematics. That we can track how you drive, when you drive, what nature of your driving looks like. So, you know, again, we can craft a proposition exactly for you. And then how do we craft that? Well, I think, so that's the underwriting side. On the other side is the distribution. That we can embed that insurance into an offer that's in Grab or in WeChat, or we can embed that offer into your banking app, so that you can access that data. And we can see already examples. Our friends at HSBC have combined both the app for making the offer as well as for health in particular, but also the wellness programs to link in together.
Right. So this is the big difference, right? Is that there's now a wellness program out there that impacts the way you can get health insurance. Can I ask you this as well? Because you said embedded. So if you're going to embed insurance, you're going to embed it into big platforms like e-commerce and any other platform that has, you know, hundreds of thousands or millions of users in it. And yet at the beginning, I think if we had this conversation 3-4 years ago, they would say, we're considering embedding insurance into our platform. And now they've already done it. 2 years ago, they maybe started doing it. Now they're thinking, okay, now we need to have this, as opposed to just like, it's a nice to have. And we actually sat with somebody from the insurance industry. It feels like an hour ago, but it could have been 10 minutes ago. How can I really tell? Time's a flat surface. But one of the questions I asked him, and I want to ask you, because you're talking to way more insurance companies than he's talking to potentially. Once they actually do it and they see a place where the protection matters, right? Whether it's embedded or not, but it's probably likely going to be embedded. Do they then start to accelerate their idea generation around, oh, now that we know we can do this, we can do all of these other things as well? With insurance.
Of course.
Is that what you're saying?
It does compound. That's what I'm talking about. AI moves to compounding intelligence capital. They take that data. And so, you know, you get an offer of an embedded moving to parametric as well.
Go ahead.
So suddenly you've got...
go ahead. This is actually really interesting around parametric insurance.
I was in Mongolia 2 weeks ago.
Okay, go ahead.
They have a program around insuring their livestock. So if temperatures fall too low, there's a payout. You don't have to assess what the risk was. That temperature has been chosen by that triggers the claim payment itself. So it's fully parametric. You don't have to claim. The claim should be paid automatically as soon as the parametric event actually happens. This is exciting stuff. This changes the very nature of insurance.
So parametric is a really interesting use case for agentic AI, because I would presume, again, even just like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, you have a sensor somewhere, it's measuring the temperature in Mongolia, it knows how many livestock you have there, and it's sending a signal back that the temperature fell for 3 days in a row, whatever I'm just making it up. Yeah, below a certain temperature, the livestock are at risk, or maybe they will die, or maybe they just won't be able to produce the thing we wanted them to produce, whether it's milk or beef or whatever it is. And then some human had to get notified and say, oh, I need to make a payment, right?
Yes.
But do you see now agentic AI coming in and going, that agentic AI is just watching
Just watching.
Just
And
watching.
pays
Just
it automatically.
just pays out automatically.
Exactly. That's the way it's going.
So then the other question is, who's accountable for that? In other words,
Well,
who's responsible for that?
The insurer is responsible.
Yeah, but who inside the insurer? In other words, I talk about this a lot, but like I sat on a portfolio trading desk and we ran algorithmic trading. And if that algo did crazy things, it was on me.
Yeah.
It's on Michael. It wasn't on my boss.
Well,
It was on me.
I assume that there's either a product manager or a claims manager that is looking after that's on top of that claims process.
Yeah. Do you think that do you think that in the insurance industry, we can talk about this? So there's a what's the right word? There's a big transition taking place where a lot of the people that are in the insurance industry are aging out. Right? They've been in the insurance industry 30 years.
Yes.
They've done an unbelievable job. They've built great businesses. But getting new people to come into the business has turned into a little bit more difficult than it was back when these people were joining, right? Do we see though that, and it's a little bit of a convoluted question, but agentic AI is going to give the people that are left over, I think, not less work to do, but more work to do.
More higher value work, I suggest.
Higher value, but also because they can do more in the same amount of time.
Yes.
Do you see it then accelerating the necessity for hiring in a way that seems counterintuitive?
Well, first point is the insurance industry is a great place to work.
I agree
I've spent a long time.
I don't understand why.
And I don't think there's a recruitment problem. We recruit a whole lot of technical people, whether it's an actuarial group, investment people, whether it's customer service.
Yep.
There's a whole range of people.
There should be.
Great agents who are promoting protection and savings products. I think it's a great industry. I'm not quite sure there's the same issues around recruiting people to a great industry like insurance.
Do you think that that they're actually going to have to recruit more? Here's the theory that I have, is that you read all this news out there, whether it's on Twitter or on LinkedIn or wherever, and it says like 50,000 jobs in this company were taken away. It's not in the insurance industry, but just in general, right? 75,000 people here, 400,000 people lost their jobs last year because of AI or whatever it is. But the reality is that when you gave me automated trading, I had way more work to do.
Right.
And we actually had to hire people.
Yes.
Because we could process so many more things.
It's different in insurance. I'm going to suggest to you that doing operations work will take out a layer of people who are processing call center activities.
Fair enough.
Processing work. If I've got a AI that is to be able to digitally read and digest an application and the underwrite and the medical record and the ECG, I don't need that layer of people. I need someone on top of this got experience that can continue to monitor what the AI is doing.
They move from here to here.
Yes.
I definitely think that's going to happen. How do you think, and it's a difficult question to answer, but I'm always curious. I feel like I live in an Asian bubble. You've been here for 26 years. I've been here for 36 years.
Right.
I must be way older than you. But
you don't look it. That's a good thing.
I don't know. I don't stand in front of the mirror that often. Mostly out of fear. But the point is that, like, is the Asian insurance infrastructure, the Asian insurance ecosystem reacting differently to all flavors of AI than, let's just say, Western insurers in the United States or in Europe? And if so, like how? Like, how are they thinking about this?
I think you've got to think about some of the big markets like China, which have created platforms at scale that the West does not have. So, there's an
pretty amazing though, the scale it's there.
It's
inconceivable in a way.
Inconceivable.
Go ahead.
But that scale allows for the promotion of the insurance across that platform. Allows for promotion of financing issues and banking issues, but also insurance. And I think that's where the dynamic is, that Asia is different from the West in terms of where we see these huge platforms being developed.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no WeChat in the United States.
That's right.
There just isn't.
Yes.
And there's not even really a super app. I mean, you could make the case that Uber in the United States, they do delivery for people, they do delivery for goods and for food, but it's not really like a super app. There's no Uber Bank as far as I know. There's no Uber Insurance. Even at Grab in Southeast Asia, there's Grab Finance.
Yes.
And that handles insurance and finance and funding and wallets and all this other stuff as well. Okay, so that's different.
I think it's very exciting here in Asia, the opportunities. But look, we've got low insurance penetration.
Still,
so this is still a great opportunity to expand out. So Asia businesses should be focused on how to build scale. How do we get to scale? How do we use AI to grow our scale?
So when you're advising people, when you're talking to them, what are the types of things that these insurers should think about? And how does AI help them get to scale in a way that they might not have been able to do without the.
I think exactly what we've talked about. We can take out the processes for underwriting and automate that with AI.
Yep.
The claims management also can be done on the same basis, and distribution can be improved with AI. I can train my agents by using AI. I can have the conversation with the customer and agent being monitored. I can have the content, the emotion being monitored as well, and to aid the agent for the sale process.
Do you think you actually, maybe you said this accidentally, but I like this idea. You know, one of the things that I don't know if you know this, but I had the largest insurance podcast in the world. I did something called AIP, the Asia InsurTech podcast. I did a show called InsurTech Amplified, and I did a whole show with Chubb called Insurance for the New Possible. So I've been having conversations about insurance since 2019. I love the topic. And now I lost my train of thought. But I'm curious if you see differences in the way investment is playing out in the West and in Asia as it relates to insurtechs.
Well, I think the first thing is that we see the bulk of the money going to the West and not so much into Asia. And I think part of that reason is that in the West, they're doing a lot of optimization of older systems, improvement of apps, rather than launching new insurance initiatives.
Yep.
In Asia, though, what happens is that when you look at players like Ping An, they have a preference for doing essentially development in-house or acquiring firms to help them with in-house development. So it's a different model. So we see less about fundings, breakthrough organizations, more about large Asian businesses that are investing more in developing their capabilities.
Yeah, Ping An is a really interesting example. They also run their own investment business as well.
Yes.
How do you, what's the right word? How do you advise insurtech startup companies here? Like, what are the most important things for them to do to actually raise capital in Asia? And is it still very sort of Singapore and Hong Kong focused, or has that changed over time?
Well, I think that's where the pools are, the pools of money.
That's what it feels like to me.
And read so much China's one point out.
China's its own
and
thing.
India has its own issues, but again, across the region, it's actually reasonably challenging for fundraising. You know, essentially you need to start with friends and family. You need to move to some family offices that have initiatives, and then you can seek some institutional support. Because most of the fundraisings are actually quite modest in size.
They are.
And they're not appropriate for venture capital, private equity.
Good point, right? I remember back in 2012 and 2013, I'm old enough to remember, like some really big funds raising a lot, not big funds, but like the larger funds in Southeast Asia actually raising a lot of money, like Jungle Ventures or Golden Gate Ventures and stuff like that. And I don't know what your experience is, but I don't feel like I've seen that much investment in the last like 3 to 5 years. Am I missing something?
No, there has been. I mean, here, Rujai, we've got a direct digital play here.
That's a really good company.
And they've got a license as well. They've done
some acquisitions as well.
So look, I think that's a good case study. I think we can see we've seen Sun Life make an investment into Bowtie. And now make it a subsidiary. That's actually progressing. So look, I think there has been some investments here, but they're selective.
Got it. Where do you think we're going in the next like 3 to 5 years in the insurance space?
I'm glad I'm still here to enjoy the excitement.
Come on, you're not going anywhere.
You know, I think we're going to see a revolution in the industry. I'm really excited.
What does that
about
revolution look like?
Well, the opportunity to provide insurance to more people, savings, protection for more people, whether it's through paramedic, whether it's through embedded, whether it's tailoring exactly for them, whether it's changing things like the very expensive health system with an issue in itself, where governments are really struggling. We're going to find that, that with the best practice doctors, we'll be able to implement that in AI and then test. If you're giving me advice as a doctor, I'll be able to test your advice against best practice and then monitor the expenses of that for my insurance.
This is a really good point, actually. You know, we talked about how the health insurers and the life insurers partner with wellness businesses or even build their own wellness businesses. Do you think that doctors are going to peel off at some level in the future and say, I'm not going to work for an insurance company, but I'm going to work more closely with the insurance company and provide services to their potential health clients in the same way that the wellness businesses do Do you know what I mean? Providing medical
Look,
care.
I think there are some examples. It's actually reasonably rare.
Go
but
ahead.
There are some examples like Bupa with Quality Healthcare in Hong Kong, where they own the whole
stack.
The whole stack.
Yeah.
That's a great model. Now, whether that will continue, I think what it requires is the government to step in to move to diagnostic-related grouping. Here is the best practice. You've got a particular diagnostic. Here's what we think is best practice. AI is implementing that. If you deviate from that best practice, doctor, why?
Why?
And here is the cost factors associated with it. That's where it's going. We were talking to our friends in Malaysia only recently. I suspect that's where the Malaysian government's going to go with private healthcare as well.
I think it's really interesting. Yeah, I do think that government's going to have to get more involved, particularly if there's going to be universal healthcare for everybody, which I do think exists in Thailand. I don't know what the rules are like in Singapore or in Hong Kong.
We have universal healthcare. If you want to go to the public system, you go to the public system.
Yeah.
But it also has, in Hong Kong, one of the most expensive private systems in the world.
Well, it's Hong Kong.
So, it's
the most expensive, almost most expensive, kind of everything in Hong Kong.
That's true.
But that's
It's a great
fair.
place to live, though.
No, I love Hong Kong. I really wanted to live there for a while, actually. But I never got to. I mean, I did get a chance to do it for a short period of time when I was with Goldman Sachs.
Right.
But never permanently. Okay, John. Thank you so much
Thank
for taking
you.
the time.
Thanks very much.
It was okay with you?
No, it was fantastic.
It was
Thank
really
you.
great.
Thank
I
you
told you
very
it was
much.
going to be fun.
Thank you. Indeed, it was.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
Bye-bye.
Okay. That was super duper, man.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did we get a photo in the end?
He wants to take a quick picture. We can still do that, yeah?
Yeah. Let's do it. Do you have time? Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. Dueling. Oh, you just sized me. You just sized me up.
Jimmy.
Good to meet you, Jimmy.
Pleasure meeting you.
Okay, we're going to be joined by Jimmy Yong, managing partner at Nucleus Advisory. His iPad is bigger than mine. I'm not sure what it signifies, but let's just say his iPad is bigger than mine. I'm feeling a little inadequate right now. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
How are you? Where are you based?
Well, I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Oh, in KL.
Yeah.
Super duper. Okay, let's get right to this.
Excellent.
Maybe just tell us a little bit about Nucleus first.
Okay. Well, there's a team of us, 6 of us in the team. We look at driving workforce solutions with organizations, but leveraging data insights through AI.
Got it. We'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
So talent management, it's a big business. It's never going away. Humans are going to keep working regardless of like how much artificial intelligence or agentic AI is out there. But how is AI changing the talent management process end to end in your experience? And take as much time as you want. I've got a bunch of different angles I think we can go, but I'm curious how it's working.
Well,
and maybe run me through the process, like what it used to look like and what you thought was a good process before and how AI changes that and builds a different process, a reworked process.
All right. You know, in a very traditional way, HR looks at areas like hiring, how we grow someone, how we
train them,
train them and develop them into future leaders.
Yeah.
Right? That's very traditional baseline HR processes.
Right.
Fantastic. And it still holds today. Right. I think the change here is how do we have a process-driven HR, very process-heavy, into this whole talent intelligence HR, talent management.
So how does that work?
Now, how this works is we leverage HR to help businesses, organizations, refine that whole process of hiring, development, succession planning, performance management by way of harnessing people insights, right?
Yep.
And that's very important. How do we now obtain data insights?
So I was going to say, where does the data come from though?
The data is coming from this platform that we deploy. And
right, but you have to get that data from somewhere.
Absolutely.
So where does that data come
and
from?
that data comes from individuals. So if we're going to recruit you, we put you through this whole assessment process.
I'm unhireable, but anyway.
Well, there you go.
I'm not smart enough to have a job.
And if we're going to promote someone, before we put that person into a role, I'd like to know what your profile is like. Do you fit?
So you sit down with them and...
We sit down with them. We have questionnaires like this going through, but more importantly, deploy a set of assessments from personality behaviors to role fit cognitive assessments, then just
Make them take tests?
we make them take tests, gamification to questionnaires and all that.
And people are happy doing that.
They are very excited, right?
They
And
are.
Yeah. But of course, there's also a fear
You do
of
Freeze Mars? I'm curious.
yeah.
You know, Freeze Mars is like ENTJ, INTJ, that kind of thing.
Yes. So it's MBTI. It's very much like that.
Yep.
But is leveraging on the Big Five, the Ocean Big Five personality assessment model.
Go ahead.
But
Yep,
it
I got it.
goes beyond that. It's your cognitive capabilities.
Really?
Your logical reasoning, your verbal reasoning, your numerical reasoning. So whilst you have great personalities,
Yeah.
but we want
I don't even have that. Go ahead.
we want to look at whether you have the right cognitive capability
To be able to do the job you're applying
behavioral
for.
adaptability to be the next great leader. So I think that's really crucial today
Right.
for any business owner to realize, are you getting the right person for that role?
Were you doing that though before you were using artificial intelligence to do analysis? You know what I mean?
I think prior to that, there's a lot of dependency on the traditional CV, right? Looking at your resume and
Seeing where you went to university.
that's still important.
Yeah.
But it's still very important. It gives you a baseline of
some level.
who you are, right?
Yeah, at some
but
level.
now it's about, does he have the propensity for the next role tomorrow? And
Yeah,
that's not in your CV.
So no, it's not in your CV. But do you believe that like a senior executive is hiring a mid-level executive at some level to replace them?
Yeah.
And trying to understand not just the job they're going to do today, but the job that they should be appropriate for 5 years from now. That they're
Absolutely.
projecting out.
Yeah.
That you do, right?
So the projection out is all about his or her flexibility, capability to be resilient to up and coming challenges that you're totally unaware of. It's really that is going to make you a successful leader, and your ability to continuously learn new things. And that's what we really want. It's not your technical skill sets, it's not your function anymore.
Right.
It's your ability to flex.
So Jimmy, how does AI
Yeah.
actually change this whole process?
Today with AI,
Because I'll tell you why. There were some companies,
Yeah.
what did we, 2026, I would say almost 15 years ago, who came out and said, we're going to apply artificial intelligence to our analysis of whether you are appropriate for this job and do AI matching.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I have to tell you that even back then, I don't know what the right word is for it. I don't think they were doing that.
No.
I think they were saying they were doing that, but I don't think they were doing it. I think the English term is poppycock.
Absolutely.
I don't want to use the other word, but my point is that like the world of AI has changed drastically in the last 15 years, and frankly has changed drastically in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So now you actually have tools at your disposal to be able to say, I can analyze a whole bunch of CVs. Maybe it's just like the starting point,
Yeah.
and then all of the testing that I do, consolidate that data together. What is the AI? How's it being used, and how is it changing the way you do this analysis, and your clients do that analysis as well?
I think traditionally when it was set up years ago, the AI use was about looking for word match, right? My CV, does it match?
Right.
the
Does it have
job
like
description?
data analyst in it?
Right.
And is this a data analyst
Bam,
job?
Score 1 point, right?
Right.
Do you have project management? Bam, score
Yeah,
another
yeah.
point. I think it started with that. But today, the AI that we use, one, it deciphers your CV. What are the skills that Jimmy brings based on his experience?
Right.
It looks like he's done various projects, flexible, operationally sound. It looks like he's able to deal with stakeholders, relationship management. CV is being read that perspective.
Right.
Then it matches to what your job requirement is. Now it's doing something that is different. It's providing you insights that's very valuable. But the challenge here is this. I think the fear is about, is AI going to take away my job as a leader?
As a leader.
As a leader.
Yeah,
My role
I don't
will
think
be
so.
redundant,
I don't think so. It
right?
depends what role you're in, but anyway.
Absolutely. The difference here is you got to understand it's all in the mindset. AI data insights is going to augment your ability to be a greater leader.
I think so.
Yeah, and that's really what we want people to really open their minds to leveraging AI.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think
key.
so. But how about from the analysis standpoint? In other words, we talked earlier about, I'm not hiring you for the job you're going to do today. I'm hiring you into a slot that's going to push you into this job. Is there any way to use artificial intelligence to analyze the people that have already been successful at this job, testing them the same way you test this guy or gal, and figuring out, it's not going to be a one-to-one match,
No.
but is it in the same neighborhood?
Yeah.
Can you do that as well?
And in fact, that's what is one of those few key things that we want to do. We want to pick your top performers, top leaders, right? Top salespeople.
Yeah.
Why are
Like, why is that guy so good at sales? What is he doing?
Mary and Peter are so great compared to the rest of people.
Yeah.
We want to profile them and say, what's their DNA?
And are they okay with that?
Yeah, because look, you're a great performer. You're a top performer.
Yeah,
You
sure.
want to get a reference of what your
Why?
DNA looks like. The minute I get your framework, I
Yep.
say, bam, I'm going to put the rest of the salespeople, match it against that. Do they at least have a 70 to 80% match?
That's why I said it's just like the same neighborhood. It doesn't have to be the exact characteristics,
and you
right?
start to get matches that you want and say, wow, this is a great potential and looks like he or she is going to get there.
Right.
Because you have real performance standards, right? And the other way is also to look at things like World Economic Forum. They have stated the next 5 years, your top traits that you need to have to survive in any industry, any role is creativity, innovation, agility, flexibility, and continuous learning.
Got it.
And they've set a standard. So we can take that,
That as well.
put that in,
Yep.
we pump it through.
What are the biggest misconceptions or kind of resistance from companies that are just like, I think it's better for me to hire just because I know that guy? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't want to be so data driven. They just want to hire people that they know because it just makes them feel more comfortable and they feel like he's going to be good enough kind of thing.
Yeah. My opinion is, I think it's a fear of losing control. I'm a leader. I've done this. I know what it takes. My way, my word is the right word. But the fear of what if the data tells me something different about Jimmy? What if I'm wrong?
Sure.
Right? So
it's problematic, right?
Yeah, it is. Suddenly the leader say, oh, maybe my credibility will be at stake. I used to say this, but now the data is telling me something else about that individual. So what do I do with it? I think really that's the core of it, right?
Okay.
The fear of losing credibility.
Do you use agentic AI internally to automate some of the processes that you have to consolidate some of the data and then give data back to you and others in your firm like you so you can make better decisions? Or you're not there yet?
AI is about giving you what it is today. Agentic AI is going to take you right to the action part of doing it, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to give you the know-how, the insights, right? What are the succession risks? What are the capability gaps in the market? For example, if you're going to go to a new market, Agentic AI can tell you, okay, these are the potential capability gaps in there. Or if your leaders leave today, you have a succession risk today. And it's using Agentic AI to give you that what's next, what do you need to do, knowing what's coming up.
And do you see agents actually providing a service where they'll do like the initial interviews?
Absolutely. I think you
in like on like an avatar basis or like creating a digital twin of you so you can do 3 things at once.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then doing some, it understands your personality, it understands your tendencies, and then it can go out and just for new potential new clients of yours to just talk to them.
Yeah. So it's about efficiency. It's about getting it there quickly. Businesses are turning so fast. And when you set up the agentic AI in the right way, right approach with the right intent, the insights you get is going to be incredible, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's allowing you to take the next best action to get to the end goal that you want.
Do you have any people in your own firm who are just like, we don't need to use this, or I don't want to use it? Like, is there any pushback? I don't want to know their names.
No,
I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Where it's just like they're a little bit afraid of
and it's true,
losing their own agency.
And some of my partners or even some of my peers, colleagues, they are in the older age group, the different generations are so used to
doing
this is the way and using it.
And they've been successful doing that.
Right.
Relatively, yeah.
Right. So where does that leave them when all these Gen Zs and the younger people come out with this technology and intelligent machines, right?
Right.
But it's not going to replace your human judgment. And the differentiator is about how it elevates that, right?
I do think there's some kind of intuition. It's like, I want to work with people that I like as well.
Yeah.
Right. And you could be great at everything. You could pass it, and not you, Jimmy, but as a proxy for anybody. But you could like have all the skills, pass all the tests, have a high IQ, but just like not be a nice guy to be around.
But
I'm not suggesting you are that person, but you know what I mean.
And one of the key messages we tell boards and leaders is when you look at a profile, look at someone, they're smart, they're top scores, the profile looks fantastic.
They have a big
DNA is
iPad.
Perfect, right? Yeah, bring a great iPad, right? But we also say that human interaction,
really important.
You don't see that capability of connection, and it's not I'm a bad person, you're a good person. But if you don't see that, that is still valuable.
Yeah,
And that's something AI can't give to you.
No, can't. So this is the point. I wasn't trying to say
Important.
it's a bad person. It's just
No.
like we're just not clicking. I don't want to sit next to you every day,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
No, that's important. And that is your final step to help you make that conscious decision. Why didn't I take on Jimmy?
Yeah.
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 And it allows you to defend it, to stand by it, how the decision was made.
Right. Where do you think we go in the next 2 to 3 years? Then I let you go.
Oh, all right. It's moving really, really fast.
It's super fast,
It's
right?
super fast. And I think we are caught in Asia, in Southeast Asia and Malaysia, where I come from. I think the minute you get out of the bigger central business districts and the city, the awareness of what technology is, what intelligent machines are, what AI is, it is so small in terms of percentages, the reach and all that.
Yeah, fair.
Right? AI is all about, you mean your mobile phone, right? So education is key. And in a world of technology, scams, and everything else, and the way data is being pushed out, I'm very sure my dad wouldn't know if an agentic AI Jimmy is talking to him. I'm very sure he wouldn't realize.
You don't think
that.
you'd notice the difference?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting.
They're so unaware of it, right? So I think that's really a need to educate.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, well, do not stop the growth, right? I think that's important. That's the way we are going. That's the direction.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Thank you.
This was good for you.
Fantastic. Thank you very
It
much.
was my complete pleasure. Thanks, man.
Pleasure.
Enjoy the
All
rest of the
Thank you
event.
so much.
Thank you.
Can I get a picture with you?
Oh, sure.
Quick one. There we go.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you. I'm ready. Eric. He's not on the list. That's fine. Can I get a drink of water? Just quickly. Yes, have a seat. All right. Morph. No. Eric looks kind of familiar to me, but I don't know.
It's a very common name.
I don't mean your name. I mean you look very familiar to me.
How about the two spaces things like WorldPay?
No, but I mean I've been to so many of these events.
I'm pretty sure we've met.
Oh, Martin, I already had mine. Okay. So, you work for Morph.
Yep.
Payment Systems Eco Lead, Eric Cheung.
Yep.
Where are you based?
I'm based in Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong?
Yep.
Okay, I've been there.
It's a nice place. You should definitely come.
I wanted to live in Hong Kong for the longest time.
Honestly, like go to Hong Kong for like food, for the hikes and whatnot.
So my first time in Hong Kong was July 1990.
Okay, then you should definitely come back.
Oh, I've been there since. It wasn't just like a one-time thing.
Okay.
I worked for Goldman Sachs there from 2003 to 2004.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I've
like
been there a lot. Talk to me about Morph a little bit. Give me a little bit of context. What does Morph do?
Yep, no problem.
And then what does a payment systems ecosystem lead do inside of it?
Of course. So Morph essentially is a EVM layer 2 blockchain that is focused on payments.
On payments.
So by extension, we're related to Biggit, the exchange.
Related to
Biggit.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So if like Binance is BNB, Bybit has Mento, then Morph has like Biggit has Morph. The only difference is that like the other chains are more of a multi-purpose chain. So they are focused on like TradFi, DeFi, NFT, whatnot.
Yep.
For us, we're just solely focusing on payments.
On payments.
Yep. And what we really want to do is to become the invisible settlement layer for stablecoin payments.
For stablecoin payments. Okay, keep going.
So I think that the main problem that we do see in payments that while domestic payments, you have like instantaneous payment method like faster FPS in Hong Kong.
Yep.
Pay now in Singapore or now
Thailand, UPI in India.
Yeah, but it's still like largely domestic.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, because I think like
I thought UPI, so the Indian part of this, and Pay Now in Singapore and PromptPay were getting together to create one kind of, I don't want to say unified because that's what the U stands for in UPI.
Yep.
But I thought they were getting together to say we're going to be interconnected. Is that not happening now?
I did hear
closer.
I did hear something, some news about like I think Hong Kong, Thailand, and maybe Singapore are working on something together.
Yep.
But it's still like regional, right? So
yeah, fair enough.
If we look at payment in a border perspective, it has to be global.
So let's say this for the uninitiated. Let's say I'm like, you know what? I'm done using PromptPay. I use it every single day. Like I don't think I could live without it actually. Let's say I'm done. how do I start using stablecoins to pay for everything?
Honestly, like right now, there is still some friction involved.
What would be my first step?
Your first step would be like to convert your fiat into a stable coin.
But can I convert my Thai baht into a stablecoin?
Of course you can. Yeah.
Into what kind of stablecoin?
So it can be like a USDT.
Take it and turn it into FX, and then turn that into USD
Correct.
stablecoin. But then how do I spend it in Thailand?
So
That's where I live.
Yes, so there are multiple ways you can do so. I think traditionally, it has always been like a stablecoin back Visa MasterCard. So I think a case in point would be BK Wallet has their own like.
So do I have to then download a wallet from Visa or MasterCard?
No. So you download a wallet from an exchange per se, or from one of the card issuers. So I think one of the more popular wallet that we do see in the APAC region is this company called Red.Pay.
Call what?
Red.Pay.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So they essentially have a they are issuing Visa cards.
Oh, okay.
That is that can be topped up by stable coins.
So they partner with Visa.
Yep.
It's almost like an affinity card.
In a way. So the way like the card scheme work is that so there are multiple layers of issuance.
Okay.
So there is what they call a bin sponsor, which they are a principal member of the card schemes.
Yep.
So they can issue cards on Visa behalf.
Got it.
So normally, if you're not a bin sponsor, you're just an issuer, then you got to work with a bin sponsor.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So at some point, a bin sponsor has to be involved.
Yep.
Got it.
So bin sponsor has been involved, the card scheme has been involved.
Got it.
And that's naturally where the problem comes in because there's so many parties involved.
Yeah, already it's like
Already?
it's confusing for me.
For a normal card payment, just for top up, you're looking at maybe give and take 0.8%.
Say again?
0.8% just to top up.
Oh no.
Your stable coins onto a card. On top of that,
why is it so expensive?
Because card schemes work on an interchange fee menu.
Yep.
So depending on the category of the card,
right,
the issuance and whatnot, they take a lot of cut here and there. So the top up fee is only part of it. So when the user actually transact at a merchant,
right,
there's actually merchant discount rate. So which can easily go up to like 2-3% if it's international.
So now you're talking about 10%.
With FX, easily over 5%.
Yeah.
Yep. And
sorry, go ahead.
No. So I think like what we're seeing that with stablecoin payments, we are trying. There are a couple of things that I think we have been trying to solve in the whole cross-border remittance spaces.
Yeah, because it's so important, right?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So first of all, it's just the usability or just the adoption. So that's where Visa came in.
Right.
So that's they solved the whole like fiat to crypto to fiat payment part. So now we're at phase 2. Is how we can make it quicker, cheaper for everybody.
Yeah.
And I think this is where blockchain comes in.
So why does blockchain make this better?
Because like we are working with like different payment partners to make it more invisible. Because like with the Visa card and whatnot, it's still essentially a top-up card. I think the main advantage of having a credit card is having credit.
Yeah, this is a debit card though.
It's a debit card. So how is it different
than just having cash?
Just having cash, or just how is it different from just converting your fiat onto stable coins and just do like a QR code payment? So that's why we're seeing a lot of these wallets.
Yeah, they
are now getting into QR code payments,
which is what I do every single day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we have like companies like Aeon in Southeast Asia, which is also a partner.
Yep.
Payify, which is part DCS.
Okay.
You can essentially just pay with your balance in your wallet, so long as you have stable coins in your stablecoin balances.
Right.
So that just solves the whole like the card payment rails issue.
Okay.
But
how does it make it cheaper?
Because you're no longer paying MDR, you're no longer paying the interchange fees because there's no longer different parties involved. Because like payment traditionally, they make money by inconveniences.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you can air that, but that's whatever. So the more inconvenience
we own the channel, we can say whatever we want.
There is,
the
more parties involved,
right?
The more money these like
But I thought the whole idea for stablecoins and for blockchain was to remove the middleman and have it be peer to peer, so I can pay you whenever I want, however I want,
whenever you
since I want,
and
whatever I want,
with whatever you want, and and the normal pushback that we do see from I think traditional payments that what about compliance? Oh my God, man, you guys must be like doing something very shady.
Yeah, and what if a payment goes wrong? I mean,
what if payments goes wrong?
Right.
And my counter would be like, hey, with blockchain, everything is transparent. It's actually more transparent than traditional payments in many ways.
Yeah.
Because everything can be traced back to the source.
Yep.
Yeah. So with traditional payment, you can see up to like me paying you, and who I got the money.
But
from.
after that, you have no idea what I do with that money, and I have no idea where you got that money.
You can still find out eventually, but the effort it takes is a lot. Like,
sure, if I want to do that research, I can do it.
It takes
but
a lot.
There's no way for me to just like look it up.
Yeah, there's no way you can look it up, but like with blockchain, you can actually do that.
Yeah.
So that
I don't know who it is, but I can see the wallet that it came from.
Yep.
There's no name on the wallet.
Oh, so that's why a lot of regulations are coming in to actually help. How do I say it? To get more verification.
Yeah, I want to know who I'm dealing with in all cases.
And I think with adoption, that is something inevitable. Especially we're seeing a lot of these like stablecoin regulations in the U.S., Hong Kong. I think a lot of different market following suit as well.
Okay.
So, like personally speaking, I do feel that if we want adoption with stablecoin payments, regulation is one thing that's extremely important, and we'll work with like regulators.
So there's this what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for in English? There's this push and pull.
Yep.
Between like DeFi wants to just like operate on its own.
Totally.
It wants to be separate.
Yeah.
Decentralized finance is why they call it DeFi.
Of course.
I don't want to be regulated. And then there's traditional finance, which is just like heavily regulated. And part of the reasons why this was created was because they didn't want to do this.
Yep.
So there's this conflict. That was the word I was thinking of.
Yep.
I couldn't come to it. I don't know why. I'm not that stupid. But how do you resolve that conflict of, because my contention has always been, there's just no separation between, I'm going to use terminology, TradFi and DeFi. There's just fi.
Yep.
There's just finance.
Yep.
So what are you going to take from this? And what are you going to take from this? But there is this conflict because the original guys that were here didn't like these guys.
Yeah.
And these guys over here thought these guys were scammers. So how do you resolve those conflicts and make it so that it is cheaper, faster, and better for me to pay using a stable coin rather than just using the currency that I already have?
I think we come to a point where I think both TradFi and DeFi are starting to find a common ground.
Yeah, because the guys that go into DeFi now are just like, okay, there are some benefits to being on blockchain, but we don't have to have a conflict with these guys. As a matter of fact, a lot of the guys that are here now used to be here.
Yep.
So that's why these things are coming together, I think.
And honestly, if I look the way I look at it, right?
Yeah.
TradFi wants transparency.
Yeah, more than they have today.
More than everything, they want to see everything. They want to make sure that they understand exactly where the source of funds is coming in. So everything is like it fits the regulations.
Right.
Everything, all the regulators are happy. DeFi's want privacy.
Yeah, in a weird way. Yeah, they want more. They want more privacy.
In a weird way, they want to make sure.
I was talking to Arthur. You know who Arthur Brightman is?
I'm afraid.
Arthur Brightman's the founder of Tezos.
Okay.
And so he was on a different format of the Asia Tech podcast, and I said to him, "Look, one of the big benefits of the blockchain is the transparency." And he looked at me right in the eye and he goes, "That's a bug." I said, "That's a bug. It's not transparency. It's not a feature. It's a bug, right? Because the reason why people are doing this is they want privacy by definition. So the transparency is a bug."
Yep. So I think like going back to that point, I mean, there is obviously a conflict between like TradFi and DeFi because like they both want very different things. But I think like right now where technology is making it so that there's actually a middle ground where things like zero knowledge proof.
Yeah, exactly.
So you will get like TradFi is able to get the information they need to fulfill regulatory requirements for them to transact and for them to get the benefit of DeFi.
Right. So nobody gets to see it, but the zero knowledge proof allows them to understand what that information is.
Exactly.
Kind of in a vacuum, right? Yeah.
And of course, like DeFi, they get the reassurance that you only know what you need to know
to make a decision.
Although like DeFi wants privacy, but is it like complete privacy? I don't think so.
No other, but I talk about this all the time, but I want to posit this to you as well. You can't buy alcohol without showing an ID.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? So like, I'm not saying they're going to write down Eric Cheung 953-7725. They're not going to write down your phone number.
Yep.
But they still want to know you're over 21.
No, and honestly, for a lot of liquor stores, it's more of a SOP, it's a process.
I get it. But I think the finance world should be that way as well. I'm a big believer in, and this is maybe a different conversation, but I want this to be on record. Like I'm a big believer in that the online world should mirror the offline world. There's nothing you can do offline that is regulated at any level that doesn't require some kind of identification. Like you couldn't open an account at any big trading brokerage, just go, yeah, it's Ziff457172. That's my thing on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I want to buy 500,000 shares of Apple. They'd be like, it's not working.
No, it's not working like that, man.
Right. Anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't think that should work on the online world either.
I just think that it's okay to want privacy, but to a reasonable extent.
Yeah, exactly. So in the same vein, if Eric Cheung goes out and buys 500,000 shares of Apple, I don't have the right to know about it. And they should have all the data protection around your account, and only you should know.
Yep.
So that's the privacy element to me.
And if we move over on payments, like how is it different from us traveling? Why do we have our passport?
Yeah.
Go through customs.
Yeah.
It's because there's certain information that people need to know.
We don't want you to break the law.
Yeah, we don't want to break the law.
And I don't break the law, so I don't mind having any kind of check on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think this is like I think the balance that we're seeing, like people in DeFi are warming up to it, generally speaking, because there is technology that can protect them in that.
So tell me this before I let you go. When Morph succeeds, notice I didn't say if.
Yep.
When Morph succeeds, what does the world of payments look like to you? Like, what do you want it to be at scale?
So
does that make sense?
That does make perfect sense.
You've mentioned a lot of pain points along the way, and I presume you're trying to fix them.
Yep. We're definitely doing.
So what does it look like? Not when you're done fixing them, because it's always a little bit of a moving target, and no one's ever finished, right?
Yep.
But what does the ideal look like? Pick a term. 3 years out, I don't care.
The ideal thing is being completely invisible and instantaneous. So
and instantaneous,
Yep.
but also frictionless in the sense that, like, I don't want to pay 7% to do anything.
It has to be like almost feeless, instantaneous,
Yeah,
and invisible.
because prompt pay for me right now is feeless. I never pay a fee. I can send Martin money right now. He can send it back to me. We could do it 100 times.
Yep, exactly.
And it costs us nothing.
So imagine that somebody like myself or yourself would press a button. You can send money anywhere instantaneously.
In the world. To anybody.
Yep.
As long as they have a mobile phone.
Yep.
But they need a wallet as well, right?
They'll probably need a wallet, but that like I think technology is improving by a lot.
How can we fix that?
So now what we're seeing these like multi-purpose wallet.
Go ahead.
Where they disconnect their bank account with Web3 as well, because we do see like banks in different countries are beginning to warm up to that. So there will be like a Web3 kind of wallet and a Web2 kind of bank account. So when you merge that together with a settlement network, it's basically just Swift. But
Swift is starting to do some blockchain stuff.
They are.
They just started to.
They just started.
I've been reading about it.
They have been doing. I heard about it. I think about a year or two ago. So they have been working on it for some time.
But they've just started announcing stuff. At least that's when I've noticed it.
Yep.
To be fair,
and they will be very regulated for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Swift like it takes them very slow. But I think technology doesn't wait.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
And I think the main point I'm trying to make that stablecoin payments is not to be monopolized
by
any chain or anything.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it should be either.
it should be omni-chain by default. It should be chain agnostic. Like chains will be working together.
Are there any Chinese yuan stablecoins?
There is a CBDC.
Right, but that's different though than a
It's very
stablecoin.
different. Yeah. So I think like what we really want to do is that because like Morph is omni-chain by default. So we have like native USDT on layer 0.
Yep.
On USDT 0. And we have native USDC on CTP.
Say it again.
We have native USDC on
got
CTP.
Got it.
So what we really want to do is that we want to work with different chains to make sure
We
that
should be agnostic.
yeah, it should be agnostic.
Completely.
It shouldn't be just one chain that
No,
controls
why would
everything.
you do that? It limits
An
you.
example that I like to tell people is that why this CBDC didn't work is because everybody is working in a walled garden. It's a silo. They're not talking to each other.
Yeah. Right. So,
So-
if Singapore has a central bank digital currency, and the US has one, and China has one, like,
And that's not gonna work.
what's the point? Like, what's the point?
What's the point? How's that different
Like, what's
from a,
different than the paper?
how's it different from a piggy bank at home?
Yeah,
Like,
it's no different.
So it has to be chain agnostic. Like all the blockchains in payments should be working together.
Right.
So that's what we,
It's friendly with each other.
Yeah. So we shouldn't be like guarding ourselves
Okay.
with like different chains. We should be openly working together. So that's why our tech is very open to work with like all chains.
Perfect. Okay, Eric, thank you so much for doing this. I hope this was okay with you. I had a ton of questions. I learned a lot, but I also wanted to figure some stuff out along the way. Is that cool?
I appreciate it. It's totally okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you. No worries. No worries at all. We are waiting for Andrea. He'll be right back. We just had a great conversation with Eric Cheung. I'm super interested in stablecoins. I really want to see a time where these chains like work really well together. How are you? Cards. Was that for you when you were on stage? Andrea, Michael, it's nice to meet you.
Andrea, nice meeting you.
It's a pleasure.
Getting comfortable with the.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Have you used a microphone like this before?
No, how do I need to speak?
So you want to pretend like it's an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat.
Sorry,
Make yourself comfortable. Just don't fall down. You're so much taller than I am. So you want to have it be like an ice cream cone,
okay,
but that you're not going to eat. So I recommend not licking it.
I'll try not to, but it's so inviting.
I know it's so funny. It looks delicious.
It's like
this is one of the most delicious ice cream cones. I don't know what the flavor is. It's silver. I don't know what you would call that, but
it doesn't necessarily feel good.
anyway, how are
Thanks
you?
for having me, man.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
It's good.
How are you?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Is it a full day of?
We started at 12:30. It's 3:40. We'll go until 5.
Wow.
Yeah, it's live.
It's live.
Yeah, it's live. We're already on.
Live.
You're already on.
Oh wow.
You're on TV right now. You're on YouTube live. How was your day so far?
It's good. Tiring, man. My legs. I mean, luckily, you're making me sit down a bit. So it's.
I prefer to stand up right now.
Oh my God.
Because if I stand, my height's no different than sitting.
Yeah, but I mean, I can tell you after 5 hours walking
Standing,
around.
yeah, walking around. It's hard work, really hard work. Okay, let's do this. Baronchelli, yes?
Yes.
Andrea, co-founder and CEO of Aspire. How long has Aspire been around?
Correct. 8 years.
And you've been there the entire time?
Yeah, since day minus.
Day minus. I like it. Refresh my memory. What were you doing before that? Lazaro?
Yes. So, yeah. So, backtracking a bit.
Go ahead.
Originally from Italy,
Yep, I got that.
in UK, moving to Asia, to initial.
Were you part of Rocket?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Rocket initial.
I'm just trying to remember.
Rocket initial team of Lazaro.
Yep. Good.
Exit Alibaba.
Got it.
Seeing a bit of innovative stuff going on.
You've seen a lot of stuff.
Yes.
This is kind of separate, but can I ask you, what did you learn? Like, what did you see at Lazada that informed Aspire? Is that fair to ask?
Yeah, it's fair to. I mean, it seems very basic and obvious now, but I think the intuition was we are in front of e-commerces, right? I mean, we were serving basically the e-commerces that were.
I've been living in Thailand since 2011.
Okay, so
I've seen all this stuff.
Okay,
But I've seen it from your viewpoint.
So basically, imagine you are sitting there and you see this kind of e-commerce revolution, right?
Yep.
The intuition is these guys are businesses, right? Business owners.
Yep.
And they are representing a new generation of businesses, which is digital first.
Right. The businesses that sit on the Lazada platform.
Yes.
And all the e-commerce businesses, whether they sat on Facebook or whatever, e-commerce or whatever it was back then. Yeah.
And these businesses are digital first, right? Think about digital commerce, digital marketing, digital content. Right?
Everything. Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
And you think about that, and then you think about the world of financial services, which was basically representing almost the opposite reality. It's like paperwork, physical presence, everything has to be done kind of in the most traditional way. Right?
Yeah.
And the obvious thing
was no meeting of the minds there.
Not gonna meet anywhere.
No.
So
grow this. Sorry, I'm excited. So sorry to interrupt you, but you can't grow this digital ecosystem if the payments, if the financial services is all paper based.
Exactly.
It's not going to work.
So the obvious intuition is that we gotta create a brand that talks to this new, kind of new generation of business owners and businesses and says, we are here for you. Right. Founder talking to a founder, we are rebuilding financial services for a new era. Okay, that was a starting point.
Okay, so that leads into my first question: how should founders think? Because we're a digital first business. We have to make payments, we have banking, we have to do all this stuff. But how should founders like we are and other people that operate in the digital realm think about consolidating their financial stack as they scale? And then on top of that, what mistakes do they make the most often?
Yes, we are sort of. First of all, I'm very passionate about that topic, and I've basically the vision of the company. It's basically consolidating two industries that have been apart for so long.
Okay, tell me.
And the easier way for me to think about it, to explain it to you, is you remember when you used to go around with a phone and a camera, right? I mean, pocket, left pocket, right? And now you use a smartphone and it looks like the most obvious thing, right? So imagine
it's more of a camera than a phone, but now anyway, but go ahead. Yeah,
exactly. But the point is, you take picture and of course it's integrated into a single system.
Yeah.
Imagine a business that handles corporate banking and all the business banking on one side and ERP, accounting, payable, receivables on the other side.
Yeah.
And the two things are meant to be together.
So why, can you talk to me about this? I don't know if you know my background, but I worked at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs for 20 something years, most of it in Asia, most of it in Tokyo. Okay. And as I told you, I moved here at the end of 2011, but functionally at the beginning of 2012. So I've been in the financial services business forever. Why had nobody why did no bank ever buy back in the old days, right? Like Arthur Andersen. So they had all the financial data. They were doing all the accounting. Why didn't that ever happen in the offline businesses?
I mean,
I know it's a kind of a rhetorical. I don't know, but
I don't know. I mean,
and it seems to make so much sense because you take the money from
you. Sure, online, especially as the money become more digital, right? You can integrate it much more with the software and agentic. It seems like there's no block between these two industries.
If anybody had like any kind of forward-looking sense, and I'm not saying that they're not smart, but like you came out of Rocket, a lot of heavy thinking there. You built this Lazaro business, like you said, sold it to Alibaba, but you're seeing all these little things going on of like every single merchant on my platform is operating electronically. And when they're done, they have to print this out and give it to their accountant. What are we doing? But the big banks must have said, we're dealing with, General Motors, and General Motors then takes all that information and then sends it from our bank to like PwC.
Yeah.
How come they never were like, why don't we just buy Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, it's not for you to answer.
I think it's an interesting thought. And I've been thinking a lot about why these two industries have been disaggregated. To me, is the first is like banks are heavily regulated, and it pulls basically the thinking into, okay, I'm gonna focus on financial services, and that's how it operated.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, software, for ERP, right, have been sort of relatively new, right? Maybe in the 70s, software is born. You have NetSuite, you have SAP starting out.
Yes, you're talking, yeah.
All this stuff is relatively more recent. And when this company started, and this company are working closely, I mean, basically they are integrating into the accounting workflow, receivable workflow.
Go ahead.
There was no way for them to aggregate financial services because there were almost no APIs, there were no payment regulations. So that the banking is much tighter. And so fundamentally, there was no opportunity.
You just made a really good point, though. Even a company like Xero, which frankly is not that old in lifetime terms, yeah? Like it's probably, 15 years old. They do accounting. How come they never opened a neobank? Because isn't that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I'm trying to use your analogy of I had a phone, I had a camera.
It's one of the things I'm very passionate about because
I can feel it, but that's why I'm asking.
I can tell you that this is happening, and I can tell you that in 10 years or 20, I'm not sure, because the industry is based on trust. It takes a bit longer than just purely software.
For sure.
There will be no business that thinks about these two as separate things. It's not going to happen.
But also I think they won't even think about because think about this too. If you have a banking business, let's just call it a finance business that is supported by an accounting business, because it's very easy to transfer the information back and forth, and it's successful, these businesses are also going to need other financial services like insurance.
For sure, there's a lot of synergies.
Like wealth management. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, I'm
just saying that's going to happen though as well, right?
No, for sure. I mean, there is a strong, there is a strong synergy. The clients are demanding these two industries to be aggregated.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the highest percentage of pain points that we hear about is like disconnected.
Yeah.
Not reconciled.
Right.
Scattered. No, it looks from another world, and we are here to build that, basically the new category that put them together.
Right.
And we still kind of need a service company to help us around, shaping it and everything. But the software, the agentic workflow, and the financial services, we are going to park them under the same platform.
So can you talk to me a little bit about agentic, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Like where it fits in, like where.
Yes, couple of years. Okay, this vision is a macro thing happening, right? And it's
everywhere.
It's
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Now, why this is accelerating now? Two things. The first thing is with banking trajectory taking potentially the digital money, programmable money path.
Yep.
That means that money that used to be very disaggregated with accounting, with bookkeeping, it's potentially just...
So the money itself didn't know where it was.
Exactly. Now it could know.
It could, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it could basically connect seamlessly. So it's accelerating because money itself now is becoming real-time, programmable, auto-reconcilable. And the second thing is with AI happening in the space, the platform that have more advantage in deploying agentic solution with house basically CFO reconciling, claims management, payroll are the one that integrate both financial services and ERP. And so basically we are sitting on a huge acceleration pattern.
Yeah. What are your clients saying? What are your clients saying?
No,
Like,
the clients,
are they pushing for this? Like, are they calling?
no,
Not calling. You know what I mean?
that try what it means to have, again, a camera and a phone integrated.
Yeah.
I mean, like anybody of us will never go back.
Do you own a camera?
Sorry?
Do you own a camera?
No.
Neither do I.
No, yeah.
I almost never take pictures, so I'm an outlier in a way. But like, my daughter doesn't own a camera.
Exactly.
And she has literally like 10,000 pictures on her phone.
Exactly.
Like, I have to buy storage for her every month. I have to like have more storage. Where do you see agentic AI interacting in a way with your clients? So not just internal efficiencies, but external efficiencies. And what kind of guardrails do you think you need to put around this? How are you thinking about, the way I look at it is when I hire a new employee or when I hire an intern, I don't give them access to everything. I want to make sure they know what they're doing first and then kind of move it out, expand their horizons or expand their responsibilities. Agentic AI itself is relatively new. And I was saying this all day today, and I'll probably say it all day tomorrow too. But like, if we were talking about predictive AI, I wouldn't be afraid of it. I would know how to implement it. Same thing with generative. I would know what to do. But agentic feels more active.
Yeah.
A little bit more risky in a way. How are you thinking about it? Both for internal processes, but also for external. Sorry.
No. I mean, the first storyline on the why we believe that, again, we are acting and we are moving in that space is, again, think about, you're starting a company and you have this finance back office, right? Opening bank account, accounting. There used to be something that every founder doesn't want to deal at all with.
Right.
It's like, okay, I mean, someone needs to take care of it.
Right.
And then I'm going to run my business.
Right.
Now, think about it. It's so weird because most of the way to run your business well is to understand, things like acquisition costs, where do you spend your money?
It's all money related. It's all finance related. Yeah.
And so the key informations that you need to know to run your business well are sitting in this thing that you don't want to deal with it.
It's kind of ironic in a way.
Crazy. It's crazy. And most of the questions that an investor asks you is about how much money, what is the cash that you have?
It's interesting too.
Of the cash runs.
Go ahead.
And so the point is with Agentic now, you can sort of, as long as you have these two things together, you can use these things that used to be the most boring corner of
I don't want to be involved in this thing kind of thing.
Actually answer the most important business questions. And now you can say, hey, what is my, what is the best way to invest my money? Where am I spending money more efficiently or not? Then you basically query exactly the thing that used to be absolutely, at the back of your mind. It becomes very powerful.
Right. Do you find that founders are now starting to understand this?
They start to understand it. It's slow. It needs to completely shift the minds of saying, but wait, your customer acquisition cost is about the invoices that you have here that you are spending.
Right. Or your marketing costs or whatever it is.
Right. You're already here.
You're so close to looking at it.
Here, you cannot throw them at the corner and say, oh, what is this accounting thing? No, I mean, that's your cost that you're spending to do your business.
So when that changes, when that bit flips, how do, I don't want to say just startups because they're really just businesses in some sense. But how do they start managing themselves differently from your perspective? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think the way it starts is usually the understanding that the power having the connectivity between this kind of back office finance and your understanding of your business. It's powerful.
Right.
From then on, it's like curiosity, right? Oh, wait a second, right? So it means that if I deploy this, for example, Aspire agent, and I tell him, okay, create a new policy, it can literally go here, check the invoices that your employee submitted and create a proposal for an adjusted policy that helps you to run your business better. And then slowly, okay, this is possible. Oh, the next thing is possible. And then they become curious about how to connect these two parts of
all
the
those
business.
two things together. How do you think about, and I've been asking everybody this today, but I'm just curious how you think about it as well. If you start to spin up agents, agentic AI inside your company, you have a bunch of different things you have to think about. One is, what do you do if the guy who spun up the agent leaves and he'd been using 4 or 5 agents to do stuff internally, but also do stuff externally? How do you even know they're there? And that means, like, do these NHIs, which is what I think they're being called, non-human individuals, do they have hiring numbers associated with them? Are they part of the human resources stack? Like, how are they dealt with so that when somebody does leave, you know what's out there? Because like, I could create one tomorrow inside of my company and I could get hit by a car. And Martin might not even know they're there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless there's a process for it.
For us, we started the journey by basically literally see them as an additional user in our application.
Right.
The same as right now, you can add users like add an accountant, add a analyst, add a bookkeeper.
Okay.
And now we basically
inside your clients' companies.
No,
inside your own company. Okay.
So you can create basically an agent, add it.
If that's if I'm a customer of yours.
From
if I'm a customer of yours, I use Aspire. I'm like,
oh, user. This is not a human.
Yeah.
But you have all the logs, all the information like it would be another person. So
got it.
Every information.
You have to register them.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Because you're the first person that said that to me.
And probably because we are in financial services, so everything needs to be auditable, recordable. That agent.
I wish that were true, but yeah, you're the first person that said that. I like it. Go ahead.
Agent, it needs to be auditable, like if it would be you.
For sure.
Like a human.
Yeah, like I used to say, like, my boss couldn't hire me at Morgan Stanley or at Goldman Sachs without like asking somebody first. I couldn't just rock up to the desk on a Monday morning. Yeah, he would have to do some stuff.
Yes.
Okay, that's really interesting.
We onboard basically the agent in our platform, and then it's auditable and all the logs are there.
Got it. I want to ask you one more thing and then I let you go. But I'm super excited. Do you mind? Like my energy level is really high. I hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind. What's your biggest driver of growth?
I mean, that's not a single driver.
I know, but it's a combination. It's an accumulation or an amalgamation of things.
We're very excited about, again, the digital money playing a part in in reinventing basically corporate banking.
Right.
And agentic AI connecting banking with ERP. These are basically the biggest, I would say, basically the macro trend that we are riding.
Yeah.
And then within this macro trend, I mean, we are very excited about continuously to be very excited about the entrepreneurs building businesses.
Yeah.
For us, that is our growth engine, meaning being able to serve
more people building more businesses.
We want more people building more businesses, be bolder than before. We want to follow them in the journey.
Yeah.
Why? Because for us, acquiring a business, energetic, young at the beginning, it's much more exciting. It's much cheaper. And it's frankly much more, exciting over the long run.
But also your growth is tied to their growth. And if you think they're going to grow, it's better for you. I would love to have like a stablecoin conversation with you as well and see how that fits in. But our next guest just arrived. Tell me you'll come back.
Please, I'll do. And thanks for having me.
Okay. It was a complete pleasure.
Awesome. Great.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Don't forget your cards. Thank you. Okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm good.
Your stamina is unbelievable.
I'm on fire.
I know.
Thank you. You're a rookie. Don't worry about it. I'll be gentle. Don't worry about it. Somebody actually told you what we were going to discuss.
So the questions.
So when I was at Morgan Stanley, when I was a young employee at Morgan Stanley, I was sitting at my desk one day and I was reading the New York Times, I think.
Okay.
So you can kind of guess how long ago that was because I was actually reading the New York Times.
Yeah, I check out your profile, so I roughly know. And I actually come from American Express. So I was there for 17 years.
Good for you.
Very similar, like finance.
And one of the things I read was, it's not and I'm not saying this about you, I'm saying it about me. It's like, one of the things that this article was talking about was not the smartest person, not the fastest person, not the tallest person. It's the person who's most prepared always wins. And they had a sentence in the article that I was reading that said that the person who's most prepared always wins. And I literally cut it out and I taped it on my 27-inch Sony monitor.
Prep talk. Daily prep talk for yourself.
I'm just saying. So I love prep.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me if I get this right. Carol Wu, Chief Strategy Officer, UQPAY. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having
Just pretend like you're just talking to me.
Okay.
Don't worry about anything else.
Sure.
What does it take? Maybe just tell us a little bit about UQPAY, just to start.
Sure. So UQPAY is actually a Singapore headquarters fintech company that was established in 2016.
Okay.
So currently that basically we have the MPI, so major payment institution license in Singapore. outside of Singapore.
The MAS, yeah?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The MAS. And we also just acquired the Hong Kong's MSO, so money service operator license
Super.
in Hong Kong.
Super.
And we're in the middle of applying for the PI license, the payment institution license, and also the CASP. So
What is CASP?
So I think it's a crypto service provider.
No problem.
License.
It's not a quiz.
Yes.
I don't know what it is either, so it's perfectly fine. But it's crypto related.
So in Europe. So that's that.
In Europe.
Yeah, in Europe.
Okay.
And
But UQPAY is a Singapore domiciled, Singapore founded company.
yes.
Cool. In 2016.
For international expansion.
Yep,
So
yep,
we also
yep.
have the money transmitter license in Arkansas of
This will be licensed in the US as well.
yes, US as well.
Good for you.
So it's a fast growing budding fintech company.
Awesome.
Yes.
Good
Thank
for you. Do you go to the Singapore FinTech Festival?
Oh, I was there actually. Oh, I noticed that you were there in November last year.
We were. We love
Yes.
Money 2020. We partner with them. We love it here. Absolutely love
Love,
it.
yes.
Okay. Let's talk about this.
Sure.
What does it take to build payment infrastructure that AI agents can trust and operate at
Right.
scale?
So if you look at the payment history, so then they are fundamentally human driven.
Yeah.
Because so when you are making a payment or initiating a transaction, so usually you have a buyer, right? So say that you were trying to shop a new clothes on the internet.
Yep.
So you will have to look for different website and choose something else, and then you have to consciously make a decision to make a payment, yank out your credit card, this and that.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to AI agent, it doesn't act like humans. So then there is no second guessing. There is no like perusing of the products. It's basically just, what is the task and when it needs to be initiated. And, you have to have these defined rules unless the AI agent is going to just start going into making payment, etc. So that
Right.
in a way that we're now seeing like faster payment because of the AI agents getting into the payment ecosystem.
Right.
But the point is always about, when they're like, who's initiating it?
Yeah. Who's
It's AI.
responsible for it?
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Bring out the point that who is responsible, accountable for this transaction,
Right.
and who set the rules.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
it all comes down to that. The fact that if AI is doing that, then there has to be some predefined rules. Like, what is this transaction or payment for?
Mm.
And also in terms of what is the assets? If you give a credit card to your AI agent,
Right.
you need to say that actually the transaction has to be capped at $100.
I was going to say I was having a conversation with a guy much earlier today. It feels like 6 weeks ago, but it was just earlier today, and he said, because I liken it to like giving a credit card to your teenage son or daughter, and just going whatever you want,
Exactly.
whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like no limits, no nothing. They come home in a Ferrari, and you're like,
Right.
I wasn't expecting that.
Right.
So
Exactly.
you do have to put guardrails on this stuff too.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And how do you build those?
So that's why we have what we call the flashcard. So basically, it's very task oriented.
Go ahead.
And also that in terms of the assets and also the transaction limit, it's predefined.
Right.
So it's not like you're going to end up with your AI agent buying a Lamborghini for you.
Let's hope not.
And also, I think that it has to be, in a way that once the transaction itself, the payment is done, then the authorization is expired.
Ah, got it.
So then it's very controlled.
So that's really important. We spent a lot of time talking about guardrails
Right.
on this show, particularly when it comes to agentic AI, because it's still so new. And I guess that's the other thing I wanted to ask you about. If we had met each other a year ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation at all.
Exactly.
Because it didn't exist.
Yes.
We'd probably be talking about payment orchestration and maybe how artificial intelligence in a generic way was in the background behaving to like do some analysis and try to figure out where do I actually make my payment and how
Right.
do I make my payment?
Right.
But now that we exist in a world where there's agentic, I'm curious what the machinations were like internally, right, at UQPAY, where people are like, we have this thing.
Right.
Do we have to use it? And if we do have to use it, how do we use it?
Right.
And if we do decide to use it, then how do we build these guardrails?
Right.
I like this exploration thing, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
So I think the point that you raise is interesting in the sense that, AI, we use it as a tool, but historically or in that, it just changes so quickly. So the point is that maybe last year we're talking about AI tool as like a backseat driver.
Yeah, completely.
But now it's sitting in the front row.
Yeah, it's like it's got its hands on its wheel, on the wheel.
But still, there has to be control and governance in the sense that if we're talking to like corporate clients, they have recurring like
Yeah,
also like high frequency, like
go for it.
high frequency and limited like subscription fee.
Yep.
And you basically authorize the AI agent to do it on a regular basis.
Regular basis, yeah.
That is very controllable and that is traceable, right? It's basically all the programmable modeling, you can see the records. So in a way that the risk level
Yeah.
and
It's minimized, right?
Yes, it's minimized, it's used, but it takes out the bulk part of the like the mundane work.
Right. So what are the conversations like with your clients, the people that are using UQPAY, to make payments?
Right.
What is their view on the implementation of agentic AI to help them do what they're doing? Again, so they don't have to do the mundane things.
Right.
They can spend more time thinking about how they're going to run their business.
Exactly.
So what are they thinking about
So,
this?
so for example, that we have a corporate client, they're running the like the website.
Yep.
So they have business and all those orders from all over the world. And
Yep.
they also have in their supplier finance, the ecosystem.
Yep.
They have their logistics suppliers. They also have like the manufacturing partners.
Yep.
And those are the things that's probably happening on a monthly basis.
Sure.
That they
Some
want to
regularly scheduled thing, right?
Exactly. And procurement activities. So for those, and also like some of the employees that they send overseas. So like the payroll. So payroll, travel and entertainment, and also like the like I said, the supplier finance. So you can use AI agent by predefining the rules. So those are the list of recipients.
Got it.
That can be looped in for the agentic payment. And you set the limit. And then you can give specific like recurring orders for the.
You make the agents for your clients, or is it something that they make for themselves?
We make our own agent. So we have.
So you give it to them.
Yes.
So your clients are thinking, oh God, this is really mundane. I'm super bored doing this.
Right.
I don't have enough time to run my business. So you make an agent for them.
Yes.
Then what? API connects. I don't want to get too technical.
Yes.
But that API connects to them.
Yes.
And then how is it, do they control what it connects to internally?
So it really depends on in terms of the scope of the AI payment that the client wants
to make. They don't do it themselves. But what if they wanted to?
They can.
They can.
So everything can be customized based on their.
So if I wanted to make up my own agent, but I want to use UQPAY to make my payments, I could just work with you.
Give us preset rules.
Yeah, give you some preset rules.
Yes.
And then I can do that myself.
Right.
Interesting.
Yes.
Really interesting.
Because we have to be where our clients are. So a lot
for sure.
Products and innovations and also solutions. Exactly.
You can't say no to that.
We're there where our clients need us.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And how can you just characterize the way, like, are clients excited about this? Are they afraid of it? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. So I think
because you must talk to them a lot. Like some clients must be like, this is super. And other clients must be like, I don't know.
Right.
And other clients like, we're never going to use that.
Exactly. So Michael, you have pointed out the fact that, every client has different AI, like agentic payment literacy.
For sure.
So
For sure.
those there, they are adopters.
Yeah.
They will be like, okay, so I want to know what your solution can do for us.
Go ahead, because I have another follow-up after this. Go ahead.
And there are some that's like, okay, so this is something that's really chic and hot and sexy. So give me a demo in real life. What kind of problems and needs that this solution can fix? Right.
But what is it like for you and your teammates who've never used it before either, right? Because it's like I don't want to say the blind teaching the blind, but like it's so new.
Right.
It's like guys with one eye are teaching somebody with no eyes to get a little bit of eyesight in a way.
Right.
And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean like, we're not really sure over here, but we know it's going to be kind of cool.
Right.
Can I ask you this too? Once they see it work, well, they're like, oh,
this is good.
This is kind of cool.
Right. It is.
And it saves me a ton of time.
Right.
Every month, because now I don't have to make that payment, which I make all the time, and it's driving me crazy. And sometimes it fails, and you know what I mean?
Yes.
And once they see it work once, they do. It's not even like a proof of concept. It's like a live demo for them. Do they accelerate their uptake of this like really fast, or is it still sort of slow and incremental? I know it's different by client, but just on average.
It comes down to a few different, in a way, that dimension when it comes to answering that question. One is that the customers, the life cycle of their business. Also on a very rapid expansion internationally.
Yeah.
So they have the needs to innovate to govern, to streamline their day-to-day operations.
Because they want to, if they want to expand, yeah.
So the volume, like the ball goes out so quickly, so they reach their critical mass. They need to have a really snap-on solution to help them take away some of the hassle. But there are also those who are they're too established.
Yeah.
and in a way that they already enjoy their success. So
Right.
when it comes to AI adoption, so they will say, okay, we're doing a company-wise AI tools adoption and learning, but when it comes to integrating AI into the payments, like working with our partners and suppliers, and this is something that maybe we have to take some time. Wait until we're like AI agentic payment literacy is higher. We will come back and circle back to the solutions.
Got it.
And there are also those who basically say, okay, this is really cool and sexy, but I don't think that it's for us. So they will go back to
just the original ways they were doing things.
like that. They're BAU.
Right.
Right.
Business as usual.
Yes.
Do you think that companies that go back to BAU over the longer period of time are going to be handicapped and will fall behind the companies that not just go in all in right away? Because I don't think that's a good strategy.
Right.
But for companies that are like, they test, they do more, they test, they do more, they test, they do more, and then they're using so much agentic AI that the literacy level gets so high
Right.
that then when people try to come in and do it to compete with them, they're just like so far behind on growth that they can't compete. Is that, do you see that happening?
I see
Do you foresee that?
So I think in the past few decades, we have seen company who are doing so great at some point.
Yeah.
I don't want to name it.
No, I don't want to know names either, but they know who they are. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, because those companies also have not adopted other cutting edge technology.
Yes.
They're leaving themselves behind in multiple lanes.
Change is constant.
It's constant, right?
I really see that on our day-to-day job. I see that the agent, we have the departments like bot, the AI agent.
Yeah.
So we give a name, and we are seeing that the AI tool is taking so much hassle. Like,
right.
So free up our time.
Yeah.
And also our mind, so we can focus on bigger things.
Sure.
Like
Look,
contemplating on how we can work with the.
well, so that's the other thing. Like, how are enterprises rethinking payment systems now that autonomous agents are entering the picture? Because in my mind, you don't just do the same thing and then automate it. You rethink, like, now that I have the ability to do some things that are autonomous,
Right.
how should that workflow change? So how are they rethinking this?
So I think in terms of the automation, it comes back to like the pilot. So do we focus on like one or two teams that have the needs to integrate AI payment into their operation, daily operation?
Yep.
And do a deep dive, making sure that the governance, the control, and also like the programmable rules are clearly laid out. So there's no like backfiring, and then you will do the scale up.
Got it.
Right.
How should enterprises design autonomous systems that can actually transact? How should they go about designing these things?
So I think for that, once I think the AI starts transacting, then it becomes no longer just a like in the backdrop. It becomes actually the active economy actor in basically in the ecosystem.
Yep.
So then when we're designing the system for automation, it is about designing the principles.
Go ahead.
So system actually,
and every company is going to be different, right?
Right. So
Sure.
Exactly. So then the point is how do we define what the system is able or allowed to do?
Right.
And the other thing is what are the constraints or rules that we need to govern? And the other thing is that how are we monitoring and also controlling those actions?
So do you think people actually come up with, so you said monitoring, right?
Right.
Again, you implement something, but you kind of don't know what it's going to be like. Do you know what I mean? Like, have you ever been skiing?
Yes.
Snow skiing, right? So you know how before your first, same here. I don't like it at all.
I don't like it.
But it's the first thing that came into my mind because it's kind of a complex setup.
Yes.
The boots, the skis, whether it's your snowboarding, the poles, the gloves, the hat, the jacket, everything.
Right.
But the first time you go skiing, you don't know what you need.
Right.
Then once you get up on the hill, you're like, oh, maybe I need a different hat for this or different gloves. But and the only reason why I'm saying that is because I think it's easier to understand complex systems when you make analogies to simpler things.
Right.
Do you get the sense that when people are implementing autonomous payment systems, like you said, I've done this when I was at Goldman, mapping out workflows. Every now and then you forget something.
Yes.
Or you realize after you've mapped it out that if you can automate it, it's better to do it in a different way. Are you seeing that as well? Where like you map out all these things, you have all these principles put in place, you implement it, and then you're like, oh, your clients say, let's tweak that a little bit.
Right.
You see that happening as well.
Exactly. So then, so the point is that the underlying logic is that we need to be prepared to do, okay, here's the preset rules per the discussion with the client.
Yep.
This is how we're going to roll out. And this is the result. So let's go back to the drawing board.
Right.
And let's do it again.
But you see this happening.
Yes, it's actually happening as we speak. with our organization, UQPAY. So
as well, yeah.
yes, it's happening. So constantly, like sometimes like the development work itself is that it's working around the clock to make sure that we're delivering on the client's asks.
Do you feel like you learn so much from what your clients' implementations look like that then when you go to another client, you're not giving away their secrets, but you at least know what to think about when you're doing it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the thing is that because we serve those corporate clients, again, it is about they telling us their daily needs, whether it's agentic payment or other product and solutions, and also see how far and how fast we can go where they are.
Got it.
And then in between, that's just like the never-ending cycle of optimization.
I like it. Yeah, it's an iterative process for sure.
It's a term.
Okay, one more thing. What will enterprise fintech look like as AI stuff becomes more mainstream? Because it's not mainstream yet. It feels like it is to you because you're in it every day.
Again,
we're not there yet.
That's who we're talking to. I think it's mainstream. So I think the challenge here is that everything. I don't know if you have the same feeling, Michael. Is that everything just starts moving so much faster.
Oh my God.
Like
I do more work today than I did when I was at Goldman Sachs. It's ridiculous.
The content generation, right? So our day to day, you have the AI.
So much faster.
Everything is faster. But the point is that speed is no longer an issue. So what becomes the real challenge? It's actually governance.
Yeah.
It is about control. It's about trust.
But like, it's really interesting because I've had, I don't know how many discussions today about agentic AI, just AI in general.
Right.
And I've introduced the concept of governance to people. And I know they were thinking about it. It's like I've introduced it to them, but I introduced it to the conversation. But you're kind of one of only one or two people that actually brought it up yourself.
Trust. I think trust is
super important in payments, particularly important in fintech, right? Like, what else do you have?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
So I was going to say that actually trust and also control.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
also who's responsible.
Yeah, yeah. Accountability.
For these payments. Right?
Yeah, same.
So in the end is that, so it all comes down to the fact that the initiator, the human, would have to
be
set the rules.
Yeah, because at some point, humans aren't going away. No. And if you decide to do something, so I don't mean to point you like that, but if you decide to do something like that, at some level, even if you're using technology to do it, you're accountable.
You still have to give in a way that place an order.
Again, it's like if you drive a car through a store window, it's not the car's fault. It's your fault.
Exactly.
Not that you would do that. Yes. You seem way too nice to do that kind of thing. Okay. Carol, thank you so much for sitting down and said, I hope this was okay with you.
Yes.
It was a complete pleasure. It was really nice to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am so impressed with your credential, and I watch every single podcast.
Stop it.
And it's just great.
Thank you.
Like thematic, or it is about anything. I saw the deep sea.
Yeah.
That's
that was
interesting topic. So it stirred out a lot of conversation.
Thank you. I thought that was really interesting as well.
Really good.
Thank you.
You so much.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's really kind.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, stay in touch. How are you? Nice to meet you. Eelee. Lua? Great. Easy. How are you today?
Good. I'm good.
How has Money 2020 been for you today?
Interesting. I think.
Is this your first time here?
No.
No?
It's my second time for Asia, and I've been to the Europe one.
Ah, really? Were you in Amsterdam last year?
The year before, I think.
Martin and I were in Europe last year.
Oh.
In June of last year, yeah.
But
it was cool.
The Amsterdam one was interesting.
It was cold.
Ah, yes.
Nobody told me what the temperature was. I didn't even think about it. I didn't realize. Like I've been going to Europe for years, but I didn't realize how far north Amsterdam was. And I've only ever been there once before when I was at UBS. So I went with a bunch of other people. We had heavy coats and suits and stuff. I literally went dressed like this, and I had flip-flops on.
Yeah.
And no sneakers, so I was freezing cold when I was 10 degrees.
Oh, it was colder than.
It was 10 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Okay. Where are you based?
Singapore.
You're in Singapore. Okay. Okay. So you are the Eelee Lua, Chief of Staff at Xcube.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you can tell people a little bit about what Xcube does.
Sure. So Xcube, it's a venture studio based in Singapore.
Oh, it's a venture cube. Yeah. Nice.
Help financial services, FI or fintech companies to innovate beyond their core business.
Yep. Go ahead. I just want to move the microphone closer for you so people can hear you.
So I'm a chief of staff to the CEO and founder of the company.
You must see everything.
Yes.
I'm not gonna ask about secrets.
Yeah.
But I am gonna ask you to share something. Sorry, go ahead. That's great.
Yeah. So when we do venture building, we always go by ecosystem approach. So we identify a systemic risk or systemic problem, and then we figure out what are the solutions that we need to put together, whether we build them ourselves, we build them with corporates, or we bring in existing early stage solution in the market
Got
and
it.
assemble them to solve a big problem together.
Got it. How long has XQ been around?
We were established in 2023.
2023, it's new.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Almost 3 years now.
What is the background of the people that started the firm?
So Sebastian is a solo founder.
Okay.
He's a serial entrepreneur.
Okay.
I call him the addicted unemployed person.
Addicted, unemployed person.
Yeah. So
Continuously unemployed.
yes.
I like it.
He chose to be that way.
Sounds like me. Continuously unemployed.
Nextcube is his fourth business.
Okay.
Yeah. So he has a very interesting entrepreneurship journey in both venture building and corporate venture building.
Interesting. And he shares that with people that come into the is there a program there that's there? Or he's just looking for market gaps and then how to fill those market gaps?
Sorry, say again?
He's trying to fill market gaps. Like, do you pick founders to run your ventures?
So we act as a co-founder.
Yeah,
and
that's what I mean. You find founders and you act as a co-founder. Really interesting stuff. So tell me, how are corporates rethinking startup partnerships in the age of AI agents?
AI agents is interesting. So I've seen multiple demos on AI agents in different use cases.
Yep.
And to be honest, I don't know, this can be contrary, but I don't have a strong conviction on how AI agent can change the financial services industry in particular.
Interesting. Tell me why.
Because our industry, I would say what has changed and what has not changed.
Go for it.
So what has changed with in the age of AI? Of course, the obvious one is AI helps us with our operational efficiency.
Yep.
So it helps us accelerate the speed of prototyping, entering into the market, save costs in certain areas. Coding, marketing.
Yeah, for sure.
Customer profiling and identification.
Customer engagement as well.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So some of the business costs have went down significantly, and the organizational structures has also changed. And also, I think the competitive landscape and also how customers think about pricing has also changed. So customers no longer willing to pay for some of the things, and they are
You're
willing
talking about
to.
software or SaaS stuff, yeah?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And what has not changed in the financial services industry in particular is we are still a regulated space.
Yeah, this is never going to go away.
We move money. We hold responsibility because we hold the custody of people's money.
Yep.
And we still bear the responsibility and accountability of many decisions.
Absolutely.
So with AI agent, back to your question, I haven't, and I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I haven't seen any strong use cases where how can we go past the governance layer?
I think it's an interesting perspective from your viewpoint in the sense that there's no pressure on you as a venture builder to do it.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what I'm hearing. I talk to senior executives at established companies or even at, I'll call them startups. Let's just call them new businesses, right? Because they're like 6, 7 years old. There's a lot of pressure on them from their investors and also from the board of directors for big established companies. Like, what's your AI strategy? But for a team like XCube, there's nobody telling you what to do. Right. So you can actually,
it's the fun part of it.
Yeah. No, that's the best part about it. Not having anybody else telling you what to do is easily the best part of it. But it's an interesting perspective because no one's putting pressure on what's your strategy? What's your strategy? You can literally be thoughtful about,
yes.
Do we really need this?
And we are neutral with technology.
Yeah, you should be.
Today it can be AI, tomorrow is quantum. And
you're so right though, right? Like, again, if we were having this conversation 2 years ago, it'd be all blockchain all the time. Actually, 4 years ago, all blockchain all the time. No one's putting pressure on you for that today. The second thing is all the metaverse all the time. Like, I don't care. Does anybody care? No, nobody cares.
One of the worst decisions corporates can make is to chase the hype.
Yeah, I'm never a chaser.
They are doing it for the sake of doing it, and they pay the price later.
For sure. For sure. I mean, look, one of the things that I hear is 90% of AI implementations fail. And I think part of the reason why is there's no conviction around why they're doing it. I spoke to a guy, not this morning, but yesterday morning, about AI as a tool, whether it's agentic AI, predictive AI, generative AI, it's just a tool. What's the problem you're trying to solve? And are there other tools that can solve that problem for you at scale? And if there are, why are you using something that you don't understand?
Yeah.
Right. So I think it's interesting perspective. Sorry, go ahead.
Also, especially in Asia context, in business, it's not just about money and products and tools. It's also about relationships.
Go ahead.
And that is a very, very important foundation any business should learn and know how to build, including managing your stakeholders. So all these kind of things, AI just cannot do.
But I would also make the case that in specific countries, human capital is way less expensive than it is in developed economies. And because of that, sometimes just hiring a bunch of people is a better solution.
Yeah, it happens in many emerging markets.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to point out any particular countries, but I mean, if anybody's familiar with what's happening in Asia or in Southeast Asia, you know that in some cases it's just more efficient to hire people to do something.
Yep.
You should still know, like, I like this fact that you said you're technology agnostic, but you're not technology, you're not a Luddite. You're not sitting there going, we don't want to know anything about it.
Yeah.
Just like, we'll learn about it. And if it makes sense, we'll use it.
Yes.
If it doesn't make sense, we're not interested.
Yep.
And I think that's fair. Okay. Where does Xcube see the most promising intersection between AI infrastructure and venture building? Like where do these things actually intersect? And it doesn't have to be agentic. It's just any kind of artificial intelligence. Yeah.
To be honest, I don't see one specific thing.
Give me a few if you want. Yeah.
So I see AI as something that's embedded into our venture building process.
And I love this answer. Go ahead.
It should be embedded and considered when it's appropriate in every step of the venture building process. Yeah. So it's really mainly to improve efficiency and AI sometimes help us see the blind spots as well.
Helps you where? Oh, see blind spots. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because it's a whole bunch of analysis that an AI tool can do that a human can do.
Yeah.
But it just take way more time.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like even when I use artificial intelligence to do some analysis for me, I check their work.
Oh yes, definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't take, if it's something simple like 6 + 5, like I get it. If it's 11, it's 11. I get it. But if it's more complex than that, I'm checking the work.
Yeah, and I think we still need many of the core roles in venture building have not changed. Like we still need, technical experts. We still need AI is just their extended version of them to achieve certain tasks faster. And
it's an idea facilitator, right? In other words, the AI is not coming up with the idea.
Yeah, maybe we are not going to, just buy code to go to market.
No.
We are still having, very experienced CTOs to help us, decide what is the right tech stack.
You can't have like a 12-year-old running your tech team. Unless they're like Mozart, you know what I mean? Like unless they're a prodigy. But the bottom line is you have to have some technical knowledge to use technical tools in a way that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but we might need lesser developers, for example.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Look, even the Claude code team says that 60% of the code that Claude is written about is written by Claude itself. But that's only 60%.
Yeah.
So what's the other 40% is by guys and gals doing stuff. Okay. What does open innovation look like for corporates entering like any new phase of technological innovation? Like what does it look like for them?
I think it's an exciting time for
you think
corporates to explore.
Are they open-minded about this?
Most of them.
Go ahead.
All, but to be honest, not all, but most of them. And especially now with the speed of how fast the technology is evolving.
It's moving, yeah.
Open innovation can help corporates on a few things, right? One is to access to talents and ideas. And second is to test and access to technologies that within the corporation you are not able to do so.
Yeah.
But I think so from our experience, doing open innovation, getting ideas and all that is the easy part.
Sure. Ideas are easy.
The difficult part is to how you go past the pilot phase.
Yeah. So how you're testing something, you pilot it, and then you're like,
how do you
Okay. Does it scale and roll out?
Yes, how do you integrate
Commercialize
the
it, yep.
solution with
Yeah.
corporates? So that is the difficult part because many startups and many entrepreneurs, they don't know how to work with corporates.
No, they have no idea.
They don't know
No
how
idea.
to build enterprise solution.
None.
Building a product for one person or 20 people and building for a product for 5,000.
It's night and day. Night and day, yeah.
But I also want to argue that on the opposite side, it's the same for corporates. So many corporates are not ready to absorb the technology
I
and to
didn't-
work with.
Can I give you an example? I didn't know this at the time, but in retrospect, when I was sitting on a trading desk, we had a startup building our position management system. I worked on an equity trading desk, right? So stocks, portfolio trading. So we traded multiple stocks at a time. We had days where we traded thousands and thousands and thousands of names. But we were working together with a startup, but I didn't know what a startup was back then because it was 1994. Was it 1998? I can't remember anymore. It's a long time ago. But they didn't know how to work with us. They were annoyed by us because we didn't get back to them fast enough. And we were annoyed by them because they were like constantly iterating and changing stuff. We're like, what are you doing? So I know that experience. And I think you're right. I don't think it's changed much in 30 years.
Yeah.
The startups have no idea how to work with corporates. The corporates have no idea how to work with startups.
Interesting last year, the Singapore FinTech Festival. So the MAS, the Monitoring Authority of Singapore, and GFTM, they hosted a Global FinTech Accelerator. So all the finalists of the competition, they arrived in Singapore 1 week before SFF. And XQ actually did a workshop for the finalists to coach them.
You did.
Yeah.
XCube did.
Yeah, to coach them how to work with corporates. And we gave them the framework and they were like, wow, we didn't know this.
But you can't even, I don't even think one coaching set, I get the point, but like I worked in corporate for 20 something years and I still have to rethink it, but I haven't been there in a while, right? I still have to rethink like, who do I interact with? How do I interact with them? What's the difference in speed? How do I get them to trust that what I say I can do, I can't, like all these little things that, what'd you say, Sebastian was probably teaching them. But I think it's like everything else. I can tell you how to drive a car.
Yeah, but you have to do it yourself.
You got to get behind the wheel and hit the gas pedal to figure it out, right? Okay. Thank you very much for doing this today. You were incredible.
Thank you.
Really, I really appreciate it. Eelee, thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Stay in trust. Maybe at some point we can meet Sebastian as well. That would be super great. Yeah, let us know how we can help you. Awesome. Thank you very much. No, I love it. I love it. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
He's there. 2 minutes and get it.
You've had a long day.
I've had a great day. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. My founder Vince will be joining you.
No, Vince is going to be joining.
Yeah, that's right.
Vince.
Coming in. Yeah.
Okay. No worries.
Different name.
I do, but it's okay. I'm relaxed. I can handle anybody.
I'll leave it to.
No worries. Can I see? So this is the company name?
Yeah. Firsty. So we're into travel technology. So more into travel telecom.
Travel.
Yeah. So we embed into apps. So we are on Grab, on Uber, MasterCard, banks, some of the large banks.
Got it.
And
Travel.
that's business.
Got it.
But actually we're into telecom. We're more into telecom embedded into apps.
eSIMs or? Okay.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Michael?
Vince, good to meet you.
Vince, what's your last name?
Vissers.
How do you spell it?
Vince Vissers. Vissers.
Okay, come closer so you can see where my mouth is on the microphone.
Yeah.
Try to get yours there.
Not as used to the mic.
I know. It's hard. It's hard. But the closer you get, think about it like an ice cream cone.
Okay.
That you're not going to eat.
Yeah.
Don't lick it.
I wish.
Yeah, so do I. I'd love to have a little bit of chocolate and vanilla right now.
It's quite hot.
So what's the name of your company?
So the name of the company is Firsty.
How do you spell it?
Firsty.
Firsty. And why don't you just give us a little bit of background about what Firsty does?
Yeah. So what Firsty does is we provide embedded and global telecom.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So background in engineering and in fintech, hence the location. We started within Agen, global payments, consolidated across the globe.
Okay.
We looked at telecom.
Okay.
Very fragmented, It takes months to integrate a telecom operator, international roaming, international fees.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Very cumbersome.
It's a complete nightmare.
And we want to do the same with telecom as has been happening within fintech. So consolidate that space.
So tell me how those two things go together.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit more information.
Okay.
So you're at fintech to learn about what fintech does and how they solve fragmentation and implementation.
I'm always here to learn. I'm also here to collaborate.
Go ahead.
So let me give you an example.
Please.
You used to travel. You would have a bank account locally. Then you travel to a new country. Then you have high exchange rates, etc., etc.
Yep.
That is being solved by the companies right here. I think give an example as a Revolut, for example.
Yeah, great example. Wise.
Yeah. Or additionally, you have Nike, and they have a store in one country. Then they have a payment provider there. Then they go open up a store in another country. Need to integrate another payment.
Because the payments are different in almost every country. Yeah.
Exactly. Then now within telecom, if you have a telecom subscription in one country,
right,
and you go somewhere else,
it's a nightmare.
Why
is it so hard?
I don't know.
Tell me, like, when you think about it, why? I struggle to understand this. Can I give you a little bit of context?
Of course.
So when I was a kid, we had a local phone number.
Yeah.
And literally, if you wanted to dial to like 3 towns away, it was a long distance call.
Yeah.
It was like 5 times the price.
Exactly.
For no reason. It was just like for no reason.
Yeah.
So we kind of solved that problem. But then international calls were just like a nightmare.
Yeah.
You had to take out a loan.
And it's still
so expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not so much anymore because now I have WhatsApp.
It's improving.
I can call somebody. I was talking to somebody in Florida this morning. Doesn't cost me anything.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if I go to Florida, now I have a problem.
Yeah.
So why don't these telecoms, and you know what else it reminds me of? And tell me where I'm wrong. You're too young to remember this. No, they had way too young. Yeah. But they had regional DVDs.
Yeah.
So if you bought a DVD in Japan, it didn't work in the United States.
Yeah.
And if you bought a DVD in Europe, it didn't work in Japan. So then somebody made a region-free DVD player that had a chip inside it that read every DVD.
Exactly.
So that's what you're doing, it sounds like to me, in a way. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And I think you see this within everything, within the world being a more globalized place.
Yeah.
These barriers or these limits are being put up, but they're not factual. They're not actually necessary.
Right.
So the value of a gigabyte, there's not actually a value of a gigabyte.
Doesn't mean anything.
No, it's just
some
piece of data going from one pole to the other.
Exactly.
If those poles are already in the ground, there's no fee for that.
Right.
So it's just companies saying, hey, we can earn a lot of money. If somebody goes abroad, we just raise the price.
Right.
And then there's us trying to circumvent it.
So that's my question. So in the old days, you just like rock up at the airport and buy a SIM card.
Yeah.
But it seemed filled with friction.
Yeah.
Plus, if you weren't familiar with that country, you didn't know, like, is the pricing right?
And it's still only that country, and you can no longer call with your own phone number.
No. And like your WhatsApp doesn't work. Like all the things that would normally work sometimes don't work. So what do you do to fix that?
So what we do is we're basically a platform.
Is this different than something like Holify?
Yeah, it's entirely different.
Okay, tell me how.
Yeah. So
I tried to use Holify and I thought it was a nightmare as well. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
That's one of the reasons we started. We were like, okay, telecom is an issue. The solutions is an issue. So what we do is we provide a platform called Firsty. And as a consumer or as an app, if you integrate with us, you connect towards the Firsty platform. And Firsty integrates with most telecom operators on the planet. And what we do is, over the air, when you are in Taiwan, we load a Taiwanese operator. When you travel towards the Netherlands, we load KPN.
But how do they know, who am I paying?
So there's the thing, we collaborate with big brands. So we collaborate with Uber, for example. Here in Asia, we collaborate together with Grab.
So, but sorry, I have so many questions. Do you mind?
Yeah.
How does Grab help you with a telecoms provider?
So Grab has an issue, right? Like where you used to be connected and you pay for gigabytes a minute.
Yep.
That is not where the value lays for a player like Grab.
Zero.
For Grab, the value lays in retention, in revenue, in user experience.
Yeah, like I'd love to use Grab when I'm in Singapore, but I have no connectivity, so I can't use it.
So that's the exact issue. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is how we collaborate with them. Grab integrates with us. And then what we do is we make sure that the Grab app is connected across the globe. So every Grab user can connect to Firsty and they can use the Grab app and the whole ecosystem
anywhere in the world. But
yeah.
so
same for Uber.
So a couple more things. But whose phone am I using? Like whose SIM
Your
card? So when I go from Thailand
to
to Singapore, I'm already a Grab customer in Thailand.
Yeah.
So when I go to Singapore, I don't have any digital connectivity to a telecoms operator.
Yeah. So what you need to do is you either way need to install an eSIM or a regular SIM card. So that's
I have an eSIM, I think.
Yeah.
So 15.
And normally that eSIM is tied towards a operator or a country, etc.
It's true in Thailand.
Yeah. And in this case, that eSIM or that SIM card connects towards our platform, and that then automatically connects to any type of.
So I pay you.
You pay Grab, and Grab pays us.
But what do I pay? How much do I pay Grab?
So for the connectivity, unlimited connectivity, you pay nothing.
Really?
Yeah, it's just for free. Because
I don't understand. I'm lost.
So Grab earns money there by you being able to book a Grab.
So they're happy just to be able to connect to me. They're willing to. So does that mean then? It's okay. You're not in the way. So does that mean then that the marginal cost to the telecoms operator is zero?
Yeah. So you can imagine that.
Now I'm mad.
Yeah, you should be. You should.
Now I'm mad.
Yeah. So we're going larger. So for example, in the Netherlands and in Belgium, we're even launching a solution that directly competes with the operators. So we provide
an MVNO.
An MVNO. It's $10 per month, but it doesn't work only in the Netherlands. It works everywhere across the globe. So then there's no need anymore for eSIMs or that type of stuff.
So can I ask you? Okay, this I want for sure. But can I ask you this? Let's say I don't use Grab for some silly reason, but I just don't use Grab.
Yeah.
But I want to go to Singapore and I still want to use Firsty.
Yeah.
Who else can I connect to?
Well, we also integrate with a lot of banks. So you're talking about KBC or Belfius. In Singapore, we have PEX, the cryptocurrency.
Any of those services?
You can also go directly via Firsty.
How does that work?
It's just a Firsty application. You download it and you can try it out.
And then how much does that cost me? How do I pay for that? So I pay you.
Well, there's maybe another funny thing. We have a free tier, where you can just try it out for free.
I don't like this at all. Sorry, go ahead. I love it in a way, but if you can provide the service for free, that means that I'm paying way too much for my regular phone service.
But that's the benefit of a platform. If you have a platform, you can always pick somebody else. So if a player says, "Hey, I'm going to increase my price," you're like, "Okay, fine, we'll go to that one then." And that's how Uber did it with cabs. That's how Airbnb did it with hotels.
I feel like I'm still a little bit lost. So let me tell you how I do this today. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. I have a condo in Fukuoka in Japan.
Yeah.
So I fly to Fukuoka. I go into Holify. I desperately try to navigate this interface.
Yeah.
I never know if I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. And over a 2 or 3 day period of time, after drinking a lot and trying to figure stuff out, finally it works.
Yeah.
But I'm paying Holify directly with a credit card. Yeah.
Yeah.
With my friend's credit card. But I'm never 100% sure it's going to work. And I believe that's because I'm using an eSIM inside my iPhone 15 Pro Max. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but if I do it through you, how is it different?
So I think you can look at Holafly as like a SIM store in the old days.
That's how I think of them.
Exactly.
That's how I think of them.
So you would land in
It's just like instead of going to the airport thing where they give me a physical SIM,
you do it.
They just give me an eSIM.
Exactly.
I know how that works. What? First of all, it's so hard to do.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So you land in Japan and you buy a SIM card, and that SIM card is from one operator in Japan.
Yeah.
That means that at that point, that operator decides what is your price.
Yep.
And how your connectivity
It's expensive.
So they will limit it to Japan, and they're the only one providing it, so that's the price.
Yeah.
And that is what Holafly does.
And if I want to then go from Japan to Singapore, I have to do it all over again and pay another fee.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Imagine not buying a SIM card from that operator,
right?
But imagine buying a SIM card or an eSIM or whatever that just works as a single platform, and on which you can continuously load a different set of software profiles that can connect not only with that Japanese operator, but if that Japanese operator increases their price, you go for another one.
Got it. So like when I'm in, and I use that full time.
Yeah.
So I don't have to have a package.
No.
With like a local.
Exactly.
So
you can have phone numbers on it.
Who manages my phone number?
Sorry?
Who manages my phone number?
So Firsty manages your phone number.
But like I have a 66 phone number because I live in Thailand.
Yeah.
What phone number would I have if I managed Firsty?
You would have a 66 phone number.
Even if I'm using Firsty?
You will be able to call with it internationally without additional fees. So that's the thing. I like that you like it.
I like it, but I'm mad.
Yeah, it's something new because initially that wasn't possible whatsoever. You can imagine like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, every device was carrier locked.
Yeah, completely.
It was fully tied towards a single.
Yeah, you couldn't even. Yeah,
the same accounts for SIM cards.
Yeah.
So now what happens is
the SIM is unlocked.
Yeah, the SIM
is this regulatory? This is done on a regulatory basis.
This is done by Apple and Samsung, not by the telecom operator.
So you said you're going to do this in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, Netherlands, Belgium are
you
the
Dutch?
first. I'm Dutch. Yeah,
Dutch. Okay.
Yeah. But I've lived in Singapore the past year. Yeah.
I'm not holding anything against anybody.
But also,
I have no problem. I have no problem with the Netherlands.
Where are you from?
I've been in Asia longer than you've been alive, so like I'm not really from anywhere.
Yeah.
But that means that I could actually use my 66 number and connect to your operator in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And then no matter where I go, whenever I go, I just pay you $10 a month.
Yeah.
And I can use my phone wherever, whenever, nobody knows.
Yes.
Well, when does that start?
Oh, so this starts like right now. We already have it in the Netherlands, and we're launching it with a Belgian bank in the coming month in Belgium as well.
Got it. What if I don't deal with that Belgian bank? Then how do I use this service?
So in the Netherlands, we do it via an MVNO.
Yep.
So that's another brand that uses our technology.
Got it.
So you can just, as a customer, go there.
And then I never have to have another package ever again.
Yeah, exactly. So that is also like we see it as a global market. Initially, we have that app. It's a B2C app. It grew quite quickly. But once we got into contact with the likes of Uber or these different banks or the Grab, we also quite quickly realized we cannot grow as quickly as they already have users.
Yeah, no way.
So that is when we started moving into
you have a bandwidth problem.
Yeah.
You must have a
we want
massive.
to do it globally.
Yeah.
We have all these global players.
Well,
And
you can have a billion people on your service paying you $10 a month.
Yeah. So
That's
we
$10 billion.
rather enable them.
That's $10 billion a
It's
month.
enough, right?
It's enough. Feels like enough.
It should be enough.
For now. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the setup. And like eventually the goal is really because the current telecom setup also disallows a lot of people from connecting. So we're really building the product to be able to.
So you're here to talk to fintechs that are here so that their customers then can use your service. You partner with them, and when they log into Revolut, as an example, they automatically have connectivity through their Revolut service.
Because it's such a nice flow. You already have the KYC, you already have the bank account.
Done. You don't say
about the phone.
You can do it with every fintech in the world.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, nice.
I like it. Okay. Took me a while.
Yeah.
It took me a while, but I got there.
I think you got there quite quickly.
Yeah. I don't know if it's quickly or not.
Yeah, then it's just my story. I guess I have to practice the pitch.
No. I think it's really complicated because I think that inside most people's minds,
it's difficult to explain. Yeah.
Because they don't understand why they're doing what they're doing now.
I feel like people.
Do you understand my point?
Yeah, exactly.
It was like if I was driving a car with 5 wheels on it, and it was kind of hard to drive.
Yeah.
And then I had to keep switching sides of the road no matter what country I went to. And then you came to me and go, I got a car with 4 wheels. Now I got to think about like, wait a second, what do I do with that 5th wheel? And you're telling me I don't have a 5th wheel and you can drive on any side of the road in any country you want because we have our own highway system.
Because how insane is it that you arrive in a new country
and you can't use your phone
message and it says, it's like €100 or so to do there.
Get away from me.
You then have to go find a new operator.
I'm just using there should be some kind of payback system between the operators. Like I get it. When I'm in Singapore, my operator here should pay Singapore for whatever time, whatever, retroactive time I'm using.
Exactly.
Or prorated time, excuse me, that I should say. But that should not concern me at all.
No, and all of a sudden a high price for the same network, it doesn't make sense.
Stupid.
Yeah. So I fully aligned there. That's how we started.
Okay, I will let you go.
Thank you.
Was this okay with you?
Yeah, it was very fun.
Vince, thank you very much.
I loved it. Yeah.
It was a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Firsty.
Good energy.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Cheers.
So I just want to thank everybody for watching today. Again, ATP Insights broadcasting live from Money 2020 in Asia at Queen Circuit National Convention Center in the heart of Bangkok, Thailand. We will be back online tomorrow at exactly the same time, Martin. 12:30 tomorrow, Bangkok time. Join us, leave us comments, ask us questions, stay in contact with us. My name is Michael Waits. Bye for now.